I see dead people.
Here's Johnny.
Stop.
We have such sights to show you.
Bring the motherfucking ruckus! Fuck you too!
We're good. Nice. We are live.
Oh my god. I'm so excited.
Welcome to the new studio.
Yeah. Nice.
We haven't recorded in a while, but
been a couple weeks.
I'm very happy to have you back. I'm of course here now with Django Phillips.
Django.
It's been a while, but I
super Republican.
I don't feel.
He's a massive Republican.
You could say that my feelings have been stained.
If I knew any other Stain song, man, I would pull it out there.
No one does. No one does. No one will. And
No.
I better not see you in the fucking comments saying shit. All right. I'm here with Django Phillips, and he's my next guest on this episode. He might even be the first guest on this episode. I don't fucking know because I'm recording this out of order.
Yeah.
It's really exciting. It makes for a very exciting editing process.
Yeah.
Because every time I lead into a new person, I get to say, and the next person I have, knowing that one of these people is going to go first.
Right.
So
Right.
that's my backup.
You could have me twice.
I could play you twice in a row.
Yeah, twice in a row at the beginning and then once
Memento?
at the end. Yeah.
I could play you in reverse.
You could do the whole episode in reverse.
In reverse,
The story was actually written to be in reverse, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Also, if you get this episode printed on vinyl and then you play it in reverse, it will summon Ozzy Osbourne to your house.
That's right, yeah. And he will kiss you.
Anyway, this episode has all of our classics on it. This episode has all of our OGs on it. Mm-hmm. We got Frowns McBoohoo.
Huge.
We got Django Phillips.
Huge.
We got WhereAmI.
Huge.
Terry the Tickler.
Huge.
And
I'm sorry, and WhereAmI is someone's name?
yeah,
Is a human being's name?
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now we were just doing the synonyms. Yeah, cool. That checks out.
No, I'll cut it.
Yeah, for sure.
But and then we have Cannibal, Siren. So it's all five of these.
Now,
people.
can I talk about the cut that just happened, or would
Yeah,
you
you can
also?
talk about the cut
Because
that just
are you
happened.
going to cut this, or are you going to keep this?
I usually decide at the time.
Okay. Just
Because the more you
Off top
talk
of the
about
dome.
it, the more I have to either end up cutting, or if it
Right.
becomes funnier, I'll just cut the name out.
because the
and then
discontinuity
keep-
is going to be worse and worse and worse the more we
longer
talk
it
about
goes on.
Right. I think you should cut all of this.
which almost guarantees I'm going to hold on. to
Okay.
it.
Fair. Good.
So
Good.
first episode 5, they were all my newbies. They were all the newest guests on the show. I kind of wanted to throw them in and see what they're capable of. I wanted to keep them all in the same episode because they haven't been around as long as some of the other people. And then the next 5 were people who've been around for a little while, some old, some new, but it's the mid tier. We've now gotten in on the 3rd episode of the 300th special, episode 302, and we have 5 of the people who've been around for some of the longest that this show has been going around for. You know that this November we've been doing this show for 9 years?
That's incredible. That's very
crazy.
Cool. That's very cool.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And you have the 5 oldest people on this episode to celebrate with.
I mean, yeah, kinda.
I guess that is true. We all are old.
Yeah. So I asked, the way I thought about it was anyone who's on episode like 50 or prior can be here. And then I got to a point where I realized I needed someone to offload from this episode to the prior episode because I ran out of people on the prior one.
Gotcha.
So I asked Strawberry Shortcake to offload just because I wasn't sure his length and I needed someone who I knew was going to write something shorter.
He's got length.
He's got some length.
Yeah, he's got some.
He also did end up writing, I think, the shortest story that I've read yet. And I'm not holding that against him. It's just I asked him to write fiction, and he wrote what he knows, which is his wife being pregnant, and that was the story. You know?
Yeah.
It was fun. It was fun. It was a good time.
He asked me. He was like, "Is 2 paragraphs enough?" And I was like, "If you say what you need to have said, leave it. Man. I mean, leave it.
Really bring in those margins. really supersize that
Every
font.
word has to have a purpose, you know?
I said 5 pages, and I have yet to meet someone who really fucked with me on that. But then I look at yours and I see it starts with a picture, and I'm like, fuck, that better not have been included in your 5 pages, you son of a bitch.
I do have pictures in my story. We will do our best to describe the photos line by, like,
So
pixel by pixel.
I do include cover art if you want me to make that picture the cover art.
I super don't, because these are real photos.
Those are real people.
Of unknown people.
Okay, cool. Then I won't do that.
That's a good call.
Okay, but yeah, no, I've yet to get to someone who met the 5-page minimum through the hardest regards, which is double space font, double space, huge font, tight margins.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I'll get there. Maybe Terry will run me back on that one. But
you did ask me if I was done a week ago, and I sent you a file that I told you was just corrupted. I did know that it was a corrupted file. I sent you a bad file.
Yeah. You ran a Word doc through a sound exporter, like a sound encoder.
Yeah.
And funnily enough, when I tried listening to it, it just said, "Oh fuck."
I recorded a JPEG in Audacity. And I saved it as a .txt.
You know, I actually, like, in school, I used to run images through Audacity because it would give it a crazy static effect that I would not be able to replicate in Photoshop. It's actually weird that you could do that.
And the other way around, you can do like stereograms, right? Is that where
you can? Yeah, you could do it reverse. You could take an image and make a sound.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, I would run it through the compression of Audacity, and what it would do is it would bar certain lines and it would create certain effects over the image. I actually think I have them all saved on like an old hard drive somewhere because the effects were really crazy. They were really crazy. They would warp colors. They would completely strip lines of information because it would be trying to do something with that information. It's just numbers on Audacity.
The wrong format. That's cool. That's very cool.
Yeah, it's funny. It is interesting.
Yeah.
So when you sent me that file, and I was like, oh, he says it's a Word file, but it's coming through as an MP4.
Right. Yeah.
And then when I tried playing it,
Yeah, it was .txt, .jpeg, .mp4, .audacity.
That would actually make a really good no-sleep or creepypasta story. .jpeg, .exe, .mp4.
That's the name of half the stories.
What did I find? How do I open this? The entire story is about finding the appropriate application to try and open it. I can open it in Photoshop, but I could also open it in Word. Adobe keeps asking me what the fuck I'm doing with my life. I don't know, Adobe. Anyway, the last thing we recorded together
10 years ago.
Before the show even started
was
Memento.
Memento. We made that movie with Crispy Nolan.
With Guy Pearce.
Yeah.
With Gay Pearce.
With Gay Pearce, directed by Crispy Nolan.
Crispy Nolan. No, I need to find it now. What was the last thing we did? I want to say like Sin Eater.
That sounds vaguely familiar.
Didn't we go out on a big note with Sin Eater?
Or was it Sin Eater, or was it that fucking Brasco Part 4?
We definitely did Sin Eater after Brasco.
What the hell was that story?
Here's a question. Mm-hmm. How many episodes do you think you've recorded on the show? It's a good question to ask someone who hasn't been here in a while.
Yeah, that is. 31.
Wow, really close.
Yeah.
Really close.
Yeah.
33. This will be 34.
Yeah.
You are...
Steel Trap, bro.
Frowns is 50.
Whoosh.
Skelly Bones, with all the stuff we've done for the YouTube, because we've played all the Dead Space games together, he's at 30. Mm-hmm. Cannibal's at 26. WhereAmi's at 31. Tenron's at 30. Those are all... Dewey is 24. Those are all probably my top people right there. Frowns 50, you 33. Skelly Bones 30. Tenron 30. WhereAmi 31.
Gotcha.
So yeah, I just closed it and I didn't even ask myself the question. The last one we did. Oh, it was Strawberry Shortcake. We did more games with Ghoulies.
Okay.
235. We did games with Ghoulies.
What was the one before that?
Sin Eater.
Okay. And what was the one before that?
Cabin, the game.
Okay, and what was the one before that?
The joke episode where I made you read a troll story about Skyrim with me.
Gotcha. And what was the one 8 before that?
Baraska.
Baraska, yeah. Yeah. That's what I thought. That's what it, yeah.
8 before that was Baraska.
Yeah. That sounds right.
Baraska Part 2, Part 3. We did Baraska for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Baraska, I think, is still to date the longest series we've done. Episode count-wise.
First story was good.
First story was good.
Yeah, we try to keep it light. Try to keep it positive around here.
Yeah.
First story was cool.
I really enjoyed Sin Eater. I thought Sin Eater was really fun.
Yeah, Sin Eater was fun.
It was four solid episodes. Last series we did together.
Mm-hmm.
But I listen. I'll always have you back whenever you want to do something, but I understand people move on with their lives and go on and do other things.
Sure.
I am ecstatic that you agreed to do this. That you wanted to write, and I approached this entire thing by saying, we've been doing this for close to 10 years. How about we put our money where our mouth is? Mm-hmm. Let's write and share that. Let's armchair critic our own stuff.
Yeah.
Let's talk about stuff we've known for almost 10 years. Let's bring it to the table and see what we can do. And I didn't box anyone in thematically, obviously, at this point. You've already heard Saddam's Fun fanfic, and you've already heard Mary Calcium. Mm-hmm. So I'm not boxing people in from writing what they want to write. I would say fiction is where I drew the line.
Sure.
I just said write a short story.
Yeah.
I didn't say it had to be scary. I didn't say it had to be horror. I didn't say it had to be anything. Truthfully, I just said let's write.
Right.
We've read a lot of stuff, a lot of different things on this show over the last however many years. So it's just like I simply wanted to see what people could do.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's so funny. Number one, honored to be asked. I'm so honored that you asked me to do this. I think
there
it's so
were
cool.
people I didn't ask, so yeah.
But still, I think it's very cool you asked. And I heard your brief, and you kept it so open-ended. You said fiction, and then play in the space. Let's see what you can do. So what I did was I wrote a non-fiction series of recipes from my own test kitchen.
Okay.
There's no slant to them whatsoever. They are recipes that I think are just scrummy and delicious. And so we're just going to read through them in kind of a... we're just going to read through each of them.
So when I asked if this was going to be a troll experience...
Well,
Thank you.
I have a passion, for certain things.
Yeah, you haven't been on the show in a while. It's because you've been too busy baking.
I've been a full-time baker.
Sauteing.
Yeah, and I don't
broiling.
get paid. I don't make any money off of it.
You don't either here.
Right.
You never have and never will.
Oh,
here
we're not
either.
getting paid?
No.
Oh,
that check,
no.
That check isn't. It's gonna bounce.
Great. And how do I cancel the recording?
It's a space bar.
It's a space bar? Great. You got it.
No, so listen. Episode 1 to 100 was an experiment. What can we do? Where can we go? Mm-hmm. What are we getting into? Not a ton of multi-parts or multi-chapters or anything. Keeping it simple, keeping it short form. You'll never see a shorter episode, and you definitely won't see any of the longer ones in episodes 1 to 100. 100 to 200, testing with long form, doing multiple parts, doing a 4-part series, in your case, I think a 7 or 8-part series with Nebraska. Really quick, it's just, it turned into something else. We wanted to see how far these narratives could go. We know that some of the more popular stories on No Sleep are longer stories. They're series. Mm-hmm. So we wanted to test with series. I wasn't thinking about 100 in a sentimental way. I didn't know that I would be doing the show that long. I got to 100 and I said, what's something we haven't done yet? I picked Ben Drowned because it was just a popular story, and I thought if there was a way that we could bring more attention to that or reference the YouTube videos that exist for that it's kind of media crossing at that point, or medium crossing. So it's like, that was the idea for that. But from 100 to 200, I was like, wow, we're kind of getting somewhere narratively. What's something cool we could do? So when I got to 200, I said, let's do a LARPy kind of role-playing game with the people on the show to experience the horrors that we've been reading about for 200 episodes. That was fun to me, and it still is. I think that game, I've redone that game. I want to bring people back to do another version of that. I hope you're able to join us, because you survived.
I did.
You survived that game, so now I made it harder. I fixed the system. I plugged some holes. I'm looking to go back and do that again with the people who survived, and I think it would be a fun thing to do, maybe sometime this next year or something. Whatever, we'll get there. But that was 200. So from 200 to 300, we've been dipping our toe into more literary stuff. We've been reading more King. We've been reading Arnold Schwartz. We've been reading R.L. Stine. We've been dipping our toe into all of the different sides of literary creepy, to horrifying, to thrilling, to psychological. Even on one of the recent episodes, I read Joyce Carol Oates, Edgar Allan Poe, Shirley Jackson. I finished it with
Percy Jackson and the Olympians.
The Lightning Thief.
Yeah.
I finished it with Harlan Ellison's I Have No Mouth, But I Must Scream.
Oh, okay. Classic.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
So I just, I'm trying to bring us to new places. Like every time I sit down and do this show, I'm trying to constantly push the barriers of what we can do within this medium. And I got to 300, and I said, well, I've been thinking about it since 270, since, last year. And I said, let's write our own shit. What camp do you think we're about to enter to? Is this a kind of like old school creepypasta? Something you'd find online and it would be like purposeful and spooky? Or is it more no sleep? Is it testing with form? Is it testing with theme? Is it testing with something else? Or is it unsettling? Is it something that does not abide by any previous structure and it's just cutting its own path?
Genuinely, great question. There was two story ideas that I had in my head for months.
You told me one.
I told you
time
one.
Travel.
I told you one about the time travel, and I could not get that to work. I had another one about...
Is it because you got to the chalkboard like Primer and you were like, where the fuck are all these spaghetti strands going?
No, I was just going to leave it because I knew I couldn't do the science part of it in any satisfactory way.
You get bogged down.
You can get stuck into that. So I was just
you
gonna
ever
gloss
see
over
someone
it.
try to talk about Primer like with a chalkboard? You know what movie I'm talking about.
I've had this discussion. I don't know his alias.
Yeah.
But I've had this discussion with one of our contributors.
Who?
And
Harold Heavy Hands. Yeah.
I have had this discussion with Harold Heavy Hands. And it's just, if they're in the box, they're going backwards. And when they're out of the box, they're going forwards. And that's it. And then he'll be like, well, what about, are there two of them? And I'm like, yeah, there's two of them if there's one in the box.
Because one of them's
Because one's going backward. And then the other one's going forward.
So there are multiples.
Right. Yeah.
At one point, you have to realize that there are three versions of the one character running around at the same time.
There's two people in a box.
Because there's multiple. There's a box inside.
There's a box in the box. Box in the box, right?
Yeah.
So
what a fucking asshole! Whoever wrote that. Who did Primer?
Upstream Color. That guy.
Yeah, I remembered his name for a long point in time, and then all.
Uwe Boll. Yep, that's him. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's him.
No, I always think of Aronofsky for some reason, but it's definitely not him. Anyway.
But it was that thing. So I had the second idea, and no time travel involved. I got a couple pages in, and it fell flat on its face again. And so I was like, what is the issue? The issue is there's not enough constraints. So it is 100% an experimentation with form, and it'll become evident like as soon as we start reading it, kind of where it's...
You mind if I ask what the second one? What was the idea there?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure.
What was the pitfall?
I'll never develop either of these. A group of like 5 people spend a vacation in a cabin, and our protagonist gets increasingly paranoid and anxious. She has severe agoraphobia. She can't like do anything, and she kind of feels separated from the group. And then she starts to get a little bit sick, and like she thinks that maybe they're poisoning her, and there's some body horror stuff. Of course, she's dead. She's been dead, and they come back to the cabin like every year to like revisit. But this is the last year they're going to do that. Her boyfriend has found somebody else, so they're going to move on. And so it's like her coming to terms with the fact that she's actually dead, and they're leaving. They got lives to go back to.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah, it was a neat idea. I just couldn't find the way to develop it. So.
Would you say, is it hampered by your process? Do you like sit down and brainstorm? Do you like write out plot points or anything? Or do you just like hit the ground running?
No, I mean like, you would think with the amount I have to write for my schooling and job and whatever, that I would be a structured writer. Not at all, bro. I literally sit down and start with page 1 and just go into a fugue state. Yeah. And the first, 2 pages came out, and then nothing happened with it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I did that with my first story. I sat down and 20 pages just came out. And I didn't even really think about it. And I didn't have to go back and edit it. I sat down and it just happened. And the more I thought about it, I fine-tuned it, but I really didn't have to go back and edit it. I didn't have to take anything out. I didn't have to add anything. It hit 20 pages. It ended at the spot I wanted it to, and it was succinct in that way. Yeah. Could it have gone on more? Could I have done more with it? It even alludes to a part 2 that will probably never exist. But the idea was there. I did what I wanted to with it, and it happened. But then when it came to the second story, I was like, I had an idea. I wanted to get to that idea. I wanted to write that. So I started writing that. And then I started writing back from it. And back from it. And back from it. Until I got to a starting point. And then I realized I wanted to flesh out more parts. So I started going back. Yep. I almost did that in reverse. Yeah. The last one, the longest one that I wrote, I had to have an outline. Because it was an actual body count, an actual amount of people. Everyone had a name. At one point, I literally had a list of 35 names. Yeah. And I needed to keep them all in the story. And that's where I was like, okay, I need an outline. This needs to happen, then this needs to happen, then this needs to happen. So I would take that 1 or 2 sentences, turn it into a paragraph. Paragraph turns into a page turns into 2 pages. Next thing you know, I'm at 40. The story is over. Right. But that's, if you don't have structure, if you don't have the brainstorm session, you're definitely making things harder on yourself. Oh, definitely. But at the very same time, it impedes your creative process because you're thinking broad strokes. You're not thinking writerly. You're not thinking authorly. You're not thinking about how you're going to write it. You're just thinking about what you're writing. Yeah, the outlining process for me is like stretching before working out. Like you're less likely to injure yourself, but it takes some of your explosiveness. It does. It removes some of that. So in your first one with the time travel... Same deal as you. So I had the first, or very similar. I had the first scene and I had the last scene. And I wrote both of them and they were okay. And I could not find enough connective beats to connect them. Bridge them. Yeah. What was it? Like what was the issue? What was the beginning, the end? Because you said you're never going to do anything. I'm never going to do it. No, neither. Sorry. So this one was about a girl whose sister gets murdered. And it's a very unsuccessful investigation, so she tracks down the killer. She's gonna do the deed that the cops couldn't do, and she like breaks in, and over the course of whatever, there's a scuffle. They get to know each other, and there's a scuffle, and you slowly realize over the course of the story that she has gone back in time without knowing it, and she is actually gonna set the events of her sister's death, her own death, and the death of like 2 or 3 other women in motion. Inadvertently, accidentally. She's just come, full circle. And I think that was the issue with that one is... trying to get the rhyme and reason to actually line up with the impression of events as it was happening. Yeah, and the idea of the conceit of the story was interesting enough to me that was no problem, but then neither of the characters were that interesting. So filling in all of their little scenes
where you're building
Exposition.
tension. There's nothing really.
Context.
Yeah.
Time Crimes?
Time crimes?
You ever see a film? Time
No.
Crimes. Give it a watch.
Time crimes.
Quite literally what you just explained.
Yeah.
Guy gets framed for murder of his wife. Tracks down the person who was there the day that she was murdered. Dude is wearing a weird mask, looks kind of deformed. Stumbles across a compound, across property lines. Compound has time machine. Unknowingly stumbles through time machine, goes back a day, ends up being the one who murdered his wife.
Yeah.
He's the one in the mask. Give it a watch.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Give it a watch, because
Yeah.
all the same conceit you're talking about with
Pretty much that idea.
trying to inform before the dime drops. And it's not that simple. I'm summing it up to tell you that you were on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
But it's different beats. But it's similar ideas. This guy is running from the cops because he's about to be framed for something he at that time did not do. And then the more it starts to come through, the more you start to pick up on the things that were happening behind his back, the errors of multiple characters all lining up with the kind of mouse trap, the marble's already been rolling for 2 hours type of thing. If you what's the word in because I mentioned this to you when you told me why it didn't work. I was like, what's Bruce Willis's line from Looper is like, you could sit down and write about time travel with pieces of paper until your head fucking hurts. It's not going to make any more sense.
Yeah.
He's like, let me give you the skinny of it. And he folds the piece of paper in half and he sticks the pencil through it. And he's like, that's time travel. And that's it. He's like, sitting here with the pencil trying to draw out shit, like, you're not going to be able to put it together.
Yeah, I think that's it.
So, yeah.
I think
even if you had sat back and tried to plan it out, it would be a lot more work than I think you'd necessarily find it worthwhile.
Even writing the story we're doing today, I was like, I know the frame has been used. And I looked up, I think, 2 other examples that I could find of that kind of frame. But I was like, oh my god, has the story been done? And as far as I can tell, the story's not been done. But it's not a particularly inventive story.
Do you want to get into it?
Yeah, let's jump into it.
So I used to ask people, do you want to read it or do you want me to read it? Now I'm just going to force you to read it because I would rather you read it.
You don't want to go back and forth on this?
Unless that was your plan.
It wasn't a plan, but I think I don't think it'll lose anything. I think we can easily go back and forth on it.
Okay, you let me know.
All right, yeah.
Let me know how you want to go into it. We're going to hop into Django's story. It is titled Jump to Recipe.
Welcome to Herbivore Heaven. We are Eden and Thomas, 2 lifelong foodies with a passion for vegan food, fitness, and living our best lives. The Pacific Northwest has some of the best produce in the entire world, and we want to take you on a journey from garden to plate. Join us as we discover the healthiest and tastiest food this little slice of paradise has to offer. Creamy lentil soup. There's nothing cozier than a late fall afternoon in Washington State. The air is crisp and cold, the skies are dreary gray, and there's no better weather for staying inside in your favorite oversized sweater. What better way to stay warm than with a creamy, hearty, warm soup? And there's no better star ingredient than lentils. These little superfoods are high in protein and are packed with antioxidants and vitamins. We get ours from just a little ways away in Montana, but you should have no trouble finding dried lentils in your local supermarket year-round. Add some herbs, spices, and a little bit of elbow grease and love, and your reward is this delicious lentil soup. Ingredients: 1 large onion, diced, garden-grown if possible, 4 cloves garlic, 2 cups carrots, also garden-grown, 1 medium tomato.
What about the garlic? No, I bought that in a store.
No one gives a shit about the garlic. 1 medium tomato, 1 cup lentils, 4 cups vegetable broth, salt and pepper, half a teaspoon sumac, the culinary kind of course, no relation to Toxicodendron vernix, 1/2 teaspoon chili powder, and instructions. In a large pot, heat olive oil over high heat and saute onion and garlic until onion is almost translucent. Reduce heat to medium and add diced tomato and carrot. Cover, cooking for 10 minutes. Reduce heat to medium-low and add the lentils, vegetable broth, and spices. Keep cooking, covered, for about 20 to 30 minutes. Slightly puree the soup with an immersion blender. It's up to you how much to puree, but Tom and I love a silky smooth texture. Then just bowl up and enjoy.
Fall kale salad. We're so excited to announce on this very blog post the launch of our new cookbook, Eden Eats, Food, Family, and Faith. Triple F. Thomas and I have been working... Oh, now I'm Eden. Thomas and I have been working on the launch of the book for years now, and it's truly been a labor of love. You know, I really do believe that my spirituality, my emotions, my relationships, they're all connected. A lot of new friends ask me why I'm vegan. Longtime readers might already know, but I'm not shy about the answer. I started cooking for my father when I was still in high school, after he fell ill with a serious chronic condition. I saw firsthand how a mindful diet, full of fresh food and prepared with love, could change someone's health and outlook for the better. This is not just a recipe blog for me, but it's my life's mission. There is power in food, in the fruits and vegetables in our backyards, that has the power to heal and lift people up. Woo! Okay, that's enough tripping down memory lane for the moment. Eden Eats will be available starting on the 17th wherever books are sold. We'll also have a link to purchase copies on this very site, and I'll put that up as soon as we hit the printers. Again, thank you all so much. This would not have been possible without you. As our special treat, I'd like to share a brand new recipe from Chapter 3, Mean Greens. This yummy kale quinoa salad. Ingredients: 3 cups cooked quinoa, 1 tablespoon fennel seeds. Crush the seed pods with the back of the knife to break them open. 1 tablespoon coriander, 1 bunch kale. Go organic if you can't grow your own. 1 bunch Italian parsley. It has to be Italian.
It's gotta be.
If you don't buy it from a man named Mario or Luigi, you're full of shit. 1 Granny Smith apple. Wash thoroughly. 2 is bolded. 2 green onions. ...
Vegan Kitty Delight. This little bundle of love is Sheldon, and he's the apple of our eyes. Growing up, I never thought I would be a cat mom, but I'm so happy he's landed in my life. He's been best friends with Thomas since high school, and I'm lucky to have him in the family. I see a lot of people online saying that cats and dogs can't be vegan, and that's simply not true. It is true that cats need a lot of amino acids and vitamin, like arginine, taurine, vitamin A, vitamin B12, but so do we. With proper supplementation, there's nothing wrong with feeding your favorite furry friend the same kind of nutritious, restorative diet you enjoy. This is my recipe for Sheldon's favorite vegan dinner, and he absolutely loves it. Now, if I could just stop Tom from buying that name brand kibble.
Oh, I'm gonna divorce him.
Ingredients: 1 cup chickpeas. Canned is okay, but we grow our own. 3/4 of a cup of textured soy protein. 1/4 cup nutritional yeast. 3/4 of a teaspoon of olive oil, and 1/4 of a teaspoon of flaxseed oil. Instructions: soak chickpeas in water overnight. Drain and cook until soft. Mash cooked chickpeas with a fork or potato masher. Reconstitute the soy protein, mix all ingredients together, and let your little love enjoy.
Butternut squash pasta. Lots of pasta.
Hey.
I absolutely love making cashew cream. Hey, my name's Cashew.
Fuck, damn it.
It's the perfect substitute for any rich dairy sauce. And it's so easy to make. It takes an overnight soaking to do, so I'd recommend keeping a jar on hand. There's no limit to how you can incorporate it into your favorite recipes. As far as updates in the life of Eden and Tom, all is well. Tom moved to a smaller team. He works at a tech company that I probably shouldn't mention the name of. Apple.
It's Facebook.
Oh, Facebook.
It's Meta.
Oh, okay.
He works at
Meta. Okay. And he got a little bit of a promotion. He's loving the new position, and I couldn't be happier. Other than that, no big news, all is well. Ingredients: 1/2 medium butternut squash, seeded. 2 green onions, store-bought is okay. 3 cloves garlic. 1 cup cashew cream. 2 tablespoons extra virgin olive oil. 1 tablespoon nutritional yeast, 10 sage leaves, garden grown if you can, 12 ounces, rotini pasta, any brand. Instructions: preheat oven to 425 degrees Fahrenheit, and slice the squash in half lengthwise. Drizzle with olive oil, sprinkle with salt and pepper, and place on a baking sheet lined with parchment paper. Roast for 20 minutes. Blend roasted squash with garlic, yeast, olive oil, cashew cream, and sage. Blitz until consistency is smooth.
Strawberry mint sorbet. Hello, lovies. It is a gorgeous spring day here with just the slightest winter chill left in the air. I broke out the sun hat for the first time this season, and I'm in the garden getting ready for a new year of planting. On a more somber note, steady readers will know that Sheldon was in poor health for a few months now. Last Saturday, he took the Rainbow Road to that great kitty cafe in the sky. Sheldon. Tom and I were absolutely devastated, and it's hard not to notice the space he left behind in the house. But every heartbreak can also be an opportunity. Tom and I have never been closer, and I know that once we weather this storm, we'll make it through even stronger than before. Remember, gentle reader, that we are tested so that we can show just how incredible we are. Ingredients: 2 cup strawberries, perfect for a spring farmer's market. Half cup maple syrup, 2 teaspoons lemon juice, 1/4 cup mint, and 1/4 cup coconut milk. Ingredients: add all ingredients to a high-speed blender and blend until all fruit pieces become smooth and the consistency thickens. Transfer to a parchment paper lined tub or tin and freeze overnight. In the morning, let sit at room temperature for 15 minutes and then serve with fresh mint.
I actually think that Allie would make that one.
It's not
She loves,
hell.
yeah, she does all the fruit and the mixes and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't. I'm a piece of shit.
I don't like any of this.
Yeah, no, this sucks.
This sucks.
Are you still vegan, by the way?
No.
Oh, okay, I didn't think so. Vegan nachos. Hello. It is a gorgeous summer day here in the Northwest, one of our rare days with a clear sky. No news is good news, I suppose. Although I would like to remind you that the Eden Eats 50% off sale is continuing all through this month. This cookbook makes a great gift for that special someone in your life and is the perfect addition to your cooking arsenal. What else? Tom is doing great, really excelling at work. He's been putting in a lot of hours and he seems quite happy. He keeps dropping not so subtle hints that I should go back to school and finish my botany program at Washington. Maybe that's a good idea. I also think he could use a new presence in the house. We've been looking at adopting a dog, but it'll be hard to, fill the gap that Sheldon left behind. So yeah, no news is good news. Enjoy this quick and easy recipe for delicious nachos, and I'll talk to you all soon. Ingredients: tortilla chips, any brand. Vegan cheese, any brand. Seitan. Is that how you pronounce that?
Yeah. Seitan.
Store-bought is fine. Tomato, green onion, jalapeno. Instructions: prepare the seitan according to package directions. Chop tomato, green onion, and jalapeno. Layer tortilla chips with vegan cheese, seitan, and veggies. Bake at 425 until cooked.
Vegan Yum Yum Vegetable Cook Sauce. Hey everybody! I have good news and not so good news. The good news is that Tom's going to the gym. Like every day. Whoop whoop. It's hard to stay vegan when that piece of meat is walking around the house, you know? In not so good news, we haven't been intimate in weeks.
Oh no.
Whoops. Jamie, leave this post up. This is important. I'm not sure what's going on, but I know. He keeps his phone really close to him. He's always smiling until he sees me. He works late hours every day. Like, I get it. I do get it. I'm not stupid. So, welcome to Herbivore Heaven. Will this be Eden Tom's blog, or maybe just Eden? Maybe just Tom. Maybe I give this blog over to a man that won't fold his laundry until you tell him the dryer is done. What do we think about that? Here's some advice, kids. Don't make your relationships the most important thing in your life. Because everyone eventually betrays you.
Oh, fuck.
Everyone acts like you're the most important thing to them, but you never are. Everyone will find some excuse to leave you. I even miss that goddamn fat-ass cat. Jamie, maybe take that one out. No recipe this week. Sorry, go check the archives, and I'll get another bottle.
Wow. That is some vegan yum yum vegetable cook sauce. Oh. Heavenly fruit smoothie. Hello, my lovelies, and welcome to another week with Eden and Tom. It's that late summer, early fall feeling here, where it's time to get the jackets and sweaters down from the attic. It's that perfect time to keep the windows open and start that exercise program you've been putting off. I have two major announcements to share with all of you. As many of you know, Tom has been feeling under the weather for a few months now. Well, I finally convinced him to go to a doctor, and they think his muscle weakness and chronic fatigue is long COVID, which is great news, as he should be back in action in only a few more months. It's been an incredibly trying time for both of us, and I can't imagine what he's going through. But it's also been the most inspiring thing to see the man I love fight this hard, and every day he gets a little bit stronger. I know in my heart that we're going through this for a reason, and that both of us will emerge on the other side stronger and even closer together. In other news, our second cookbook will be releasing this fall. Back to Eden, Seeds of Health will be a brand new collection of recipes designed by yours truly. This book holds a special place in my heart and is dedicated to my loving husband, Tom. It is not the story of sickness, but the story of healing and redemption, and I would love all of you to share in this story with us. For now, enjoy this last taste of summer in this wonderful fruit smoothie. 2 Granny Smith apples cut into wedges. Make sure you include the skin and seeds. That's where the nutrition is. 2 bananas peeled and cut into moons. 1 cup raw almond milk. 2 tablespoons raw flaxseed. Ice. Instructions: combine all ingredients in high-speed blender. Blend on high until mixture is smooth. Serve and enjoy.
Nicely done. Well read. So what the fuck?
So my girl's going through
She's having
a crisis of identity, and
a full rough one.
Yeah. She's also poisoning her husband and her boyfriend.
Yeah, she's poisoning her husband big.
And she's using it probably all natural ingredients that she could grow in her own backyard.
Yes.
There's a lot of berries. There's a lot of stuff you could find. I'm talking even here out in the forest. I could walk out there and pick up like 3 or 4 different leaves, combine them with something, and then just feed it to you, and you'd be not happy.
Not having a good time.
Within the hour.
Yeah, especially the last recipe. So the apple seeds themselves, the raw flaxseed, and the raw almond milk are all sources of cyanide.
Oh, shit.
So Tom is actually experiencing chronic cyanide poisoning.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. So I was gonna say, keeping the seeds is only true on like a fucking like avocado. Like it's not true for almost like any other fruit.
I think in general you don't want to put the seeds in.
Yeah.
But for apricots, apples, it can be, in high doses, it can be dangerous. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And raw flaxseed?
Raw flaxseed, apparently.
Which is why they make oil out of it instead?
I don't know. Apparently raw flaxseed has this cyanide toxicity that cooked flaxseed does not. Some fucking scientist nerds did a whole paper on this.
How much of your own personal research did you have to do to know these things when putting the concept together?
So being off and on vegetarian and vegan.
Yeah.
I'd seen the arguments about like, oh, you can make dogs vegan, which you kind of can do. And then, like, some people argue you can make cats vegan, and I don't think you should do that. I don't think any vet will tell you that's a good idea.
Yeah.
But some people still argue that you can do that.
Yeah.
And so, like, that I was acquainted with, and then also, like, all of these, like, apricot seeds and apple seeds that are like, hey, don't... And, like, cashews, like, the cashews we buy at the store are fine, and then botanically there's another kind of cashew that will fuck you up.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
They don't sell it. Because, they're trying to be safe here. So that was kind of the idea. And then it was like, okay, why is this woman poisoning anyone? And it's like...
unhappy with her life, untrustful of her partner.
Yeah, and she has this like weird syndrome where she's happy when she's taking care of somebody.
A lot of people, yeah.
A lot of people.
Is that the white knight type of thing?
Exactly, right?
The nurse.
And she has just enough knowledge to keep people sick while also not making them dead, hopefully.
In prior ingredients on the lists, was there any elements of that, or does it really just come through after the unhappiness seeps through the blog post?
It comes through the end. There's a line about the sumac, and she goes, "Oh, it's not this other," and then she gives like the Latin name for it, so that like points to like her botanical knowledge. She's doing this botanical degree.
Okay.
And then in the last recipe that you read before she figures out her master plan, where she's like getting increasingly unhappy, that recipe just sucks. The recipe's like, get dry tortilla chips. I'm not gonna tell you how much.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, and bake it 425.
Could be store bought. Doesn't matter.
Literally, I don't give a shit.
Dice some stuff. Put them on some chips.
Bake it 425 until cooked. How long is until? I don't care. It's
you can tell that she's fracturing.
Yeah,
she's coming apart at the seams.
Bake it for an hour until.
I did pick up on that, but I wasn't sure if there was any other little parts that you sprinkled. What it shows a certain element of thought, a certain amount of thought involved with her background.
Yeah,
that doesn't. When you think about these things kind of poking through on someone's blog, I would say they choose not to get personal, right? And the idea for the narrative to come personal, to be personal, is where we get the fiction. Is where this hits the requirements of what we're doing on this episode.
Not a lot of storytelling in the recipes themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but you did. You found a way to. Yeah.
And then I think also the second cookbook, Seeds of Health, is probably contains that cyanide recipe. Probably contains a few other nasty fucking recipes too. Yeah. So I think she's like unmasking at that point.
Yeah, and it would probably take a smarter person than her to kind of make a point to say like, hey, everyone, don't. Yeah. Yeah. But you know, in a type of online forum, depending on where it's posted, you might not get people like that. Mm-hmm. It might be pretty niche. Right. When you said that earlier, before we got into it, you said that you had seen stuff like this before. What's your source? What's your inspiration? Or you've never seen this exact thing. Oh, I've never seen this exact thing. Right. The whole inspiration was, again, trying to put enough constraints on it, trying to cage the creativity. Yeah. And so the first thing I landed on when I was thinking about, like, a big constraint would be, like, what if you had to write this as a recipe blog? Yeah. Because it's so not conducive to horror. Yeah. And then I was like, well, that's a cool idea. People probably have had that idea. Yeah. But even, like, forum posts, like there are some fantastic creepypastas or forum posts. But the whole tone of like a recipe blog is so saccharine, sweet, and sunshiny. It's so antithetical. Yeah. To horror. Well, when you bring in the blog side of it, you do get people who talk about, like, I follow a travel blog where people just talk about their upcoming trips. Yeah. And every once in a while, a little bit starts to slip through, like, well, you know, my kids don't like this, but we still try. Right. You know, and you're just like, oh. Yeah. It's a little bit of motherhood frustration poking out in your otherwise superficial content. Yes, exactly. So, yeah. And here that's dialed up. She's really giving way too much context. Yeah, for sure. But I think, you know, anyone can have a bad day, and it's just it makes it more real to me, in my opinion. I think with the time frame of the internet that we currently exist in, and how anyone could put anything out there at any time, and it would not surprise me in the least to see something like this in the wild. Oh, sure. And that's what makes it fun. There are people that poison their partners, and that's happened occasionally for the last 300 years. Yeah. But now those people might have blogs. Yeah. Yeah. Right. That's fun. Yeah. That's really fun. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you were able to share that with me. If you had any, I don't personally have any critiques. It does exactly what you want it to, and I don't have any issues with it. What would you say about your own stuff? I would certainly critique it. I could think of several different avenues for improvement. I do think the story that I had in mind was closer to probably your vision, where it's a slower simmer. I think part of the uniqueness of the format and the story, whatever, is that the first couple of pages are like, what the fuck is this? This is an actual blog. This is an actual blog with actual recipes, right? So being able to stay in that space for a little bit longer, I think, would have made the turn more effective. Yeah. The only thing you're doing is padding then. That's just length. Right. At that point, it's just padding. Exactly. So it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm not judging it for what you didn't do. I'm judging it for what you did do. And I think you could sit here and say coulda, shoulda, woulda, but truthfully, you did what you did, and we have to judge it based on that. I think on paper, is there anything you would change about it, like just in its current existed form?
No, I mean your observation about the other recipes having like a little bit of poisonous elements to it is interesting, because you could definitely work in like the fact that like the cat dies. The only two clues we get to this woman is the fact that her cat died and she probably had a hand in that, and the fact that her dad died. And in my like mind's eye, she didn't really have a hand in that. Like that's where the trauma started. That's where she was like.
That's where she started putting her hand in the cookie jar to try and, help put something together. But I think it started the journey.
I think so. I don't think she made her dad sick at all. But I think that was where she was like, she had her life upheaved, and she was like, this crazy thing has happened to me where I have to be this caretaker now, and so she had to develop this sunny side disposition. But
also, it's a factual side where she's like, what can I do to try and help from my end?
Yes.
And so you start to do research, you start to look into vitamins and supplements and all this. We've all been there. We've all had something. Right. It's like, what'll help me lose weight fast? What's something empty in calorie that I can try to lose weight really quick? Would I be surprised if someone induced something that made them, throw up or possibly, laxative-wise shit more just in order to try to make an edge on something that, unknowingly or knowingly, I think people are willing to try and go to an ends to meet whatever they're trying to do. So if someone has a sick family member, I'm sure it starts their journey of saying, oh, okay, here's what I can do to help someone.
Right.
That makes it apparent to you of what you can do to hurt someone. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
I think you're absolutely right. I think that's where the vegan thing probably started, and I think that's where the botany thing probably started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's fun. There's lots of layers there. It's like an onion.
It's like a vegan onion.
It's like a vegan.
It's like an onion made out of onions.
Like, you go in your backyard and
grow
get it.
an onion. She's also Shrek. And I don't think I'm listening to the story back in my head. That didn't really come across.
Get out of me swamp.
I would have put more Shrek breadcrumbs.
I'm so glad Donkey's dead. Stupid fucking
Fiona's
donkey.
sick. Oh no.
Or no.
Oh no. Fiona's sick.
So that's the end note. By the way, this is Shrek. That's Django's funny fanfic.
Django
is how Shrek killed Donkey and Fiona. Anyway.
Do you think Shrek's vegan? Does he eat meat? He likes onions.
Layers.
Vegans like onions.
I want to say one of the first things he does is fart in the pond, kill a bunch of fish, and cook all of them.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Damn it.
It's literally the all-star.
Damn it.
It's the all-star intro of that movie. Yeah, he literally just runs in there.
Yeah.
He starts cooking them on the fire. I do think in his swamp, he's definitely growing. He's picking up mushrooms. He's
got the garlic.
Yeah, he's got the cloves. He's got the onions. Yeah. I would definitely say it's likelier. He's green.
He's green from the vegetables.
I was going to say thumbs, but okay.
Okay.
But yeah.
He's green from cyanide poisoning.
From cyanide.
He's not actually Scottish.
Yeah.
He's not an ogre.
Yeah.
He's a badly poisoned American.
He's never going to get better.
19-year-old American.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Relevant.
Bad. Really? Wait, what?
Oh, man.
This episode's coming out in like 6 months, right?
Yeah, it's
Great.
like 6 months. 6 months, minimally.
Guys, happy holidays from both of us.
First week of October.
Happy,
we got like a month.
Happy Valentine's Day.
This has been Django Phillips. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me. This is great.
Yeah, I'm excited for you to both be a part of this, but also to hear what everyone else has written, because I think we're seeing a lot of this. We're seeing a lot of experimentations with form, theme. I'm constantly surprised by what people have been capable of here, because I didn't box anyone in. Mm-hmm. I said show up and we'll do whatever you want.
Go running, yeah.
And I've been really surprised by a good number of people.
Are you going to do an award ceremony?
What's funny is when I uploaded the first episode, I did put a poll on Spotify, and I said, who wrote your favorite story in this episode? And I think I'm going to try and calculate how many people vote per episode and see who was listed as like the award winner of each episode.
Yeah, I like that.
Which is great because I put my own stories against my own stories, so it's gonna say who do you think was the best in this one, and the only choice is gonna be me. So I'm gonna be the best.
That's great. You're gonna win that episode.
I'm just kidding.
For sure.
I read with someone else on those episodes too. So very, very happy with everyone. Very happy with your story, obviously. But I just think everyone's going to keep listening. We're only halfway through. These first 3 episodes were the brunt of everyone, but now we're going to get to the long and the meaty stuff. So the next 3 episodes, I hope you're looking forward to Ramses Vanderslice, Taurus Filth, Deputy Dewey, Scally Bones, and me. We're all going to get together and read our stories over the course of the next 3 episodes too. So everyone just keep on listening. This is October, so it's spooky season. Hope everyone is enjoying the spooky season. And we'll see you at Halloween.
Jonas Brothers.
What about
them? They are a band, for sure. Right? You're going to argue with that? What are you talking about? They are 3 musicians.
Camp Rock! Do you want to know the reason why I like this title?
Why is that?
Because it implies that the story is like yours from your perspective.
It is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when the main character doesn't have a name.
Okay.
So like in my head as like, because it's all
literally
journal entries.
Say journal entries by WhereAmI. So it's like,
Yeah, that's what the main character's name is Where Am I?
I picked up his book one day and I said, "What the fuck is going on here?"
Yeah.
I picked it up. I said, "What the fuck is this guy writing?"
Yeah, that's.
I like that. No, that's why I like it more because for those who just fucking tuned in, the previous title we're talking about the title. I open up a file. It doesn't have a title.
My file name is Scary Stories. You know, and that's just how
If you had told me to keep that, I would have. It would have been funny for the same reason. Scary Stories by WhereAmI.
Yeah, it wouldn't have made as much sense. Like
I like journaling.
Outside of the character that WhereAmI is, like,
yeah,
you know, me, I just think of this is what I'm writing.
That's actually hilarious. I think you might be the first person to kind of wrap in like meta narrative.
Well, it's not meta narrative. It's just I didn't think I needed a title, and then you asked me what the title is, and I'm just like, I don't know what the title is, man.
What you're saying
like,
is what you're saying is it wasn't intentional.
Yeah, it was not intentional.
I'm now gonna read this full canon lore to WhereAmI's story.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Oh, that got really dark.
And I don't know why.
You'll know why soon, man.
That's fun. Okay.
That got really dark.
No, so welcome to the 300th.
Thank you. Congratulations on 300.
Yeah, we've been doing this shit for like 9 years, and I keep wondering why.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I will never forget being in your basement doing a back-to-back episode the day before going to Six Flags, which I'm pretty sure was my first ever episode.
It was.
And me just thinking in my head, what the fuck is going on?
That was Mayhem Mountain, which is a legendary fucking story, dude.
Yeah, the story was fantastic.
I love that story. No, I mean, truthfully, I have like a series planned for you in the future. I'm already looking down the barrel of the next 50 episodes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I want to do something meaty with this guy.
Yeah.
I want to, like...
It's been a while since I've done anything.
Well, I mean, we did have you on somewhere in the last 20 about...
Okay.
We did the magicians. We did the horny-ass magicians.
Sure.
the lovers, the magician lovers.
Yeah.
Well, it was all under the veiled umbrella of respect, and we kept breaking through, being like, "No, these dudes are gay. These dudes are gay as hell for each other." But no, so I'm planning. I try to give people like one thing every season.
Yeah.
And so what I try to do when I'm looking at my roster is I have everyone's names down and I have them all separated. You're looking behind the curtain, folks.
Yeah.
They're separated into most likely to record, middle likely to record, and never fucking again.
Sure.
And I always go from priority to mid, and then I start laying out the feelers to say in the mid who maybe is coming back.
Yeah.
And the more yeses and nos I get, the more likelier I'll be able to have certain people on longer stories or longer series. And this last season, I picked Cannibal Siren to do like the 4 or 5 part series because I hadn't done one with her in like 3 years. So you're up next.
Okay.
I was because I had just done one with Deputy Dewey last year too. So we're giving you a meaty one, and I have a couple for you to choose from, but I have one that's like mind bending.
Sure.
That people are like really recommending.
Yeah.
And part of me wants to get into something like super fucking cerebral with you.
Like
and
deep
psychological.
and
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I shit you not, it might be the longest thing we've ever read on the show.
So
it's a commitment,
Yeah.
but I know you're okay with
Yeah.
it, and I think it's time to get you back in like just remember, we might not have loved ABCs, but but we enjoyed doing it.
Correct. And I think that
Same thing with Curiosity
Of
too.
the
With
ABCs,
Curiosity, we were like it's a new thing every episode. It's not necessarily a series, but at the same time, it's giving us what we wanted out of ABCs. So both of those series,
it was like
being,
40%.
right next to, yeah,
which like
they're right next to each other
overall,
as far as themes went. But it was all about execution because this was demons and this one wasn't.
Yeah.
And that's what we were looking for.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. Well, I wrote 3 different stories for this too.
Yeah, and then you threw them together in that.
No.
You legit wrote 3 other stories.
No, I didn't finish.
No, but like
But yeah,
you changed.
like I started.
You changed gears.
This, I started a story.
You're also not the first person to say that.
Yeah, I started a story about someone who was from the perspective of someone who got kidnapped by the Joker and was saved by Batman.
I remember you telling me about
and I
that.
started it, and I just I didn't have any inspiration. I shredded it. Right, I maybe got like 2 pages.
That was
page
fun
and a
to
half.
talk about.
It was, yeah, and it's still something that's floating in my head, like a maybe one day type of thing. I wrote another story about a family that is kind of similar to this. That I also just like couldn't get the puzzle pieces to come together the right way. So I wrote like probably 6 to 8 pages of that, shredded it.
When was that? When was that one?
That was the one that I actually talked to you about. Yeah.
Okay.
I texted you about the other one like early.
Okay.
And it was supposed to be like 7 chapters, one from each of the family members' perspective,
point of view. You did
and
talk
then
about
one
this.
to like tie it together.
Yeah.
So I got to like chapter 4, and then I shredded it. And then I wrote one about Delvorland.
And you said that you couldn't get the puzzle piece, like you couldn't get all the family members to stick in the right way?
I couldn't get the plot to make sense. Because it was supposed to be...
One thing about writing stories is you kind of need the plot to make sense.
It was supposed to be from the perspective of... And I'll just talk about the story. Each of the family members dies on the same day of different years. And it starts from the perspective of like the youngest, the son, not understanding like what's going, or like I think he was trying to like expose what was going on type of thing. The mom, the year before, knowing that what happened to the dad, but not knowing that it was going to repeat itself. And then what happened to the dad that started like the thing that now plagued the state.
Family, yeah.
And then when I got to the 4th chapter, it was because it was all leading up to the thing that was happening. And then the 4th chapter was back to the son, so it was like back in the future, and I couldn't tie it to the very like because I think it was 5 years before and then 5 years before, and I just couldn't get present day to tie back to the 10 years ago correctly. And it's
a lot. That sounds like a lot of like consultation, like in universe consultation. Like it makes writing from a newer perspective harder because you already have your bullet points like somewhere else.
And I'm not a seasoned writer. You know, like I have experience writing from high school and college, but like most of my creative outlets end up being performance and music.
Yeah.
You know, like writing itself, I'm not as practiced with, which actually kind of helped out with this story, I think, because getting the rust off the gear, you know, the brakes and everything.
Just to give them shout outs, Royale with Cheese, Django, Phillips, you know, a lot of people have come to this and said, well, I was originally writing something completely fucking different. I got super far and then I dumped it. And then I trashed it. And it's like, it's always interesting because I think it's just as relevant to the conversation that we're having on this episode, because it's like, you're learning more about yourself as you're writing these things, because the reason why something doesn't work is because you're just not into it in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
And I'd rather you show up today with something you at least
I'm super
put your seal on.
I love this story.
Something you put your seal on.
Yeah.
Something that you are like
taking that extra time, because we delayed to pull the curtain back again. We delayed us 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Dude, worth it.
You needed it. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that makes me more excited because
Yeah.
I feel like the conversation I had with Royale was like, he told me again, like each person, like I wanted to know, like, what was the story about? Why didn't it work? And he's, you know, he explains it. And then I look at him and I'm just like, I don't even think I included it on the episode, but I'm just like, you didn't want to do that because you're feeling that emotion too much right now. Like the last thing you want to do is write about it.
Yeah.
Because he had been going through something. And I'm like, you don't want to have to
relive
put that on paper and then come and then talk about it with me. And that's okay.
Yeah.
Because it was emotional for him. And I'm just like, listen, what you ended up writing, which he talks about on the episode, was an experience he has with the person he loves the most. And it felt very much like him and his wife. And it felt very much like his experience as he was reading it to me. And it just made it all the more lived in, made it all, you know, the feeling all the more better. And he was happy to read it at that point.
Yeah.
Someone like Django, he got bogged down in fucking time travel. That was his first story. And then his second one, I think he just said he got bogged down in time travel.
Yeah.
Because he was just like, I can't get these fucking things to line up, and it's too much work, and I'm stressing myself out. And then the second one is he had like a twist narrative. And the more perspectives he tried adding to this twist, the more it kind of like fell apart. And as much as I liked the idea
that
of
sounds
both of them,
exactly like my path,
the
but
time travel.
reverse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like how I tried to put it together.
Well, he told me something interesting when he was writing, because he's going to be on this episode with you, so I have no problem talking about it. But it's like, he talked about how the second one he wrote in reverse. Because he knew how he wanted to end the story, and he knew what he wanted it to be about, but he couldn't get all the people into the room for the conversation to happen.
Sure.
So by the time he wrote the conversation and he started dialing it back and like adding how a person got there that day to come to that realization of the twist, the more he was like, I really do not want to write exposition for all of these fucking people.
Sure.
And then he felt like he wasn't doing it justice if he cut some of those people.
Yeah.
Because
the
twist was already done.
Yeah, and you put yourself in this obligation not realizing how big it is.
Because if you don't and you leave it out, it's going to feel half-assed. It's going to feel unfinished.
Yeah.
It's going to feel a little broken. I think there's a big difference, like, between someone intentionally doing that and then someone doing it for like a thematic genre or plot, like a plot like element.
Yeah.
Like my first story ends on a cliffhanger because that's where I wanted it to end.
That's how mine ends on a cliffhanger.
I appreciate that because what it tells you is, I know this story feels like it's leading to something else. I know that this story feels like it has something more to it, but I'm merely telling the story I wanted to tell in this world with these characters, so that when it ended at the place it ended, that was the story I wanted to get to that point and then it ended. So, like, yeah, I'm sure we're going to talk about it. When we're done reading, I'm going to be like, oh, and, like, this is where it can go, and this is what you can do with it. But, like, I don't know. I fight my own impression with my own first story. It's like, do you need more? Like, do we need to keep pushing this? Do we need, like, could I write a part 2? 100%. Sure. It's already there. It's on paper. It makes sense about this is what comes next. Mm-hmm. But I don't know if that's the story I wanted to tell with this entire thing. I wanted to get to this point.
Mine feels like I could write a prologue about it. And that's the cliffhanger.
Is getting to the end and then realizing that there's a preface. There's a preface that's omitted.
We'll get into it once we get into it, but like you kind of know the whole time that, like, you know, the whatever the mystery is happened. And I think do you want to pull up the file?
Yeah,
because I think we start on day 21.
That is what I think I saw.
So it's not necessarily what happens day 1, but the prologue would be what happens day 0.
Yeah,
because you'll learn from the story kind of what happens day 1, and then if the prologue part would be like a day 0 type of,
I would say
type of story.
What does that remind me of the most? Probably Dogscape.
Okay.
Dogscape is this, like, you're reading journal entries from the post-apocalypse, and it always alludes to how the apocalypse started, but no one, like, outright says it.
Yeah.
And so you have this system, you have these creatures, you have these people, these castes of humanity, and then at the very end, you get a glimpse at the origin, but it's still, like, you don't have the, like, 2 to 3 years that is implied to have happened to lead up to where this book came from.
Yeah.
And that's the most, I know Django fucking hated reading Dogscape with me, but that's my favorite, because truthfully, it's the thing.
You don't need to know.
Truthfully, it's the thing.
Yeah.
What if that dog escaped the facility, escaped the base, went running towards humanity, froze, they rescued him, they brought him back to a major population, a major city,
and then
it slowly started blooming across the entire planet, assimilating everything.
Yeah.
And it's a wonderful story, but you have to get to the pretext to be like, oh, like, Dogscape is like a fucked up what if. Mm-hmm. And I love that. Yeah. Obviously, I love the thing. So for that to be like the what if scenario, you know. So you're telling me that we're going to get through this system. We're going to get through this, like, context, setting, society, and we're going to...
It's the setting is a small town.
Okay.
I actually put, like, numbers in, but, like, I think I ended up putting the location, and it might be mentioned in the story, it might not be, but, like, I'm thinking, like, a small town in Kansas of, like, 300 people. You know? Yeah. I always knew it was 300-ish people. The numbers are in the story, what the actual numbers are, but the Kansas I decided on last minute, because I just was thinking Midwest.
Yeah, big.
Yeah.
And what you're saying is we're going to get to a point where we're understanding their system, and it's gonna imply what happened before this story, but we're never going to quite know what happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we want to hop into it,
we can certainly hop into it. So I'm obviously here with Where Am I?
Where Am I?
And we're going to read Where Am I?
Yeah. What do we name this? Journal entries.
We're going to read some journal entries.
That's how we started this whole thing, is you said, what's your title? And I said, I don't have a fucking title.
We're going to read some journal entries by Where Am I? And I'm going to follow along on my phone, so you're good to...
I figure, do you want to just flip-flop days?
Oh, well, that's a conversation I have with everyone, is do you want to read this to me? Do you want to take this opportunity to kind of show me your voice, show me your thing? Or are you kind of more interested in sharing it with me and, like, making that a part of the experience?
Yeah, I would like to share it.
Okay.
You know, so...
there are some people wwho said, I want you to read this specific character or this specific section or whatever.
Well, there really is only one, because it's essentially...
perspective.
Yeah, like...
Yeah. And then there's other people who are like, no, I wrote this in my voice. I'm going to read it. I'm going to do the entire thing. So, hey, whatever you want to do, you just tell me when.
Day 21. I've decided to start journaling. It's one of the only healthy things that can fill my time. We ran out of nicotine 3 days ago, and about half the camp has been violent ever since. Hopefully that will die down soon. I know I'm going to have a rough time when we run out of caffeine, which, based on how things are going, will be 2 to 3 weeks, maybe longer, depending on how many of us survive. We had the most deaths the first week. After that, there have only been 4 deaths, which leaves us with 231. 260 if you count the elders. They gave us 9 rules. 1. You must never speak of the time before. 2. You must attend the nightly gathering. 3. You must report those who break the rules. 4. You must always open your door when called. 5. You must never go into the forest after dark. 6. You must never say the names of the elders. 7. You must not wear red. 8. You must not cover the mirrors. 9. You must not lie to the elders. Right now our house is just me, my mom, and my sister. This journaling thing is harder than I thought it would be. I'd like to tell the whole story, but I just want to go back to bed.
So I want to talk about the rules real quick. Yo, rule number 3, fucking snitches get stitches, my dude.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So don't talk about the time before. Always come to the nightly gatherings.
And I wrote,
Snitches get stitches.
So this day, he started journaling after the gathering, but then decided he's going to write right before the gathering. Because the gathering, they always meet at like sundown. They put like a bonfire, they make sure, kind of do like a head count, and then everybody goes home, goes to bed.
Are we going to get into that?
Into the gathering itself?
Yeah.
Not really.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like the logistics of it, the story doesn't really go into. The story goes into the logistics of like the town.
Okay. You must always open your door when called. That makes sense. I fucking say your name, you better show up. And then go. The most interesting one to me is never go into the forest after dark. That's like so archaic.
Yeah.
It's a classic.
Yeah. Well, and it's don't escape.
Oh,
in the same token, it's don't escape.
Okay.
Because, like in my head, they would have to go through the forest for, I think I calculated it out at like, it would be like a 3-day walk. I think he talks about it in the story, but it would be a 3-day walk to get to the next town over, and that would break that rule
that's where these next like 5. That's where I'm already hitting the vibe of something I know and something I'm familiar with.
Sure.
And I don't want to talk about it till the end.
Yeah.
I don't want to give preconceived notions.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about my inspiration so far. Do you want me to take 22?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess today I'll try to talk about what happened, or what I think happened. The truth is, I still don't really know. It started small. My phone stopped working. Not dead, just frozen. Wouldn't turn off. Wouldn't load anything. I thought it was just a glitch. Then, a minute later, the TV stopped working. Then the radio. Static, and then silence. It was strange because it happened in steps, almost like someone was turning everything off manually, just flipping switches one by one. 20 minutes later, none of the cars would turn on. Keys turned, but engines did nothing. Everything with the battery stopped functioning. Anything that could connect us to the outside just died. We were stranded. All of us. No warning, no reason. We didn't know what to do. It would be a 3-day walk to the next town over, and the elders would easily hunt us down before we could get there. My mom tried to get all of the food out of the fridge and preserve as much as she could, but we lost most of it. She's never been good under pressure. We've been eating a lot of pasta. Lots of pasta because
Lots
of
of
that.
pasta!
I've never been so glad for that tomato plant she had in the back, but that will be depleted by the end of the week. That was most of what I remember about the day the elders came out of the cave. All of them together in a line, like they'd been waiting. They didn't say hello, they didn't explain, just told us we had 2 choices: obey or die. And very quickly, they made sure we knew they were serious. I've been to that cave 100 times before growing up. Kids used to dare each other to go inside and leave stupid offerings like bones or toys. Nothing ever happened. But something is different now. I've even tried to search the cave recently. It was the same rocks and the same silence, but you can feel that something is wrong. You feel it under you. Get close. Your stomach clenches, and your thoughts feel like they aren't your own. I didn't stay for long, and the elders... You don't understand what they are until you look into their eyes. You can't even describe it. Everyone who is willing to talk about it in private always says the same thing, that the eyes are the worst part. It's so hard to focus on anything but the eyes. I'm gonna go back down to the river for a while now, so I can be back before dark.
Day 23. I noticed that meditating has been easier and easier to practice. I started to meditate daily on the 3rd day, mostly as a way to fill the time. My sister told me it's stupid, but when I asked her for what her suggestion was for an alternative, she just scoffed and walked away. Today we decided to plant more seeds in the garden, but most of the seeds that we harvested were from the tomato plant that we grew, so I'm really not very hopeful. I wonder how much the outside world knows, and if anybody is ever going to come here and find out what's happening. I saw a helicopter fly by a few miles away earlier today, so I know the real world still exists. For now, we all sit trapped in our little town, our encampment, our prison. If I ever get out of this, I'm leaving this town and never coming back. Chicago seems like a good option. I don't care what I have to do to start over. Anything would be better than this.
Day 24. I played catch with the neighbor for 11 hours today. We didn't talk. We just tossed a ball back and forth until our arms ached and the shadows got too long.
Day 26. I still haven't gotten the hang of this journaling yet. I hoped it would be an easy way to pass the time, but having the energy to write every day just isn't there. Morale is low, and the flavor of this food is getting blander and blander.
Day 27. I'm going to force myself to write today. I guess I'm supposed to talk about my feelings. It's almost been a month. I just feel helpless. I was angry at first, then scared. Now I mostly feel tired. But I know I'm the only one who can protect my sister, so I do what I have to do. My mom's different. She can take care of herself. She made that very clear from day one. She told both of us to stick together and that she'd be fine on her own, and I believe her. She's never looked afraid, not once, but the anger coming off of her, that hasn't changed since the first gathering. You can feel it when she walks into a room. She burns with it, even if things somehow go back to normal, even if we figure out what the hell happened. I don't think she'll ever forgive him. She can't. I wouldn't either. Not if I had given everything to someone and they turned on me like that. Maybe that's the hardest part. Not the food, not the silence, not the rules. It's the betrayal that lingers. That's the part I don't know how to survive. I think that's all I have in me today. I need to clear my head before the gathering. I don't want to walk in there angry. That's when they notice you.
Day 28. Today, a group of us went swimming. I don't usually go swimming, but Melissa asked me to go today. We haven't talked the way we did before everything happened. I always had a crush on her. And I think she always had a crush on me, but the timing was never right. She left for college, and I stayed home to work. What a way for her to spend her summer vacation. I didn't really flirt with her at all. One of the elders was watching us. They always watch anytime a group of 10 or more of us are together. He just stood on top of a large rock about 150 yards away. It was weird because it seemed like he didn't even move while he was watching. I usually avoid any group activities because I know they'll always watch, but other people hang out and play every day without any issues. The water felt nice. Melissa did tell me she missed talking to me, but I didn't even want to respond knowing that the elder was watching every move we made. I'm gonna bring over some tomatoes before the gathering so I can tell her I miss talking to her too, but only if no one else can hear. And then there's kind of like a cut because the gathering happens.
Oh, okay.
And then he rapidly scribbles, "Melissa kissed me before the gathering tonight. I didn't even know how to react. It was a roller coaster of emotions. I was certainly happy about the kiss, but I was terrified that anybody could be watching. I told her that we should meet in private, but I wasn't sure how we would even do that. It's already way past my usual bedtime. I don't like to be awake after dark anymore."
Day 29. 3 more people died today. One of them had hidden a box of cigars, and once the other 2 found out, it started a whole argument. Once they got vocal, most of the town wandered into the street to watch what happened. As soon as the first fist was thrown, the elders stepped in and finished them off immediately. The streets were empty in seconds. I don't think anyone came outside for about 3 hours. We spent an entire week without any deaths, so it brought the shock value back, at least for me and my mom. My sister went into her room and didn't come out until dinner was ready. I've been really liking doing my journaling right before the gathering. It helps me stay calm during the meetings. 228 of us left.
Last night, Melissa spent the whole gathering staring at me.
Day 30.
Oh, day 30, yeah. Last night, Melissa spent the whole gathering staring at me. I'm sure people noticed. You can feel eyes on you in that place, even with your own glued to the floor. When it ended, we were all walking home. She came up to me and whispered, "I don't want to die alone," and asked if we could talk today. We did, just the 2 of us. But even then, one of the elders watched us the entire time, standing there, silent, unmoving. I made sure we didn't break any rules. Melissa did most of the talking. She talked about what she was studying at college. I was telling she was trying not to talk about it like the past. She was trying to talk about it like, educational. But her words started to roll together like she was racing against time. I'm sure it was just nerves because we couldn't talk about very much else. She talked about how she wanted to run a marathon someday. I told her that I had started meditating every morning, but I didn't dare mention journaling. I don't want anyone to find my journal. There's nothing to hide in here, but it's not worth the risk to talk about while they're listening. I wish I could say it felt like it did before, but knowing someone was watching us the entire time kept me uneasy for the entire conversation. We talked about 3 hours. It was all surface level, but it felt deeper because of what we weren't allowed to say. And Melissa hugged me before we left. I think she wanted to do more, but she didn't. I don't know how I feel. Not exactly. I want to be close to someone again. I want to stop feeling like a ghost. But the attention scares me. The elders don't like attachments. Everyone knows that, even if no one says it out loud. I hope she doesn't stare at me again during the next gathering. I just want to get through each night without being seen.
Day 31. We had another death today. This one was from old age rather than violence. We aren't sure if she died last night or this morning. Gertrude was 87, and to be honest, we weren't sure how she made it this far before the elders took over. She's in a better place now. I don't want to talk about much else today. 227 left.
Day 32. I guess I should put in writing the parts I've been scared to talk about, just in case. The hardest part for me to handle, worse than the rules, worse than the food, and the fear, is that my dad is one of the elders, or I guess the body that used to have my dad in it is now an elder, because whatever he is now, whatever any of them are, they are not the same people anymore. They don't act like them. They don't stand the same. They don't even sound the same. He stands still for hours like the others do, staring without blinking or reacting. When he speaks, his voice is flat, hollow, mechanical. He's got the same monotone voice as all the elders. Almost like they are using vocal cords for the first time. The first time I saw him again, I tried to call out. I wanted to believe that there was something left of him behind that face. I've stared into his eyes, and I know that whatever these elders are, they are much different beings than the people they started as. That thing is not my father. Not anymore. They almost act like soldiers now, robotic and void of emotion. It's hard to explain what it's like, seeing someone you've known your whole life overwritten. I don't care what they are as much as I wish I knew what they wanted. If I knew what they wanted, we could at least try and figure out where they came from and how they got here. There's so much more I want to say, but I'm so scared to put it all in writing. So scared that if anyone finds this journal, it'll be the end of me. If we get out of this alive, I'm sure they'll make all kinds of news stories about us, movies or documentaries about these crazy events. If they even believe everything that happened, honestly, they probably won't. I wouldn't believe it. Melissa and I have started talking every day. Sometimes for 20 minutes, sometimes for a few hours. I can tell it helps her get through the day. It terrifies me, but I won't stop because I see that it lights her face up.
Day 35. I burned the last page. I don't think it's smart to have any evidence about what happens during the gatherings. And I definitely don't want any evidence about what happened between Melissa and I. It was hard to write, and even harder to destroy, but I have to think about safety more than anything else. Every word I write could be my last. My mom has started to get more vocal in town, not loud, but sharp, short, and cold. I don't know if she's planning anything, but I can tell she's near the edge. There's a look in her eyes now like she's made a decision that she hasn't told anyone yet. This morning I told her it might be better if I go out to gather our household rations instead of her. I expected a fight, but she very quickly agreed. I think she knows that she can't control her anger forever. That scares me more than if she'd yelled. I mentioned it to Melissa casually, like it wasn't a big deal. She immediately got her dad to agree to let her pick up her rations too. Not that we'll have time to talk in line. It'll be good to see her, even if just a glance. Even if we can't say anything. Sometimes a glance is enough. Sometimes that's all we get.
Day 36. We had our first bit of good news today. The farmer to the north has successfully birthed the calf. They said that while the calf will take a few years to be ready to breed or be butchered, they should be comfortable enough with producing more calves to butcher some of the parents in a few months. It'll be nice to get some meat that isn't chicken or rabbit. It feels strange now that it's been over a month to think about this abduction in a sustainability way, but we have to prepare for the worst. We have to assume it'll be like this forever. We all hope someone comes to rescue us far before forever.
Day 37. 2 more deaths today. Both were from food poisoning. They left behind 2 young children. Melissa and I volunteered to help pack up their things and move them into their grandparents' home. The work wasn't hard, but it was a very long day. The walk took about 20 minutes, but with boxes in our arms it stretched to 35. I wanted to feel something for the kids, for the grandparents, but all I felt was tired. That worries me a lot. Death is starting to feel like routine. When I got home, I hugged my sister, first time in a few weeks. I probably should have hugged her sooner, because when we finally let go of each other, I could tell her eyes were glossy. I think she was trying not to cry. I know I've spent a lot of time worrying about protecting her and making sure she is safe and comfortable, but I never took the time to think how this affected a 15-year-old. She's 15 and she's watched people die, watched rules break people in half. I haven't been around her as much as I was before I started hanging out with Melissa more, and I don't regret that. But I need to be a brother, not just a shield. She has her friends, and I assumed they would comfort each other. I need to try to hold on to the pieces of us that still feel human. But there's not much more to hold on to. 2:25 left.
Day 38. Melissa was pulled aside by the elders today. Not during the gathering. Not publicly. Just quietly. Melissa didn't even tell me about it. Her sister mentioned it by accident. I'm not sure what happened, and when I asked her about it, she paused for a long time before saying she didn't want to talk about it. I'm not sure if she truly doesn't want to talk about it, or if she isn't allowed to talk about it. She promised she's not in danger. She said they just had questions and now it's over. But her eyes don't match her voice. I keep thinking about how careful we've been. No rules broken, no late meetings, no notes passed, nothing they could use. I think they were asking about her dad, but I'm far too scared to ask that question. That's the type of question that echoes too loudly. I think the elders can listen to us even when they aren't around. But I don't have any proof of that.
They're asking Melissa how she got condoms, how she found condoms. Mm-hmm. Because they don't want protection. They're just trying to find out how they could get rid of the condoms as fast as possible.
That's
how many do you have left? Yeah. Can we burn them?
That's actually the only plan of the elders.
Yeah.
The only reason they're here is just to destroy condoms.
We need to get rid of them. Get them out of here.
I act like I've worn one in years.
Dude. Brother's over here firing blanks.
Yeah.
All right. Day 39. It rained all day today. I spent some time standing outside, letting the rain drip over me. Just standing. I stared at one of the elders the way they stare at us, letting the rain pour down. For just a moment, it was nice, simple. I let go of the fear for just a moment, letting the rain wash away all thoughts. When I finally snapped back to reality, I realized it reminded me of being a kid, jumping in puddles and not caring who was watching.
Day 40. We ran out of caffeine today. Not just us. Everyone. The whole town feels slower and duller. My head's been buzzing with exhaustion like a radio stuck between stations. Melissa's mom came over and spent the afternoon helping my sister learn how to cook. Like, real cooking, not just boiling rations or heating up veggies. Somehow, with just a few herbs and changes to the prep, they made something that actually smelled like food. The meal was simple, but it was a much better meal than we've had at our house in a long time. My sister really liked going through and learning a new skill. The kitchen felt full, not just with noise or steam. My sister was asking questions and smiling. I sat in the corner and watched, too tired to help. I've been so tired. This whole ordeal is draining. And it feels like it never stops. Just draining.
Day 41. I'm beyond cranky. Not having caffeine has made me a miserable prick. I apologized to Melissa in advance and told her it was probably best if she just let me be for a day until I adjusted. The whole town seems on edge. Conversations are clipped. Doors are shut harder than they need to be. Even the quiet has a sharper edge to it. This is probably worse than when we ran out of tobacco, since it's affecting more of us. It's strange how small things like caffeine become sacred once they're gone. I always thought I could push through anything with enough willpower. Turns out I was just well caffeinated.
Day 42. My head definitely feels better after a few days. I've been chugging water like it's the only thing that keeps me upright. And I'm not as snippy as I was the past few days. There were 3 fights in town, but no deaths. They were both screaming matches without any violence. We all know what would happen if they got violent. Everyone knew how close it came to breaking the line. We all know what would have happened if it crossed that line. The elders don't let that slide. Melissa suggested we go swimming, just as something to do. But I refused. We hung out and talked by the river. I probably should have just said yes. But part of me still pulls away from anything that feels too freeing.
Day 43. We spent the day gathering herbs and mushrooms to try to restock the town's supplies. Working on something new each day helps to get rid of the monotony. They tried to teach me which mushrooms were good and which ones to avoid. I didn't really pay attention. I just picked everything I saw. I knew they'd sort it out when we got back either way. The forest feels like one of the few places that seems untouched by all of this. During meditation, my mind drifted. I kept thinking about how quickly the world will swallow everything we built, but everything we built now that there's no electricity. Left alone, it would only take about 10 years for the trees and grass to push back through the concrete. The buildings would sag. The roads would crack. Vines would claw their way up the walls until it all looked like we were never here at all. But we still have our tools in our hands, so we try to keep everything kempt. We trim and scrub and repair by hand instead of with power. It's slower and harder, but what else is there to do?
Melissa came over last night.
Day 44.
Oh, day 44. Yeah, I keep messing that.
You missed the days.
Melissa came over last night, right after the gathering. By the time I had realized she slipped into my room, it was far too late for her to leave without being caught. I asked her what she was doing, and she said she was tired of sleeping in her room alone. We did a lot of things.
Hell yeah.
Not all the things, but enough things that she made me feel like she sucked the soul right out of my body.
Hell yeah, brother.
I won't get into too many details. That's not what this is for. But it's been almost 2 weeks since the last time we were able to touch each other without fear of being caught. Even that much time apart feels like forever now.
I don't remember the 10th rule being you can't go to the bone zone.
Well, it's... yeah. I mean, so I'm assuming the age of these characters is like 19 to 20.
Okay.
Right? So them sleeping over at each other's houses is like...
It's still a little taboo.
Yeah, you know, and he doesn't want to draw attention to himself.
That's that. I got the
So like,
impression.
you know, yeah, it's definitely the type of thing that like.
Honestly, I was putting.
'Cause I
Until
know-
you said the little sister was 15, I was putting him at like 16.
Yeah, no, he's definitely
18
because
plus.
she went away to like
You
her
mentioned
freshman or
college.
sophomore year of college
Yeah, you mentioned
and was
college.
back from school.
18 plus. Makes sense.
Yeah, you know, and I know that they did like, you know, hand stuff in one of the pages that was ripped
Hell
off.
yeah.
But he goes into like the description of the gathering and what happens on the other page, and when he looked at those two pages, like mentally the character went,
He lost
on this
the good.
page I'm talking about
Hand stuff.
hand stuff,
And-
and on this page I'm talking about
On
like
the other side, I'm
yeah,
talking
some,
about
like-
the intricacies of the gathering.
Yeah,
and
like-
both of these are the
Maybe-
probably shouldn't be put on
yeah,
paper.
maybe I don't want to get caught with this just yet. So that's
You have to lose the hand stuff in
Yeah.
order to lose the elder stuff. We did a lot of things, not all things.
Not
but,
all the things, you know, because I didn't.
but enough. Things.
Yeah, I want the listener to know that hey, they're both having a good time, you know. But we ain't getting too frisky around here.
Yeah.
Um,
It had been almost 2 weeks.
it had been almost 2 weeks. Even that much time feels like forever now. She said something when she first arrived that didn't register until the morning. If they're gonna watch us anyway, we might as well give them something worth watching.
Hell yeah.
It's been echoing in my head all day. She knows something. Something she isn't sharing with me. It keeps bringing me back to the time she was questioned. I know she's trying to protect me, but the way she's been acting, it's like she's already accepted something that I haven't. Maybe I don't want to know the pieces, because when I think about all of it, the pieces have been in front of me the whole time. There's nothing she has been around that I haven't been around. Nothing she's seen that I haven't been able to see. I tried to ask her today what made her come over. She just smiled and asked if I had a good time. She knows I had a good time. She could see it on my face last night and this morning. That's what I'm worried about. People seeing it on my face. She knows I'm more careful than she is. She usually respects that. But sometimes when her rebellious side shows, it gets to me. It lingers. Rebellious scares me. It scares me in all the right ways.
Day 45. My mom died today. I can barely stand to write that. The words feel like they don't belong here. Like if I don't put them down, they might not be true. The problem I can't seem to get over is the fact that she didn't want to tell me what she was planning. Like she didn't want me to know. There were 28 of them. 28 people that we know about anyway. They went right for the town hall in a coordinated strike. I don't even know what they were getting from the town hall. Maybe that's where all the guns are. That's the only thing that would make any sense. Why would they even think there are guns in the town hall? 3 elders died. 197 of us. 26 of them. I keep cycling through emotions, grief, confusion, anger, fear, but one emotion that won't leave is distrust. There is something going on, and I know that people are too scared to talk about it, but that doesn't stop me from knowing that they are keeping things from me.
Day 46. Maybe it's my paranoia. Maybe it's my grief. Either way, I've stopped trusting anyone. I never trusted the elders, but now it's spreading. I just want to be alone. My sister and I stayed in our rooms, only came out to eat, didn't speak. I slept more than I should have, but who gives a shit? I don't want to be awake.
Day 47, Melissa dropped off a piece of paper on the porch, a heart drawn in red ink. We haven't talked. She knows I need my space and I need my time. She'll understand why I'm being distant. She knows it'll come. She knows I'll come to her when I'm ready. At least I hope she knows. Tomorrow, maybe.
Day 48. I keep telling myself I have to move forward. I can't change the past, but that doesn't stop me from wanting to rip the head off of every single person I see. I haven't heard any murmurs of what happened or why, but I also haven't been listening. I have so much to say, but no way of fully expressing it. My mom was the one thing I thought would hold me through this, hold both of us through this. My sister is surprisingly handling it better than I am. We both had the initial reaction of pain and grief, but she seemed to shake it and get back to her routine. I can't shake it. I can't get it out of my head. The confusion of why she would rebel, the wonder of why she wouldn't talk to us beforehand, the frustration of why she wouldn't want to be here with us. I went to talk to Melissa today. She tried not to bring up any of it. She asked how I was doing, but she let me say as much or as little as I wanted. And I wanted to say little.
Day 49, Melissa's dad asked to talk to me alone in the woods. I said no. He knows something about my mom. He knows something about this rebellion. He's definitely the reason why Melissa was questioned a few days ago. He's going to get us all killed. And I can't decide if that's worse than staying alive like this.
Day 50. I didn't notice it at first, but I definitely notice it now. The elders have been tightening down on everything since the outburst a few days ago. They are watching more frequently. They show up to our ration disbursement now. They never cared what we did with our supplies. We always decided how things would be distributed. They haven't changed anything yet, but I'll bet that they are taking notes and looking for signs of those who are hiding things. I went swimming with Melissa today. I asked her if we should define ourselves. She said it was probably smart to keep it unlabeled so people can't ask. But she also told me she knows how I feel about her, and she knows how she feels about me. She said we can put as many labels on ourselves as we want whenever we get out of this thing. Her verbiage was intriguing. Whenever we get out of this thing. But I don't quite know what's intriguing about it.
Day 51. A wife killed her husband inside their home. The elders started asking questions when he didn't show up to the gathering last night. She didn't have her story together. It seemed like she didn't think that far ahead. We've seen the elders take swift action and terminate violent people on the spot. Fortunately, they had her go back to her home so they could figure out what happened. I don't know what happened after that, but I can only imagine that they killed her on the spot when they found out he was dead. 195.
Day 52. I found clonazepam in my mom's bathroom last night. I knew she was on it for years, but I didn't realize how many she had left. I took one before bed. It's supposed to help with anxiety, and it definitely knocked me out. I'll probably take another tonight before bed. So I talked to you earlier about a turning point in the story. Now, for legal purposes, allegedly, WhereAmI is prescribed this same medication and is allowed to take as much of this medication as he would like as needed. Is exactly what it says on the bottle, as needed. So, me, human, decided that WhereAmI character, that human was going to take the medication, in...
Narrative.
I'm not going to say in excess, but immediately prior to writing, I would take, additional.
Yeah. That's art right there.
Yeah, so I know that the and this is the part that makes me nervous to put out there on the internet, to be vulnerable. And I'm being vulnerable to you, internet.
So
You're welcome.
If you want me to cut it, I get it.
No, I don't.
No, I get it.
None of this I want you to cut. I'm very okay being vulnerable, but I am, being vulnerable. The writing at this point forward definitely drops off in terms of, like, skill.
Okay.
Because the character is high.
Yeah.
The guy writing these journal entries is now high.
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
So I got high
I appreciate
to
that.
write the fucking story.
You don't think Pablo Picasso was fucking janked
Oh,
out
yeah.
of his mind?
Absolutely. So, I apologize to listeners if this gets a little bit incoherent. It's on purpose. Well, kinda. You know what I mean.
Day 53. Mom used to take 3 a day. 1 in the morning, 1 after lunch, 1 after dinner. I took 1 this morning. These things definitely get rid of anxiety. I feel like my thoughts don't get clogged anymore. Like it doesn't bother me. Like nothing bothers me. I just want to go kiss Melissa. Like right in front of everyone, like all the time. She's warm and cuddly. I'll take 1 right before bed again.
Day 54. I tried taking 2 during the day today. 1 this morning, and 1 I just took 1 a few minutes ago. So hopefully it'll kick in before the gathering. I noticed if I stick them under my tongue that they dissolve and start to go to work faster. The first hour is like mind-boggling. After that hour, it starts to feel normal, but not normal. Better than normal. Not better than normal, but better than now normal. And I do sleep well. I'm not angry when I sleep. I don't worry when I wake up. I just take that little blue disc, and it helps me accept whatever comes next.
Day 55. I tried to take 3 today, just like Mom did. I went to talk to Melissa's dad today. He knows something is more relaxed on my face. He almost didn't want to open up to me. I think he thinks I'm turning into an elder, but the elders aren't relaxed. I'm relaxed. Mom wasn't relaxed like this. I guess that's what the doctors call a resistance. Maybe that's why she was on so many. But yeah, I knew Melissa's dad was doing some stuff, but he told me he would tell me when he was ready to show me. I don't even know what that means. Are these things even legal? I mean, I guess not, technically, but what even is legal when you don't have police anymore, you just have elders? The doctors have to give them out, and the pharmacy has to count them out, but they are good. They are nice. And I have so many. I haven't counted, but it has to be close to 150. She's got 3 months at a time, and took 3 per day. That's more than I even want to do math for, so maybe there's more than 150. But there won't be soon. Shit. Time to go gather.
Day 56. When you test the limits, things tend to get strange. I took 2 this morning. I like them. I like how they make everything not so harsh. I like that they make everything happier. So I took 2 more at lunch. Melissa noticed. She asked what changed. I told her immediately, without hesitation, what was she gonna do? I asked if she wanted any. She said she would think about it. She agreed that I was happier. I asked, was it a bad thing that I'm happy? I told her I would need these types of medication. I wouldn't need these types of medications if we weren't in such a fucked up situation. I told her I wanted to go back to the way things were. I think I broke a rule, but I also think I don't care anymore. I shouldn't be trapped like a lab rat. None of us should be trapped like lab rats. And if a little blue pill helps me want to fight my way out of the cage, I'll take a little blue pill every day until I die, or they do.
Day 57. I don't think I'm going to take 2 at a time anymore. 1 is nice. 2 is a lot.
I took... allegedly, I took 3 to write day 56,
Yeah.
and then into day 57.
I don't want that. 1 is nice. 2 is a lot. 3 is the magic number, and 4 is company too. Melissa tried 1 today. And after a few hours, she said she understood the appeal to it. She's fine with me taking it. She said that with my family history, I may have ended up taking them at some point in life anyway. She also said that she didn't want to keep taking them because she wants to stay sharp. She wants to stay sharp. Maybe I'm not staying sharp. Maybe it's wise of me not to stay sharp. Maybe for just a little longer. Hopefully, just a little longer.
I went to day 58.
Your dad's gonna fucking call you out again.
I went to the woods today.
I thought you're not allowed to go to the woods.
You're not allowed to go to the woods at night.
Oh, okay, yeah, good
Yeah,
point.
because the woods is where the river
That's
is,
where they get
and they swim in the little creek. Yeah,
and shit. Okay,
yeah. So they're not allowed to be in the woods at night. I went to the woods today. I saw things that I don't know if any of us fully understand. The only thing I know for certain is they can watch us through the mirrors. Melissa's dad invited me out to the woods. We went out pretty far. He did it very strategically. We started in a group of 11, going out into the forest. We took turns splitting up. Only 3 elders would follow us, so as we would split into smaller and smaller groups, we had to see where the elders would follow. It took us 4 tries of splitting and regrouping until we could safely get her father and I alone without being one of the groups with an overwatcher. What he showed me, I don't know if I even believe it. He took a red ribbon, tied it on a squirrel, took what I think was a small makeup mirror, opened the mirror, slowly aiming it at the squirrel and nothing else. Shrieking erupted immediately. He snapped the mirror closed, and before I could even notice what happened to the squirrel, it disappeared. I'm sure it dashed to safety as soon as it heard the shrieking. Quickly, we left the forest. Every single elder was on watch for the rest of the day. They know something happened. I mean, I know something happened, but I'm not even sure what I know. Someone is watching us all through the mirrors. Someone knows I'm writing this right now. Something big is going to happen, and it's going to happen sooner than I think it is.
Yeah, I always thought the mirror rule was a little specific, but I didn't know if you were going to explain it. I like that, especially with the test on the squirrel. That's fun. Day 59. They tried to tell me the plan today. I didn't listen at first. I just went home. That's me. That's regular life. People try to tell me to go out, and I just say nah. I go home. I popped 2 little blue guys, and wouldn't you know it, an hour later, I went back just to hear them out. The plan is simple. Take out as many elders as we can. They all want to wear red. They think this will anger. They think the anger will help cause chaos and make it hard for the elders to communicate with each other. I think the anger will make the elders stronger, but it isn't my plan to argue. They haven't told me the date. They just told me my options are to be silent or to be ready. I think I'll be ready. I think the only reason I'll be ready is because Melissa is ready. I wouldn't be able to get through any more of this without her. Yeah, this was actually the first thing I noticed on your file that you sent over. For some reason, it opened at the end, and I read FBI file, and I went, ooh.
Yeah. So this is a postscript.
Yeah. Got that.
I think the time frame that I picked for this was day 97 or something like that. I'll say this is optional. Do you think that? I
don't. I actually like that there isn't a day.
Okay. Yeah.
I like that it's almost like, imagine the journal is in a Ziploc bag and there's a piece of paper in the bag that explains what the journal is about. Mm-hmm. It's case identity.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
FBI file 09031448KS. The abandoned town currently has no leads. After a thorough investigation, we have no traces of where the inhabitants of the town currently went. Our only lead was a journal from a seemingly young adult who admits to experimenting with drugs and making outlandish claims of the cult's seeming supernatural abilities. There is no evidence that the cult had any divine nature or power. There is no evidence when the cult started. There is no evidence on what the cult wanted. There is no evidence on where the cult went. State authorities turned the case over to the FBI after their investigations had no leads. The town currently remains vacant. Agents will check on the town once per quarter for 12 cycles in hoping of finding leads to locate the missing persons or organizations. At this time, we see this cult as nonviolent. At this time, we find this cult to be no threat to the American people. Case remains open and unsolved.
That's nice. It's a nice framing device. It reminds me of The Whistlers, which is like one of my favorite series on the show. People who go out, I want to say Alaskan Canadian wilderness to research phenomena. And when they get out there, the plane goes down. They get stuck out there. They're in the wilderness. The Whistlers start following them around. And it just kind of makes them all go nuts. But then you actually get eyes on one of them. It takes a long time to get eyes on one of them. But people just start dropping like flies. Mm-hmm. No, it's an interesting framing device, and the reason I compare it to Whistlers is because it's like Whistlers doesn't answer all the questions either. Whistlers puts you in a context, introduces you to a few characters, and then that's just it. It doesn't tell you the beginning. It doesn't explain the Whistlers. You don't understand. You just know that these people are in this situation. And it's a brilliant framing device because you can do anything within that. Mm-hmm. That boundary, which is also a journal. Yeah. Whistlers was a journal entry. Whistlers was I bought a backpack at this estate sale, and inside of the hiking bag was this handwritten journal. Yeah. And it dovetails into a 3-part thing where this guy who finds the journal starts to try to find who wrote it and how the journal got back to humanity, got back to civilization. But the FBI framing device is even more interesting because that means that they got it somehow, that the government got it somehow. But you're telling me that they came back to the town and the town was empty?
Yeah, so in my head...
It's like Roanoke.
Yeah, at day 90, state officials said, we haven't heard anything from this. It's now been 90 days, we need to go investigate. Mm-hmm. It's not uncommon to not hear from small towns, but let's just send someone to go see what happened. They end up sending, a scout goes out, sees it. What the fuck? No one's here. Someone else goes in, they do a whole investigation, and the state is just like, we can't handle this. Calls the FBI. FBI scans everything, and the only thing that they find this journal.
Up and down the town, they find this journal.
And they find other
relics.
Yeah, and the FBI labels it a cult. Yeah. Not knowing, and they can't take this story of a person who admits to taking drugs as factual. So all they can do is label this as an unsolved cult.
And when you talk
they
about
took
it
everybody
on paper,
in the town.
Talking about it on paper also makes it sound like a cult. You have elders, you have rules, you have structures, you have a higher caste, a lower caste, a ritual process. Yeah.
And they have no evidence of the technology not working.
Or the supernatural.
Yeah, or any of the supernatural. The elders aren't there, so they can't see the things.
In my headcanon, I'm in two different camps, and tell me if you thought about either of these things in your own writing process. Did the reason, and my inspiration for this reasoning is Under the Dome, Stephen King, Under the Dome. Okay. Contact lens drops on a Midwestern town, totally translucent, totally transparent, but cars run into it. Smash. Eventually people realize birds run into it up top. It goes 300 miles in the air. It's like someone dropped a plastic fucking contact lens onto the planet from above. Twist reveal, aliens, but it cuts off electricity, it cuts off radio signal, it cuts off. It's basically an EMP, but it's a because it's a physical thing, because it's a physical barrier. It's cutting all frequencies. So they slowly lose electricity, they lose resources, they go and they go crazy in there. Everyone goes nuts. It's Lord of the Flies. So in my head, scenario 1 is, did something happen to this town in this universe that displaced them? Is the town displaced? Or did something systematically happen to it that shut it down in a more scientific sense? Like, is this high fantasy or is this high science? Like, is this science fiction or is this science fantasy?
I would assume fantasy.
Because in my head, the fantasy side of it is almost like these
it was
elders
mind
came
control.
up. Yeah, almost like these elders came up and either flipped them to like a mirror dimension where they are now stuck on the inside of a bubble looking out and no one is able to look in.
Well, it's, and something that I didn't necessarily go into is the elders are a hive mind.
No, it's implied.
Yeah.
It's implied.
So,
100%.
there's definitely like that hive mind
it's implied.
aspect.
They're always watching. They're always connected to one another. They have a system. I got that.
Yeah.
Totally.
So, it's definitely fantasy-esque because, I don't... Again, it's hard to like, I haven't written like a day zero of everything happening.
Yeah.
But in my head, like, these it started with 30. They go into the cave and they come out as different beings, parasites, whatever you want to imagine it as. And they are the hive mind. They take over. And those first few days, a couple hundred people die, and one of the elders dies.
Yeah, they call.
And then it's, I forget what the first number is. I think 228 or something. And
more, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. And there's 29 elders because it started as 30. So they drop down, like maybe 100, 150 within that first week. And he talks about that a little bit. But then once they have that first mass exodus, that's when they start like actually keeping track of how many people are there.
Yeah. The second thing that I was thinking about more in regards to like not sure if these concepts were in your head as you were going forward, but I started to think, is there more significance to the eldritch like mirror quality of it? Is there something more to be said about the mirrors? Is there something more to be? And so when you revealed that, I think like Lewis Carroll, like Through the Looking Glass, like we just, is this a different dimension? Are they being taken somewhere else? Or is this really just like, and here's the thing that I thought of almost immediately the minute you read the rules, the village. Are these people, that one's willful. Mm-hmm. This is against their will.
Yeah. So
willfully choosing to live like Mennonites, like the Amish, like whatever, that's
what the
village.
FBI assumes.
Yeah,
they
village,
have to assume that.
The village says this is an off-the-grid cult living on a private compound. But the implication of this story is, no, this was a town. Mm-hmm. This was a literal town, paved streets, had systems, had post office, had a pharmacy, had fucking means, resources.
Yeah, trade.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They had commerce. Overnight, over the course of 90 days, total pitch black, total silence, total, like something came up out of the ground, flipped a switch, changed the entire thing, and then sucked it back down. And there's something horrifying and interesting about that, because when we think about, I'm drawing back to the eldritch quality of it, these things, they, and the Roanoke was specifically what I wanted to allude to, what I'm asking if this is where your head is at, headcanon wise. Does this coup at the end fail so miserably that the elders just fucking took everyone back down underground, just went right back into the cave? Like, is that where everyone went? If you're not seeing body parts and shit all in the streets, if we're not describing destruction,
because there's no dead bodies.
Exactly, it's gone.
Yeah, like it's just gone.
Peace. Yeah. Yep. In your head is your own personal explanation that they've been dragged back down to the caves. They went back where they came from.
Yeah.
Or am I filling in those gaps?
I kind of imagined it in my head as the elders ended up slaughtering everyone and then cleaning up after themselves.
And then piecing.
Yeah. Like,
okay. I thought they maybe would have taken some prisoners, but you're saying that they just chalked it up to a bad run of Sims.
Yep. And
delete file.
Take them all out. Let's clean up after ourselves so that the hive mind entity doesn't
we don't want
draw
anyone
attention.
to come. We don't want to. Yeah, we don't want people to come and find us. We don't want this system to be taken.
Which is why the journal is one of the only pieces of evidence.
Yeah, they wouldn't know.
Yeah.
I would say that if there was one thing to add to the FBI file, it would be like journal was found under floorboards in bedroom H. There's a reason why no one found this. We specifically found this when we were meticulously taking these houses apart, trying to research everything. But it's all implied. What I mean to say is it's all implied. And let me just tell you, that was fantastic.
Thank you.
I loved reading that.
Thank you.
That was very fun.
Yeah,
that was very fun, and you didn't need to explain half of that.
Mm-hmm.
We very much could have just jumped into that, and I would have liked it just as much. I don't think there is a drop off in quality. I really don't. I
appreciate that.
I think
because that was what I was nervous about.
Well, you were self-conscious. You were less confident.
I'm always going to be self-conscious about being vulnerable and putting, my writings public.
But I'm even just saying, in the world of the character, it's completely sold. You could have replaced clonazepam with I've been dipping into my father's whiskey that he left when he got turned into an elder. You could turn it into Melissa started injecting me with stuff, and I know to not ask questions. Like it could have gone so many different ways, but it's not going to change the fact that this character has a system that they relate to, and they're slowly growing to be a little bit more unreliable and a little bit sloppy. And in universe, you buy it 100% because I would also want to be high if this were happening to me. I wouldn't want to be thinking about all this shit.
And especially not knowing he had access to that. And then immediately having access to it because, Mom kept it in her bathroom and now it's fucking mine.
Yeah, you kind of go ham, especially when you lose caffeine, you lose your current high. People don't want to talk about addictive substances. Let's talk about caffeine.
Yeah.
Anyway, no, that was really fun. That was really good. Quality was great. Writing style was good. Pacing was fantastic. And note, great. Ends like we were talking about. Ends exactly where you needed it to. It doesn't need to be more. Could you have padded this out another hour? Could you have added another 30 things where something more and more happens? Of course you could have. But
and I thought long and hard about writing a journal entry of the slaughter.
Yeah,
but thematically it can't exist.
Wasn't he gonna be a part of it?
Yeah, exactly. Like thematically it cannot exist.
The only thing you could have done is the sister finds the journal after the main character is dead.
Well, so I had that idea, but the only I'm portraying this in my head as like a little. What would you call that? Like a 6x8 notebook?
Yeah, one of those.
And each, like a diary,
You kept yourself constrained because you were saying it was a part of the form.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She was going to find it, flip to the next page, and just big, bold letters, they killed my brother, I'm going to kill them.
Oh, okay.
If the sister ever... Because I was going to do that.
Because in my head canon, you're telling me that I would have just written... My brother died today.
Yeah.
I found his journal when I went into his room, and I knew where he liked to hide his stuff, like his pills. The elders, there's not many of them left, but they shut that shit down pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
they said they're taking us with them today, and then just fucking end.
Yeah, that would have been.
You know, like that's where my head goes. Is like they wouldn't have killed everyone. I don't know if they would have done a full reset because there's still. You take every fraction of like human error or human
and especially if they're watching through the mirrors, they know who's innocent.
They know who,
You know, like.
Yeah. So we're super analyzing it, and there's definitely going to come down. You know, there's something to be gleaned there, and I like that you don't give all the answers. That it makes it. You know, I think our imagination, what we're able to come up with ourselves, will always and forever be more terrifying than the words we're able to put down on the page.
I will say I was considering using one of those like AI readers and making this like a TikTok series.
Oh, nice!
You know, like dual releasing it as one a day for however many days there are.
Well, I have I have been
30
saying
some.
I have been saying that I think when I take everyone's stuff and I actually catalog it and I break it down, I actually might start posting it on Reddit on No Sleep and say credited author listen here.
Yeah.
Time code listen here. You know, and then maybe we get more listeners, maybe we get more people, but it's also a way to share our stories with everyone. You know. I also plan on doing I'm cut this, but I do plan on going through everything, soft editing everything, going to everyone for approval, doing chapter artwork, and then printing it.
Okay.
I want to make a book for everyone.
Sure. That'd be sick.
For everything that we wrote.
Yeah, that would be sick.
No, I'm it always makes me like fucking happy to still be surprised when I do this. Because like from the minute I first sat down and recorded with my first person, one of the first experiences I felt was surprise. And so it's like to know that these people have this stuff inside of them, have this creativity inside of them, have these fucking words ready inside of them. It's so much fun. It was just so much fun. And
it's when you look at the friend group and like the bubble overall, the ones that are on the more creative end are the ones who want to record more often. So you just end up getting, you know, like the pool of people recording versus the pool of the friend group as a whole.
Sure.
You know, like when I talked to my roommate and said, "Are you writing a story?" And he went, "Abso-fucking-lutely not," knowing full well he hasn't recorded with you in probably years.
No, we've recorded recently. But you're right. You're right. We recorded. Yeah, but, we recorded recently, but it's the type of thing where it is pulling teeth. And like I said, I had to force his hand. So it's like I knew at the gate. If I asked, you know, there are 35 people on the show. I'm asking 28 of them if they want to record, and I get 20 yeses and like 8 not really maybes. And then the longer I hold on to the 8, it becomes 5 less. And then as we get towards actually writing and me actually following up with people, I lose another 3. And then as we start doing it, 2 more people say, "I don't know." And then I say, "No, fuck you. You've been telling me for months that you're going to do this, so you're going to fucking do it." And I forced their hand and they did. But I told myself, you know, when we were at 20, I was like, 20 is a good number. 20 is fine. 20 I am happy with. Yeah. So
is that's what we ended with? Was 20?
Ended with 20.
Okay.
20 out of 35. So it's more than half. I'm okay with that. So it's 5, 5, 5, and then me. Well, 2, 17, and then me, and then 2 more.
Okay.
So that's where you get. It's 5, 5, 5, and then 5 over the last 3 episodes.
Yeah.
Just because they wrote a substantial amount of information. What are your final thoughts on this? Are you happy to have done this? Are you happy to have gotten this out? It seems like you are.
I shared it with people in the middle of the process. I've shared it with people at work as something that I am proud to have done.
I'm happy.
Yeah, and I do want to. I think it may have. I've always thought that in a different multiverse, of Earth. Where am I? You know, the human is a writer somewhere. And I imagine that as something that I could have done.
You still can be.
Yeah, I still can be.
You still can be. And I'm not even saying that as like a fucking life coach.
Yeah. No,
I'm just being serious. There's so many people where it's like, they did not start writing till they were 40.
Yeah.
They had gotten through so much shit in their life that didn't work, did work, bored them, whatever.
Yeah.
And they just sat down one day and said, fuck it.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know me, I'm never gonna deny the fuck it button. I think what this has showed me even more, like, I wrote 100 pages for this.
Yeah, I heard.
Did I know that I had that in me? Am I surprised? Not at all.
And you know what? I've been reading more since I've been writing too.
And I think that's great too.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm always happy to hear that people are reading more. Even if it's not thematically the same shit. Even someone like Strawberry Shortcake is like, I've actually been reading more this last year than I ever have. And I'm just like, yeah, like that's
great.
That's what happens. You get into a mindset. But it's like, I knew what I wanted to write. I had been bouncing, so I knew that the writing special was going to be a thing for a while now. I knew I was working towards 300. If we even go back to episode 250, I feel like I was vaguely talking about it, and that was
I remember
2
you
years
talking
ago.
about it at not this thing game, the thing game before.
Yeah, that's 2 years ago.
So
2 years ago, we're already talking about this. I'm already saying, hey, we played a game for 200. We did like a LARP RPG thing. What if we actually put our money where our mouth is and let's do like the 300 special? Let's do our own campfire. And like, it's one thing to read other people's shit. It's another thing to shit where you eat. And so it's like, I thought it would be fun, and it has been fun, and I'm not surprised at all that people are bringing their fucking A games to this. You're an example of that. It's just, I think...
Well, I had plenty of C&D games to throw away.
Fair.
To throw away first.
I didn't toss anything, but I definitely deleted swaths of stuff. Once I had my ideas, I was stuck in those ideas. I almost I stubbornly stayed with those ideas.
I used the method acting method
of being
method writing
of being in universe, being in character, doing the thing. I appreciate the dedication that it takes to fucking
to get high,
to fucking dose and do some shit. Anyway, final thoughts. Where am I? Any message for the audience?
Let me get real fucking deep here. You are never too old to make a decision. The sunk cost fallacy is exactly that. The amount of time you have put into something does not mean you need to put more time into something.
That's fair.
Make a change at any point in your life, because you can always go backwards. And going backwards is okay too. Try new things. Maybe it works out a lot better than you think it is. And what do you have to lose? A job you don't want anyway?
Yeah, that's fair. I feel like if I were to have offered myself that advice, I want to say even as little as like 4 or 5 years ago, I would have like moved to a different country. I think I'm held back by my sentimentality. Yeah. I think I'm too sentimental about things I probably shouldn't be, or things that would make me a less interesting individual. But I'd rather be sentimental and more interesting.
See, I have a very interesting life.
Yeah, to say the least.
Did I tell you I went backpacking the other week for the first time in like 15 years?
You had told me a little bit about the experience.
Yeah. So I've been, and not that I'd never been backpacking, but like it was one of those things that I was like, well, I literally like texted my mom, hey, here's how to find me if I die.
you should just brought fucking Apple Tag with you.
Oh, fuck that shit, no. The GPS was on my Fitbit.
Oh, okay,
So that was the thing. Here's access to here's how you log into my Fitbit and find my GPS location. If you don't hear, you're not going to hear from me this night, but if you don't hear from me by then, here's how to find me. You
Hell
know,
yeah.
here's where the car's parked.
That's responsible.
Yeah.
That's very responsible of you. I'm actually surprised at how responsible that is.
Well, part of it was responsible and part of it was hopeful.
Well, part of it's just realistic.
Yeah. It's
127 hours version of WhereAmI is he falls into a ditch, his leg gets caught between rocks. He eats it, but he eats it because he wanted to, not because he eats his good leg, the one that's not stuck.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. Anyway, I'm gonna mirror your sentiments. I'm gonna say that this platform more than ever has shown me that, like, you really can just fucking do whatever you want, and someone out there will find a reason to tell you that it's good. You know, like, if you're looking for some type of acknowledgement, if you're looking for, you know, a medium that works, I would say podcasting and writing are probably two of the easiest that anyone can get into.
Yeah.
I think you go back like 10 years ago, people would have said, what the fuck's a podcast? But now we're at this point where it's like everyone and their mom
like
has a
15
podcast.
Years more than 10.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's still just to the point where it's like, you know, we're nothing but a couple of fucking now 30-year-old idiots that sit on a couch and talk dumb shit to each other.
Yeah, that started as 20-year-old
You're
idiots.
exactly. You're no different. You know, you can do the same thing. You know, I hear from our fans all the time about how, like, we inspired them to do their own shit, and that's where I'm like, cool, like, come on the show, talk to me about it. Like, you wrote something, send it to me. I'd love to give you a platform. I'd even fucking read it with you and talk to you about it. You know, like, I've talked to authors on here before. I've read their stuff with them. You know, this is a platform where I just think that creative people, we come together and we just get stupid and we just have fun with it. And so that's it. This is evidence more than any. You know, I give you a platform, I give you a stage for a moment, you dance like a monkey, I fucking laugh, it's great, we have a good time.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, I hope you don't know where you are either. 'Cause where am I?
So,
oh, hell yeah.
So the reason I wanted to stop you before we got into it is because this is the conversation I think a lot of people like to open with.
Sure.
Which is where you know, like, one of the first things you said was, this isn't what I intended to write.
No, it's not at all.
So what was the first attempt?
So for me, right, I'm like I have like a weird relationship with like horror in general, because when I was like little, I was a fucking scaredy cat. Like, everything scared me. Everything. I wouldn't go within 50 feet of horror movies, like, ever, because they scared me so bad. It didn't matter how bad it was. It didn't matter how cheap the special effects were. I didn't care if I could see the wires behind something. It would scare the shit out of me.
It's almost worse the more practical it was.
Yeah, exactly. And like, I was, everything scared me. I was terrified of everything. I've also always had really like vivid and intense nightmares, which was apparently something that just kind of like runs in my family. Is like, you know, nightmares and like sleep issues, actually.
Yeah.
Ironically. And so I was like, all right, I'm gonna write. But then when I started to get into horror, I didn't really start to get like into it until I was like in college. And then I was like, okay, because I started to get into like scary video games.
Yeah.
Because like I just like video games so much as like a horror storytelling medium, because being in it is so fucking scary.
Which is funny, because watching something or reading something, there's playing something, they're all different in different ways. Like, watching something is very passive, but you could still see something visually horrifying, terrifying. Reading something is more a play on your mind. It's more of a play on like what you can conjure up and kind of what sits at the forefront versus background of your mind, and like the type of things that you you read, you find yourself thinking about later. So that's the lingering effect of reading something and how the vibe can unsettle you. But then video games is a completely different thing. We've talked about it so many times because it's just like, it always surprises me when you say that, because it's just like, I know you watch your partner play a lot of the times, but like
I make him
it's
do it.
so much different to pick up the controller and be the reasoning why you're going into the basement, being the reason why you're investigating that sound you just heard outside, like being the reason that your character may or may not die from a situation, you know, that there's so much more responsibility involved in that process.
And you know what it is? I think that like I'm also such a social person, and I always have been, and I think that like the element of like what's the word I'm looking for? It's like a social I don't know, I feel like it's a bonding experience, you know, because I'm like, okay, I'm gonna watch this terrible thing. But you're gonna be in it with me. You know, like you're gonna be in it with me. And
you're just
we're
looking
do
for the cooperative experience as far as like horror can be. It can be something that's very productive for multiple people because they don't want to be alone when they're diving into that pool.
Exactly. And so I think that it's become such a like social, it's become such like a social activity for me. And like as I've been getting into more like, and I've always kind of liked scary stories, but I got more and more into them again. Like after I, you know, left the house and I was more in college, I got more and more into like scary stories. But I've been a Stephen King fan forever because my mom was a Stephen King fan. And I found, especially when I started to write my own scary stories, and ironically, the very first story I ever had published in anything, which was in my college magazine, was like a scary story. And it was, for me, the kind of fear that I find most profound is that when you're dealing with something liminal in nature, like something that just isn't right, or that just doesn't make sense. And so originally I wanted to write something more like that. Or even go back and
King is really good at. He's really good at taking something that's totally normal and turning it on its head and making it very unsettling.
Very unsettling, exactly. And so I was like,
a car, a house, a hotel, a dad, a girl. Yeah.
A girl. Oh yeah, a girl. A girl, like everything. And so I originally wanted to like do something like that. But then I sat down and I was like, all right, what's the scariest fucking thing that's happened to me ever? And then I was like, it's fucking insomnia. It's insomnia. It's the worst and most horrifying thing that's ever happened to me.
So is that what you ended up writing about?
Yes, I ended up writing about. I just sat down and I just fucking vomited this out. It is barely edited. But when I tell you, and it's so funny because like I always do, I put everything off and I put it off and I put it off, and then I was like, all right, I gotta fucking do this. Come on, girl boss, sit down. And then I sat down and I was like, what am I gonna fucking write? And then I swear to God, it just happened. I literally wrote this. I wrote this in 2 days.
Yeah.
Like, I think it was like 2 like 3-hour sessions or 4-hour sessions. And then I only edited it like once. So it's barely edited. But I swear to God, I was possessed by a demon.
Yeah, if you open that document, and now that you have access to it, if you don't feel like waiting 6 weeks for me to read anything, I wrote 100 pages, but it's 4 different stories.
Wow.
The first story, the first 20 pages came out of me. Don't know what happened. Just like you said, it was just 20 pages. Suddenly it was on the paper and I was like, okay. And I really didn't need to edit it. That's when something just sounds right the first time, you really don't go back and feel the need to be extra about it. Like usually I'm pretty counterintuitive. I'm like, I'm overly meticulous. The other side of it is like I'm my own worst enemy in the regards that I'm my own biggest critic. I'm going to be as critical about this as I can because I want it to be good. So I'm going to sit and stare at the same sentence until it sounds right. Not with that first story. Not with that first story. I want to say the same thing. I want to say that I wrote it all in one day, and I was just like, that'll do. And like it ends on a cliffhanger, and I was like, it could go other places, but that, the story I wanted to tell is the story that I wrote. And so when someone like you tells me it's like, yeah, it took me 2 days, I sat down, I just kind of hammered it out, and then I was happy with it when I was done. Like, I'm not surprised at all.
Exactly. I was really like, yeah, it's funny because as we're talking, a plot hole did occur to me, and then I was just like, you know what, I don't fucking care.
Well, we'll
like,
talk about it. If I pick up on it, we'll talk about it. But yeah.
I write, I write books. I actually just finished my second book.
Yeah.
And I just sent that off to my my beta readers, and we're gonna probably talk about it in a little bit. But my books are usually I'm actually, believe it or not, like, because I do fantasy romance. I am like a horrific underwriter. I'm not like, and it's so funny because when you're trolling around on social media, for a lot of authors, they're like, oh yeah, my first draft was like 150,000 words. And I had to cut it back, and I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Mine is like, I shoot for 70,000 words, which is about a 200-page book-ish, a little over 200 pages. And then I go back, and usually when I edit, don't get me wrong, things get cut, things get moved around, things get changed. But the biggest thing for me is like, I usually end up expanding.
Oh, yeah.
And with this story, because it was so short, it's funny because I ended up going on for longer than I expected to, because I was like, shit, I don't know if I can make 10 pages and all this shit. And I actually,
it was a 5-page minimum. You didn't need to be so hard on yourself.
No, I know. I just I was like, all right, I'm going to try to hit 10 pages. If I can't, no big deal. I can just make it double spaced like I did in college. And then, but then I ended up going beyond 10, and I was like, okay, perfect. And honestly, I probably could have gone on for longer because I was having so much fun in that space. Good. But it was also very
That's usually
emotional.
The last question I ask is, how did you feel about this? So I'm glad to get that out of the way ahead of time. You had fun doing it.
No, I had so much fun doing it, and then it was a very emotional experience for me.
You did mention that. Yeah, I was going to bring that up afterwards too. I was going to say, so how does this make you feel?
Oh my god, my therapist. It's you.
It's
been you all along. It's me.
I do want a quick shout out. Check out Rowan Chant on
Yes, please.
Amazon. Where else?
It's mostly on Amazon right now, but I have a website. It's also Rowan with an E, so ROWEN, and then Chant, CHANT, and it's just rowanchant.com, and that'll take you to my first book, which is published, and then there's a teaser for my second book, which I'm hoping I'll have out before before summer. I think I could probably do spring, but we'll see. I hate editing, and it takes me.
I usually ask someone else to kind of do a highlight run just to get my eyes off of the things that I feel like are glaring.
Yep, exactly. Like writing, I can spit that shit out in no time at all. Editing, I
will sit in a hole for a year.
Oh yeah. Forever. Like I wrote my second book in probably. I took tons of breaks because it's been a really tough year, but I wrote it in I probably spent maybe less than 6 months on it total. And then I spent a year and a half editing.
Yeah. No, that's how it is though. I think I finished writing all of this stuff. Well, my first 3 stories, I want to say I got to page 94. And I was that was all before July 15th. Because I started recording with people. I was like, oh, some people are already done. They're ready to go. They want to get this done as soon and as fast as possible. So I just kind of hammered 94 pages out. And then I sat and I stared at them over the last 2 months. And over that time, I have been doing some editing. But then this last story just kind of happened, which took me another 10 pages. I mean, truthfully, I've said it on other episodes to other people. I got to 94 pages and I was like, I really want to break 100. I just want to say I broke 100 on this thing. Like, I just want to say that, like, I felt
good.
different vibes. I felt different things happening. Well, the funny thing is like this story, you know, this series, Lots of Pasta in general. Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the show. I'm here with Cannibal Siren.
Hi.
We have hit different vibes for a very long time. I want to say that most things fall into like 4 different camps, and it's usually the sources that determine that. Starting with creepypasta, that's your creature feature, that's your Saturday morning special, that's your we're doing this for the spooky sake. We want to be spooky for spooky's sake. Then there's No Sleep, which is the more popular, which is the slice of life, which is the amateur horror, you know, sometimes published, you know, you never know what you're going to get. But it's usually very, I'm writing this to put my perspective out there, and I'm trying to sell that narrative as this is happening to me right now type of thing. Then there's unsettling stories, which is usually gross out. I compare it to like a Sam Raimi flick where it's usually over the top to be over the top. Like they just get yoked on being yoked. And that's where all the, you know, the gross stuff happens. That's usually where, like, I don't know, bodily fluids. Every bodily fluid has come out in those stories. Every single one.
I always call it, I call it the goo.
The goo. That is the goo.
It's
yeah,
gooey.
unsettling stories is the goo. And then there's the fourth camp, which we've shied away from, I would say, somewhere around the first 100 or so episodes. It's just like we kind of got out of our system, you know, back when this show was more about getting high and sitting around the campfire and being dumbasses with each other. Troll stories, specifically stories that are written to be awful, written to be stupid, written to be funny, you know, that's the fourth vibe. And let me tell you, one of the more important things you said was like writing horror. Let me just say right now, I never explicitly asked you to write horror. I just asked you to write. In fact, I wanted you to bring some of your freaky deaky monster fucking to this.
I know,
special.
and I wanted, and I will say there's a vibe in the story.
Okay.
There's
I mean,
a vibe.
the vibe is you. You are the vibe.
Oh, I'm the vibe.
But it's just like, you know, you mentioned something else to me, which was like one of the first things you ever wrote was horror related. Why have we never read it on the show?
God, it's been so long. I even still have it. I have it somewhere. And it's funny because I wrote that, and then I wrote another somewhat similar, very short kind of horror story like that as well.
So
that
what
one
you're
was
saying
about...
is on another episode between you and I, when you have more time, you can help me read both of those, and then you could read some freaky deaky monster fucking shit with me.
Absolutely. Because if you want.
Because it didn't happen here, I need it to happen on your next episode.
Exactly. And I mean, if you want, I could even bring in a clip from my second book, actually, because I wrote a werewolf book, and I did indeed put a chase in there.
Yes, because I'm giving you full authority for your next episode. It's going to be called Your Mandate, and we're going to sit down. We're going to sit down on your mandate, and we're going to read like the first horror thing you ever wrote, your follow-up, and then we're going to read some stuff from your freaky deaky monster fucking brain.
But freaky deaky books. Yeah, I'll put together a tentacle story just for you guys.
No, but it's like I knew you, obviously you have your experience. We've talked about it before. We know that you're out there, you have your own, you know, works out in the ether. So it's just like when I give someone like you a writing prompt, I'm not boxing you in, I'm not caging you in. I just said write what you want to write. And I said the same thing to everyone. I said, you know, if it helps, the veiled threat of horror or creepy or unsettling can be your guide, can be your backup, can be your atmosphere, your aesthetic. But I know better than to tell everyone what to write. I knew exactly how this was going to go. At this specific point, 2 episodes are already out. 10 people are already out there, so everyone's already listening. This is going to be the 3rd episode, so this is the next 5 people. So 15 people are already out there right now. If you're listening on Spotify, I want everyone, as a reminder, you can vote for your favorite person on each episode. You could just say, this person wrote the best story, or I really like this person and they deserve more accolades. That's the reason you go behind and you just continue filling the polls that exist on Spotify to say who's your favorite person or who's wrote your favorite story that you've listened to.
I love it.
You know, out of the first 10 people, I would say 3 of them wrote troll stories.
I love it.
That they specifically came to the table to say, fuck you, you can't tell me what to do. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. And then we got another one on this episode. So, you know what? I'm just down for whatever people want to bring to the table, obviously.
I fear I approached this very genuinely.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
I'm excited about it, and I'm nervous too because, man, like I haven't read it out loud yet, so if it sucks, I'll kill myself, I guess.
First off, I don't think you won't do it. First off, second off,
I mean it this time.
I swear. Second off, I know it's not going to suck because I know you, and I think whatever you're saying that this caused an emotional reaction. I don't think there's any way that we don't find meaning in it.
Oh boy, I hope so. Fingers crossed.
Do you want to read it? Do you want to get into it?
Yeah, I would love to read it,
so actually. The title, just to talk about it for a sec, is This Happens Every Night.
Yes.
Okay, I mean, I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory because we've talked about our insomnia before. I've even talked to you about sleep paralysis, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, exactly. And yeah, I think that I hope anybody who experiences like chronic issues with sleeping and things like that, I
have found something that helps, by the way.
Oh, what is it? What is it?
It's like a mushroom tea.
Ooh, now that's interesting because that's actually something I haven't tried before because, man, I have tried so many things, and so whenever somebody actually tells me something I haven't tried yet, it's very exciting. So
they come
please,
in, I do the chai, and it helps me. It knocks me out within like an hour. So I always take it like an hour before I'm thinking of going to bed. And then it comes in like hot cocoa. It comes in like coffee, like not caffeinated, obviously, but it's just like tastes.
Yeah.
And it's all natural ingredients too. So it's like I'm averse to melatonin. So
melatonin has never done shit for me.
Yeah.
Never done shit.
I think there's like similar chemicals in this, but the fact that it helps me at least go down and not feel like a piece of shit getting up. Like usually it's the weed where I'm like,
yes,
yeah, this'll knock me out in 20 minutes, but then I wake up and I usually don't feel great.
No, same. I especially like depending on how much
yeah.
Just fucking, cotton mouth, like feeling like garbage. Yeah, that's I
wake up like
no,
my breath so spicy.
No, literally on Friday night I got home and I had like I did because I went out to the bars I actually went out with Michelle, who we went to college with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went out with her and her former elementary school teacher, who fucking rocked, by the way.
Rip your shit up.
Yeah, no, she was fucking awesome. We went to my favorite punk bar and we were just like, hanging out. And then I got back to my house and I took like I took like a 30 milligram edible and then like smoked like a motherfucker, and I passed out for like 11 hours, and that's why I woke up on Saturday and I was like, oh my
God, I'm awake, I swear. And I was like, you're not even on the right day. It's like, it's fine.
Oh, well, that explains that, because I was still fucking high when I woke up.
Hell yeah, dude. I do that. That happens every night. No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
I wish it did.
Oh, damn.
Oh my god. Okay, well, let me open up my fucking sad story.
So,
Okay.
Cannibal Siren is going to read her story. This happens every night.
Utter darkness. Check. Rain sounds playing. Check. Temperature at a cool 68 degrees. Check. Sleeping mask. Check. Meds. Check. Perfect. I lay in bed, more prepared for sleep than most people are for major surgery. There's no ticking clock, just a phone turned upside down on the bedside, cheerily playing the comforting sounds of rain and nature. There's no reason to be worried in my bedroom when I've got every type of sleep aid known to man on my nightstand. The rain sounds drone on in the background, pleasantly quiet, but just noisy enough to focus on instead of the bubbling, racing thoughts lurking at the edge of my mind. It should soothe me. Some meaningless time passes, pulsing around me like it's something alive. The sleeping mask presses down gently on my face, blocking my burning eyes from the intrusion of any unwanted light. It feels like my skin is burning from the inside, even though I was cold only seconds ago. I don't feel tired. The cold, painful fingers of anxiety slip between the spaces in my ribcage and squeeze my heart like a child with a small animal they don't know is breakable. I take a deep breath, steeling myself to remain calm in spite of the mounting urge to panic and rip the mask off of my face. This happens every night.
She said it. She said the thing. She said the thing. Let's get it. Let's fucking go, boys.
It's okay. You can say the thing. Let's fucking go, boys.
Let's fucking go.
Get in, loser. We're having insomnia. It's a sad attempt at reassurance. This has happened every night, but I occasionally manage to sleep in spite of it. Panicking will get me nowhere. It only chases the elusive beast of falling asleep further away from me until morning comes, and I'm left wide awake in the sheets, eyes burning and skull throbbing with a lack of rest that ticks one miserable night closer to death. The only way to find sleep is to stop looking for it. The only way to stop myself from panicking about my inability to rest is to be unbothered. Like when you force yourself to stay calm in the presence of a bear or a cougar, slowly walking away until the creature loses interest and returns to the woods from whence it came.
Hell yeah.
I take deep breaths, exhaling out the mounting anxiety that dances across my chest and curdles the acid in my stomach. Everything will be okay. I will be okay. I will sleep eventually. Everyone has to. It doesn't work. It never works. I rip the mask off. My skin crawls with the invisible sensation of insects crawling across it. I rip the blankets off of me, kicking them to the foot of the bed in a desperate flail worthy of a fish out of water. The fake rain sounds drizzle delightfully in the background, impassive to my misery and mocking the racing thoughts that now speed around my skull like marbles on a track clacking together violently. The room feels smaller than it did when I laid down. I turn on the lamp, bathing the furniture in a dim yellow light that felt comforting when I was getting ready for bed. Now it makes the room around me look as sick as I feel. The knickknacks and furniture watch me with the boredom only an inanimate object can produce as I put my head into my hands and exhale deeply, skin and bones and blood still vibrating with an emotion that's getting closer and closer to terror. It's 1:38 a.m. I get out of bed, wincing as my feet hit the floor with more force than I intended. My body aches more and more the older I get, especially when it rains. It's not raining. I stand up, stretching my arms high enough over my head to hear a crack from my shoulders. It doesn't help, but the ritual makes me feel like I'm doing something better than laying in bed until the blanket of misery swallows me whole. This happens every night.
Yo, she said it. Oh shit.
Don't say a fucking shit. The living room feels further away than usual, down a hallway that should frighten me in the dark. I don't care right now, oddly enough. Television gleams on the wall, black glass shimmering like a portal as I sit down heavily in front of it and snatch the remote wedged firmly between two couch cushions. It flickers on when I click the button 3 times, flashing with a happy pink glow as I search for something calming to watch before I return to the prison of my bed and try to lure sleep to me once again. Wash across the screen, back and forth with a gentle hum as a narrator explains the aquatic food chain to me in a low voice. The heaviness in my bones and blood seems to grow more pleasant as I force my eyes to train onto the waves, determined not to look at the phone in my room or do anything but follow the advice of many doctors that explained what to do when I can't sleep. Can't or won't? Can't, I remind myself bitterly, tilting my head towards the hallway in an absent-minded motion of my chin. Hallway is always a little odd late at night. Too dark and too long to see to the end of, stretching like an artery from the front of the house to the back. When people come over and stay late enough to greet nighttime, they always comment on how frightening it looks. The darkness flickers with motion as I admire it so fast it could have been my imagination. My heart clenches again, seizing with fear and worry as I force my head back to the TV to stare at a school of fish plunging into the darkness of an abyss. That darkness is welcoming in a nightmarish way. I wonder if the fish are tired too. This happens every night. The documentary drones on and on. My vision blurs and burns with exhaustion as I stare at the endless stretches of blue, flashes of colorful fish streaking across the screen like trailing ribbons in the currents. I don't know how much time passes in this imitation of existence. Maybe I'm tired enough to try and sleep again. The walk back to my bedroom feels longer than it should. I don't bother to turn on the lights for fear of chasing the elusive specter of sleep away. My hands run along the wall, feeling divots in the drywall and crumbling layers of paint bump against my palm as I feel for my bedroom door. I can only hear the sound of my bare feet padding along slowly. The air thickens. The hairs on the back of my neck prickle and then stand up straight, a line of thin soldiers desperately trying to tell me there's something wrong. My hand searches blindly for the doorknob and I feel nothing until it strikes something solid in the darkness. For a moment, I'm relieved. It's cold, like metal, like my doorknob. And then I hear something breathe. My hand jerks back only to feel something viscous and sticky all over my palm. I jump backwards, silencing a scream as my back hits the wall behind me. My head knocks against it hard enough to see stars, but I squint at the darkness anyway, searching for a shape that my eyes can't make out until it shifts towards me. Too many limbs shrouded in an unending blackness cross my vision, spindly and winding and horrific as they stretch towards my face. It's too vast and alien for my sleep-deprived mind to comprehend. A writhing but stiff mass of pale limbs, thin at the tips and thick the closer it gets to a fleshy-looking body that every arm protrudes from, like a bunch of broken straws stuck onto a lumpy mass of clay that undulates with a rapid heartbeat, oddly in tune with my own. It makes my stomach turn and my body shake, like it's rejecting what it can't comprehend even as it pulsates in front of me. What the fuck do I do? Like any good prey, I flee. I flee back to the living room, flipping on the light as I jump onto the couch. Yellow light streams down from the fixture above me, bathing the room in a brightness up to the harsh line of the hallway that fades into endless darkness. A heartbeat passes, and then another. I try to slow my frantic breathing and pounding heartbeat, eyes trained on the hallway in front of me, searching endlessly for long limbs and a shapeless presence of something that shouldn't exist. After a few moments, I see nothing. I wonder if I'm hallucinating again. Maybe the sleep deprivation is finally getting to me. I have to make another appointment with a real psychiatrist. And then something moves in the unending blackness, too long and too tall. I swallow the bile, filling my mouth, ignoring how it burns down the back of my throat. Long limbs stretch towards me from the darkness. I don't see any fingers or anything that could be mistaken for a humanoid shape. My wide eyes stare at it dumbly, watching it move closer and closer, threatening to cross the threshold of light with every fraction of an inch until something sizzles and the thing screams. It's so loud, I feel the floor and walls shake, rattling the thrifted picture frames and curtain rods and silly tchotchkes I've surrounded myself with over the years. A glass vase falls onto the ground and shatters into 1,000 pieces to my left, and I watch the long limb retract as the shaking fades away. It's still there, somewhere, in the darkness. I can hear it breathing, or at least pulsating rhythmically in a pattern so similar to my own heartbeat that it'd be calming in another context. Its sound and psychic and something else ringing in my ears and throat and soul with every undulation. It doesn't like the light. I stand up, rummaging for a flashlight, a lighter, anything I could use to fuck with this thing. I come up with a shitty flashlight I stuffed into a bookshelf months ago after rummaging around in a closet. The beam of light flickers and I shine it down the hallway. A pale, pulsating limb sizzles when the light touches it, and then it retracts with another scream. I try to follow it with the light desperately, but it's supernaturally fast, flexing around the beam of light in desperate but determined set of motions that ultimately leaves it in the same damn place. It doesn't run from me, not even after I heard it twice. I could try to turn on all the lights, but the hallway light is further into darkness. I'd have to pass the damn beast to get to it. No good. Morning would have to get rid of it, right? I left my phone in my bedroom. Fuck. The racing thoughts while trying to fall asleep seem trite now. The real threat pulses in the hallways, just close enough for me to feel it, but far enough away into blackness that I can't see it in its entirety. Maybe that's for the best. The remote is on the table where I left it, so I snatch it up and turn the TV on. 2:17 a.m. Dawn breaks around 6:30, right? 4 hours, give or take. That can't be that bad for someone used to staying up for days on end. What a shitty fucking way to end the night. I sigh and drop onto the couch with a heavy thud. There's no way I can try and fight this thing, and the sad beam of light from my flashlight isn't big enough for me to take the risk of running past it to get to the hallway. Ignoring it feels almost dystopian. Impossible, even. There's a sense of dread that clicks higher like a Geiger counter every second I look back at that hallway, waiting to see the kind of face that I'd imagine if I closed my eyes after playing a particularly scary video game or watching a movie with the kind of special effects that make you nauseous to look at. The thought of fatal insomnia crosses my mind, like it does every night. I think that everyone with insomnia carries that knowledge and fear close to their hearts, as if the reminder that your condition could kill you if you're one of the 37 families out of 7 billion that has it. Is it a hallucination? God, I hope so. It's strange to hope that you're going insane. Not as strange as the stretch of limbs pulsating violently in the dark at the corner of my peripheral vision, but plenty strange. This happens every night. But that can't possibly be true. Not with a horror so disgusting I struggle to conjure the memory of it waiting for me in the hallway. I click the television on. The ocean washes across my screen in a mockery of relaxation. I pause for a second to look at the time, and then I hit play again. There's a monster in my house, and I'm watching a documentary. My mind darts back and forth from the TV to the hallway, registering the limbs, registering the ocean, registering the time ticking onward so slowly it makes me sick to my stomach. My eyes burn in my skull, throbbing in tune with the click of the metaphorical hand on a non-existent clock, as if I've shoved hot coals into my eye sockets in a childish imitation of what I think would wake me up. My stomach turns, and I consider vomiting even though there's no trash cans in the living room. Be a waste of time and probably a bitch to clean up if I survive the morning. If. I sigh, pulling my legs close to my chest. It doesn't help, but my therapist assured me that somatic self-soothing can help process even the most difficult feelings. I wonder if she realized I'd be using it to cope with a genuine terror haunting my house. Maybe it's a punishment. I can't recall doing anything particularly horrendous over the objectively short lifetime I've lived, but there's billboards all over the highway that seem completely sure we're all burning in hell and the Lord is coming soon. Maybe they have a point. People seem afraid of the idea that death could be permanent. You could go to sleep and never wake up, ceasing to exist in favor of the comforting blackness that makes you into nothing. Being unmade seems less frightening a prospect the longer I sit in my living room, watching the symbiosis and patterns of ecosystems and animals that all rely on one another for something. My eyelids droop. I feel my neck relax, and the sensation of my chin hitting my collarbone with a dull, awkward noise. The nothingness hovers at the edge of my vision as if to mock me for searching for it earlier. Something long and spindly and unknowable reaches into the light, towards my half-shut eyes, seemingly as if the light didn't bother it at all. I jump, jerking my head into the air as my eyes smack open again. That same sickening noise that reminds me of the wet hiss of red meat smacking onto a burning pan emanates from the pale limb that retracts quickly into blackness. Is it waiting for me to go to sleep? The next episode of the show begins with the happy theme song rolling through the air. I exhale and then cough wetly, my lungs contracting and expanding and then contracting again with a painful ache in my chest. I hack out something and then swallow it again, eyes watering with a burning pain of exhaustion now exasperated by saltwater tears of exertion and emotion and the endless ache of wishing I was somewhere else. The time ticks past and I beg it to pass a little faster. I don't get what I ask for. Instead, I begin to pace the living room like a caged animal. This happens every night. The image of it reaching for me into the light pulsates in my mind. Is it my awareness of it? Is that what keeps it at bay? I close my eyes, putting my palms directly over the coal-hot sockets. It's a dumb idea, but there's only one way to prove it. I wait, counting to 3 the way I would for a game of hide and seek as a small child. When I remove my palms from my eyes, a spindly pale limb is only inches away from my face. I scream and swat at it instinctively. The same burning noise crackles over the skin of the beast, retracting its appendage slowly enough for me to see the oozing boils that have coated it completely. It's disgusting. The fish on screen have been plummeted into darkness. A glowing light beckons them into the waiting, sharp-toothed home of an anglerfish's mouth. Despair mounts deep in my chest. The light won't help me in the slightest, and even I can't stay awake forever. No matter how much it feels like it, no matter how many nights and hours and minutes I've spent in tears tangled up in 2 hot sheets, desperately begging a non-existent God to allow me the small mercy of the mock death I can't hold on to. My eyes droop again. I try to force them open, but only manage to pry the eyelids into a blurry slit. I feel the thing creeping closer, the energy in the air between me and it vibrating miserably with a radiation that makes my heart seize in my chest. There's a sensation of weight settling onto the couch next to me, the way one of my cats would settle in, or a lover, to share a quiet moment and put on some shitty TV to waste our night away together in companionable silence. I turn my head away from it, eyelashes fluttering open. There's something painfully cold emanating to my left. I wait for something horrible to happen. Or at least to feel some sort of pain as the precursor to the gory, miserable death that awaits me at the tip of an unknowable limb. Nothing happens. I feel it next to me, viscerally, like a wound, but nothing happens. The miserable sensation, waiting. Waiting to see if I'm going to die, waiting to see if I'm going to live. Waiting to see what about me is different and worse at the end of a miserable time in my life inflicted on me when I let my guard down. I open my eyes, but I don't look at it. The anglerfish swims further into the depths of the abyss, taking its light with it. A limb brushes through my hair so gently I almost wonder if I imagined it. If it's part of the hallucination, a tactile reminder of the low that I've sunk to. It's lonely. Everything is lonely this late at night. My hair is brushed through again, a little more insistently this time. I don't want to touch it or even look at it, but it feels kind of nice in a way, like it's trying to make me feel better. Something prods my leg and I jump into the air in shock. My hand knocks over a glass I left in the living room before I went to bed, and it shatters on the ground into 1,000 pieces scattered across the floor like stars blinking in the endless blue of the night sky. My foot crunches on the shards and I gasp as real, visceral, physical pain blooms on the sole of my foot. I can feel the blood gushing before the wound starts to sting, blurry eyes gazing at the floor where scarlet liquid pools in a nauseating puddle. I rummage for napkins, for shirts, for anything to staunch the flow of blood. Like most things, it's useless, but the distraction from the minor disaster keeps me from focusing on the thing at my side for the first time that night. The whole house is full of broken glass now, the vase and the cup mixing together down to the most microscopic pieces on the other side of the room. Diamond shards glitter in the pool of scarlet as I try to wipe it up, smearing a sickening stain into the wooden floorboards, until I feel a long, pale limb stretch over my shoulder and dip into the pool in front of me. The gesture is so slow and calculated that I barely register it until it's already happening. It's my first time looking at this thing closely, isn't it? What a massive mistake. It shifts in my gaze like it's barely there, half in and half out of my reality, but grounded by the taste of my blood. There's little detail that I can make out, save the realization that it's coated in what looks to be hundreds, thousands, maybe, of tiny suckers like an octopus or a squid, with the coloring and motion of a wriggling maggot. The blood on the pool of blood on the floor begins to drain, and the colorless limb seems to flush with life, blooming from where it touches my blood puddle as it zigzags up the arm in an imitation of human veins. I'm suddenly reminded of the urban legend of people who injected glow sticks into their arms. I can't watch. I look away instead, retching over my shoulders. My stomach tries to empty itself of the dinner I didn't eat. Creature seems hell-bent on drinking every drop of my blood. I can't think too hard about what that means or I'll do something insane. So instead, I take the only opportunity I've had tonight and bolt for my life. My feet hit the floor of the hallway in this frantic drum beat, soles smacking the gaps in the floorboards as I run for my bedroom. My hands search for the light switches as I go flipping all of them on in a desperate attempt to thwart the thing, even if it wouldn't work. And the door to my bedroom slams open so fast I'm certain my upstairs neighbor can hear it hit the opposite wall, and then smack back into frame as I fumble for the light and lock it firmly. For such a short run, my lungs burn like a forest fire. Can't tell if it's stress or something else, but maybe it doesn't matter. There's no amount of breathing exercises that can take me down from this. There's certainly no one awake I can call, and probably no one would believe me even if they answered the phone. Do I write a goodbye note? Do I send a group text to the people I love? Hey, gonna get killed by a demon soon, love you, see you on the other side? I guess they'll have to lie when they write my obituary about how sane and normal I was. My eyes droop again and my chin follows suit. The burning sensation in my brain is worse than ever, exacerbated by the feelings in my lung and the misery in my mind. There's something in my house, but there's nothing in my bed. I still don't hear anything from the door. No rattling, no footsteps, nothing at all. It's worse than hearing the damn thing beat down the door. Maybe the pool of my blood will keep it occupied for a while and I can pretend that I'm a person who can sleep the way I did when I was small and nothing had happened to me yet. Closing my eyes helps the throbbing ache in my head. My veins are concrete and my legs are gravel. The bed beckons to me with its softness, like the stone I'm made of could melt in the embrace of clean sheets and lumpy pillows I should have replaced years ago. It would be nice. Going to sleep. My body moves of its own accord and I drag the uncooperative pile of flesh that is me back into the bed I left what feels like a lifetime ago. The pillow fits my neck awkwardly, in the way that always leaves me with a cramp no matter what kind of a night I had. Darkness bleeds into the edges of my consciousness and I open my arms to embrace it, welcoming it to bleed into the heaviness of my blood and bones just in time to hear a knock on the door. A polite rapping, like a Girl Scout, like a nurse who's going to enter the room no matter what you say. The door creaks open loudly, my eyes stay shut. Didn't I lock that? The covers next to me shift down, slowly but surely, almost sensually. I don't care. The thing that gets into bed with me feels cold, so cold, but it's a welcome contrast to the way my stone-heavy body temperature escalates the second I try to get back into bed. Long limbs brush every part of my body and then some, the light stinging of suckers fixating themselves to every exposed part of my skin, overtaken by an overwhelming sense of utter bliss as I'm plunged into darkness that remained out of my reach for so long. Morning may come, but it doesn't matter. For now, I sleep. I sleep in the arms of that which wanted to consume me, and I welcome its embrace in the hopes of finding the little death and persuading her to take me back into her arms again. This happens every night.
Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream.
Me a dream
Make him the cutest that I've ever seen.
that I've ever seen. The end.
There was a point there where I was like, oh, this is just her living with her partner. He's just really pale and he walks around naked and he's like, hey, what are you watching? Can I watch TV with you? And you're like, no, leave me alone. I'm trying to sleep. And then you like throw a coffee cup at him. It breaks on the wall. He's like, what the fuck? And then he has to pick up the glass. And then you run down the hallway like a freak and you smack a vase. It falls over. It breaks. And he's just like, fuck, now I have to clean that up too. Will you please just come back to bed? And you're just like, get away from me, demon. And you run, you jump back into bed. And he's like, fucking finally. And he just lays down next to you. Just like, all right, she's back in bed. That's good.
Honestly, I love that.
I mean,
I love it.
There's something about being so tired. I mean,
Yes.
there's a lot of here that I really like, and there's a lot of stuff that I relate to, and a lot of things that obviously this monster is like. It's the veil of sleep. It's
Yes.
how you put a physicality to the way your body fights the sensation when you need to sleep but can't. And
Yep, exactly.
It's really fun, like putting words to the feelings that happen when you're in that situation. And what I really like, let me see if I could find. There were a couple moments that stood out to me. Like the one that I really like more recently towards the latter half of the story is this whole house is full of broken glass now, the vase and the cup mixing together down to the most microscopic pieces on the other side of the room. To someone who's awake, it's not a big deal. You clean up the vase, you clean up the cup, you go back to bed. To someone who's been lacking sleep, this just ruined your night. This just became a planet full of glass. The anxiety is going to stop you in your tracks or cause you to just completely erupt then at that moment over the littlest thing. And it's how you found a way to voice that anxiousness, that anxiety, that's just like, now the entire house is covered in broken glass. Fuck!
Yep, exactly. Because, like, it's just when you are so tired, when you haven't slept, and when all you want to do is sleep, everything
the littlest
feels
thing becomes the worst
so
thing.
much worse.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. It's everything is worse now. And on top of it, like, it really is having insomnia and trying to sleep is a literal paradox, because the more you worry about it, the worse it gets.
The more
But
awake
like,
you are.
how can you not worry about it when you're so miserable and so tired and nothing you do helps?
Yeah.
Like, what do you fucking mean I have to just not care about it?
Yeah,
What do
it's
you
impossible.
fucking mean?
Yeah.
How can I not care? How
I
can
like
not
that you
care?
gave this thing, it's not like a malevolent feeling. It's definitely not. You found a very good way to characterize sleep, because it's just like, it's unknowing, it's monstrous. I like that you called it the little death. Like, there's this point as a kid growing up. I think it's very similar to the, like, why is God doing this to me conversation as a kid,
Yes.
where you slowly realize, oh, it's because there is no God and everything is just happening because this is how it happens. That usually comes around the same time as realizing what sleep is, like truthfully realizing what sleep is. Like, being a kid and looking at your parent and they're just sitting there, they're dead to the world, you're hovering over their unconscious body. There's a kind of out-of-body experience to seeing that and being like, Oh, so that's what I look like while
Absolutely.
I'm asleep. I'm dead to the world. I'm sitting here. My body is never going to be as fragile or as innocent or as completely open to any danger around me as it is going to be in that there moment. And then there's the realization that, like, anything can happen. And it's within that danger and within that threat that I think a lot of people do develop insomnia. Like, for me, for a very long time, it was just the thing in the darkness is watching me, and if I fall asleep, it's gonna get me. And you found a really fantastic way to write that into existence, because that is the feeling. As a kid, that is the feeling. As an adult, I don't think. As an adult, it's more of the anxiety of just, I'm not gonna wake back up.
Yep.
I think that's the maturity of that switch, though.
Exactly. And I know for me, to get deeply personal on a podcast, where I'm anonymous and I have no consequences ever for any reason.
Yes, please.
I started to have issues with sleeping very young. Because I would have, but it wasn't because I couldn't sleep, it was because I had nightmares all the time. And as I got older, the nightmares would kind of shift in theme, but it was always a problem. And then throughout, and then I would occasionally have, a night or two where I just like could not sleep, but it was never chronic, it was just something that occasionally happened, and I would be like, man, this sucks. But it wasn't enough for me to be like, oh, this is like a problem, because it was so infrequent. And then I acquired a CPTSD diagnosis after a particularly traumatic summer, and I stopped sleeping immediately. It was like a switch flipped. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. I was
How
just
old were
like,
you?
This was in college. It was my it was my senior year. It was the beginning of my senior year in 2017. And then throughout the end, I was literally like a zombie. I barely remember that entire year of my life because of how like lost I was. And it was like, I would be awake for like 4 or 5 days straight.
Wow.
And then I would sleep on the 6th day for like 5 hours. And that was it.
I'm surprised your body didn't shut you down at all.
I know,
by the time I get to like day 2 or day 3, I'm actually shutting down. Like, I'm a danger to be around.
No, I was literally a shell of myself. Like,
Damn.
I would occasionally, I think that what happened is that I would get like, micro sleeps.
Yeah.
So I would, get like, so it was enough to like kind of keep me going, but it felt like I was awake all night, every night, because I was maybe sleeping for like an hour, ish. And then nothing helped. And I finally like, gave in, went to a psychiatrist. They were like, girl, you got PTSD. I was like, that's crazy. No, but I don't. That's for people who... It was like, I looked at this wonderful lady dead in the eye, and I was like, that's for people who have trauma. What are you talking about?
Girl.
She was like, I have terrible news.
Well, this is gonna come as a shock.
It was like, I don't know if you knew this. Clearly you didn't, but yeah.
No, that was masterfully written, and you could tell that it's coming from a place of sincere relation to the topic at hand. I feel like this was like an exercise for you, wasn't it?
It was, and it felt really, really good, honestly. It felt really good to make. And like, it was funny because as I like right before we read it, I was like, man, I guess I could have just ran outside. And then I was like, but also
someone who's trying to go to sleep. Is that the plot hole that you thought of?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking
That's
of,
not
because
a
I was
plot
like,
hole.
somebody's gonna be like, why you ain't run outside? And I'm like, well,
No.
outside is also dark. So if you're
Outside
worried,
is even more danger. is home field advantage. I mean, if something's in your house, you know, but you're awake enough to understand that it's a literal thing, then yeah, going outside is fine. But the metaphor for this being something that creeps upon you because you're tired, going outside isn't going to solve that. And I feel like even the person telling the story is aware of that. Like, going outside just means more danger. Going outside just means more darkness for this thing to exist within. Like, that doesn't solve anything. I mean, it brings you maybe further away from the thing, but to someone who's tired, going outside is never, that doesn't make sense. No. So don't think that that's what someone would say if they were super tired running away from a sleep demon.
Exactly. And that's I really enjoy the horror of knowing something is wrong and not being able to do anything about it.
Yeah.
It's like we talk a lot about like the slow moving inevitable, you know. I love that. And like the way that is basically, I know we've discussed before how it's basically just like a visual metaphor for death.
Yeah, and like, I mean, we've read 2 series where the specific monsters do that thing, and it's just
exactly.
Is it heavy-handed sometimes? Sometimes, yes,
absolutely.
But putting it on sleep is ingenious, because sleep, just like death, is going to happen whether you're planning for it or not.
No, exactly. And like it's so funny because I just, I went to like a bonfire last night, and we ended up all having a conversation about how like so many things manifest in like our society because humans can't comprehend that nothing is permanent, including themselves. And so many things exist. So many things we do are in like a direct avoidance of confronting that like death is a thing that will happen. It's not that it can happen. It will happen to you, to everyone and everything you love, even to the things that you love. Like even things. And I think that's, God, I'm gonna sound like I'm about to sound like a insane leftist, and I'm gonna do it anyway because I am an insane leftist.
Feel free. Yeah.
But like literally, like capitalism tells you that stuff is permanent because like it has to, like there is a belief that businesses, when you invest in them, will always exist. Like that's an automatic assumption you have to make when you pay for something or when you invest in something, right? But like it doesn't. Nothing can.
No.
Nothing exists.
And nothing
exists.
Yeah.
No, exactly. And I think that I really wanted to write something that isn't necessarily malicious, but it makes you feel like it is.
No, I mean I think how ambivalent it is why the story is more interesting, because it's not like there are 2 or 3 times where it's just like it's reaching out for you, but it's not snarling while it does it. It's sitting next to you, and it's cold, it's lonely, but it's not evil.
Exactly.
The things that haunt us, the true things that haunt us, are rarely actually malevolent.
Exactly. And in that same vein, and this might come off as a little heavy-handed, but I don't care because I can do whatever I want. What's the thing you showed me? I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards. Yeah. And I also think that it's also one of the hardest realizations that I've had as well as I've gotten older and as I've, collected more good and bad and occasionally neutral experiences, is that a lot of the times as well, like as somebody who was hurt by other people enough that it fucked with my life and changed me fundamentally for the worse in a lot of ways, most like the things that I experienced and the harm that other people even do to you sometimes. And like you said too, you know, you ask God, why are you doing this to me? And then you realize it's because there isn't one, and because sometimes things just fucking happen to you. And there's nothing you can do about it. And it's the same with like when people hurt other people. There are so few humans, in my belief, there are so few humans on the planet that set out to hurt other people. They certainly do exist. It does happen.
Yeah.
But most of the time, like 90% of the time, the person who is hurting you or who has hurt you did not mean to do that. That doesn't make it better. But to me, it's like, it's always been so hard to grapple with the fact that like this person who caused me so much pain, or these people that caused me so much pain and hurt me so badly, do not know that they did that, and have absolutely no comprehension of how different I am as a result of their actions.
That does make it worse, in my opinion.
Right?
I think ignorance,
it does.
I think evil ignorance is worse than purposeful ignorance, because at least purposeful ignorance is looking in the mirror, knowing exactly what it's doing.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, but so many things that happen,
you know,
so many scenes that
every
you
social
experience.
setting, every just cast of humanity is full of people that are pushing an evil narrative, and it's and they think they're right, and they think they're true, and they think they're sincere. Worst of all, they think they're empathetic.
Yes, exactly.
So it just always kills me when I see people like that too, and I'm just like, you would not be able to pick out a toothpick of empathy in your entire body if it came down to the barrel of a gun.
Right. And for me, it was very much in the, you know, it's very much in that line, as cliche as it sounds, is that like, you know, hurt people hurt people. And so it's like, you know, like the people and the things that happened to me happened because somebody else experienced a pain that they couldn't handle, you know?
Generational
and
trauma.
like, exactly. And like there is, and especially with like generation trauma is like so fascinating, because it literally rewires your fucking brain. It literally rewires your brain. Like, it is a physical thing that happens to you. It manifests in your body, and for me it manifests as hypervigilance and an inability to sleep, because my brain is like, we can't this happen again. This cannot happen to me again. And then and it happens,
and then it happens.
It happens every night.
This happens every night.
Every night. And it's just like, and after a while, I think part of healing is accepting. It's not forgiving for me. For some people it is. I'm not one of those. I'll forgive you in hell.
Yeah, if there's one thing we're talking about today, it's the fact that you can hold on to grudges. Never forgive, never forget.
Never forgive, never forget. But I think that there's, for me, like, there is an element of like letting go, and that's also what you have to do when you can't fucking sleep, which is so much easier said than done. But it's really crazy that the only way that you can cope with some of these things is to just let them go and be like, I can't do anything about this.
Yeah, relinquishing all of those prior judgments and feelings and all of these emotions.
Illusions and the illusion of control. Because, like, at the end of the day, like, yes, there are things that you can do for sure to make your life better. There are things like, and if we're, you know, whether we're talking about healing from trauma, whether we're talking about the inevitability of death, whether we're talking about the inevitable downfall of capitalism, comrades, like, either way, there are things you can do to improve your life and to improve your chances and to make things like easier on yourself, for sure. But there are certain things that you won't be able to control. And for me, sometimes I lay down at night and it's just not going to happen. I'm just not going to sleep. And that's okay. It sucks. It sucks. But it's okay, because I'm going to get up and then there will be a night where I will sleep. It'll take me some time, but I'll get there eventually. Like, letting that go, I'm not always able to let it go for anything, right? I'm not always able to let it go. I have days where I absolutely have not let it go, and I'm not okay with it, and I'm fucking clawing at the bars of my enclosure and like chewing my own leg off like a rabid animal. But then there are days where I'm very like, all right, fine. Sounds good. And then I managed to have a good day anyway. And I managed to feel good anyway, and I managed to enjoy my life anyway, and I managed to kind of just like be with that creature in my house.
Yeah.
And it doesn't always have to be broken glass all over the floor and stopping until morning. Sometimes you just go back to bed and it's fine.
Yeah. I love this. I love that this is where you went and that this is what you wrote about. I think I grew up with this too, and I'm always constantly looking through a mirror that is my father when I'm seeing this, because worse than me, my dad has insomnia, and
yeah, my mom has it as well.
Insomnia for 40 plus years takes its effect. And more recently, that effect for my father is epilepsy. And the lack of sleep has caused him so much internal trauma that he now has trouble being around sources of light. So it's something that is impairing him when he is awake and when he is trying to exist now. So now it's not just something that happens when he's trying to sleep, it's something that happens when he's trying to be awake. And that actually does terrify me. That actually does, the fact that it's a cause and effect to how someone can live with this thing. I mean, my dad is very stubborn. I mean, I swear I get it. But
yeah, same.
I'm looking at him and I'm trying to learn from that, and I'm trying to be better, because I don't want to get to that and then lose the things I love because I need to now take medication for the rest of my life, because I'm legitimately having seizures twice a week.
Right.
You know, and I just, that's the terrifying mortality side of it for me. It's not just the fact that you can measure it to, like, it's just going to be tonight. It's just tonight, and it's just my problem tonight. It might not be my problem tomorrow. Before you know it, 30 years are going to pass, and you might have to deal with it on a more serious note. And I actually do think I've fixed a lot of my problems. I really have. I'm saying this as someone who stayed up way too late the past 2 nights, and probably should have slept more, but didn't. I am working on it. I spent a lot of money on a bed. I spent a lot of money on a specific side sleeping pillow. I'm medicating before bed in a healthier way. I do want to say this year, more than any other, I've slept better than I've slept my entire life. So when people say that there are ways and there are things you can do, they are being serious. They are telling you to work on these things. But I think even more than that, I think my fear is finally being the ultimate motivator to be like, you don't want to wake up in 20 years and have epilepsy. You don't want to be putting yourself down or putting the people around you down as you're dealing with this thing. You know, I see it and I accept it and I acknowledge it, and I'm trying to help with it as much as I can. But I think there's so much there that's out of our grasp once it is realized that it's your brain.
Yes.
Once you realize that it's there inside of you, I don't think that there's very much you can do about it. So I think that's reflected in your story, like, a lot.
Absolutely.
It's
Absolutely.
this borderline apprehension to total acceptance. The tightrope that you walk on that journey each night.
Exactly. And acceptance doesn't always, I think something that also kind of helped me a little bit is that, like, acceptance isn't like Zen always. You know what I mean?
No.
I feel like
no, it isn't. Sometimes it means being the bigger
person
and walking away from a shitty situation.
Right. And like sometimes it looks less like I'm at peace with the things that happened and more like, well, fuck me, I guess. You know?
Yeah, sometimes it's total reluctance to a situation. Sometimes it's
Exactly.
it's inconceivable reluctance.
Right, exactly. Like sometimes it's just like sometimes it's just like it's just like, well, I'm fine.
I fucking guess so.
Fine. Yeah, it's like that picture of that guy where he like throws his hands in the air and he's like, I guess.
Yeah.
Exactly like that. It's just you're just like, fine, I guess this is what fine. I guess this is what we're doing now. Whatever. But it helps though, honestly. Like it helps to be allowed to just be like, yeah, fine, whatever.
I
Fucking
mean,
guess.
yeah, you
And
have
then,
to disconnect after a certain point. You have to.
right.
You really do.
Right, exactly. And that doesn't mean you have to do that every day. Like you're gonna have the days where you're fucking throwing glass all over the place and rocking back and forth holding yourself. And there are gonna be days where you're like and there are gonna be days where you get up and you're like, I don't even give a shit. I feel amazing. And allowing all of that to exist at the same time is difficult, but it's worth it. Because at the end of the day, like you're the only person who has to live in yourself, no matter what other people have done to you or what's happening with you or how little you sleep or how
who
close
exists
death
around
is.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's you, man. It's always you. Every time. For better and for worse.
There you go. That's the way to end it right there. Is there any other like finishing thoughts or anything else you want to talk about in regards to your story? Because I feel like I could talk about this specific topic for fucking ever, but obviously we
I
shouldn't.
know. If you're listening to this and if my story isn't your favorite, I'll do it this time. I mean it.
You're hearing it first here, everyone. I want everyone to like, follow, subscribe. Make sure that you're voting for Cannibal Siren on the poll. If you're not voting for Cannibal Siren on the poll, I want you to unsubscribe and kill yourself so that you...
This will surely make them like me more.
This is how we work. I don't they realize this now?
Yeah,
We're talking about how people force trauma on others and how everyone unintentionally hurts each other. It's like, fuck off.
And now I'm going to intentionally hurt all of you on purpose. We're going to have a lesson in acceptance right now.
You're going to learn it the hard way.
Can you imagine? I'm just kidding. Please don't call the cops. I'm just a girl.
I'm just a little baby.
I'm just a girl. I'm just a little 30-year-old baby.
I have one thing to say to you. I'm a snowman too. I'm a snowman too. I'm a snowman. I'm a snowman. I'm a snowman too.
I'm a snowman too. I'm a snowman too.
Oh no.
I'm a snowman too.
I'm Steven.
I'm Steven.
And Frowns in, and the Steven, and the
fat slave.
And the fat slave.
And the thick.
Life in the fat slade.
And the thick peach.
And the thick peach. I don't know if I could talk about thick peach.
She was thick.
She was thickums.
Her ass was falling.
She made Mario that cake.
She made cake for
Talking
everybody.
about Mario 64. Her ass was 64 pounds.
She made
alone.
Just one cheek was 64.
Them titties. Size 64.
64.
Could you imagine what is size 64? That you'd probably like fall over. They touch the
just
ground.
One ass cheek being 64 pounds?
No. The tits. If tits were size 64. Dead. You'd be dead.
You'd be dead because
I'm wanted in 20 galaxies.
The amount of weight down, like you would have them. You'd be like bent over like this. Like you'd be dead. There's no way. They would rip off of your body.
Unless you grew into them very slowly. Evolution has proven us wrong so many times.
I mean, yeah. Can you imagine a grandma with 64-pound tits? Yeah. She'd like this. She'd be stepping on them.
Grandma.
Grandma, no.
All right. We're not actually recording like an episode together. We're just talking about your story.
Yeah.
So do you have your story up?
No.
All right, pull that shit
You want
to
tell them where we are?
Pull that shit out. No, I told you we're not recording an actual episode. We're getting into your story.
Oh. Okay, well, hi everybody. we're not.
This isn't a real episode. This is just the 300th special. And I'm welcoming our guest. Obviously, you've seen the title card. I'm here with Frowns McBoohoo.
And I'm really boohooing.
He has been, because
I heard
we are recording live from vacation in Orlando, Florida.
I hate it. That's not true. I
hate
love
the weather. You hate the state. You hate.
I love
the
Captain
sun.
Death, but I think this trip has been a revelation for me. I no longer want to do anything in heat. I can't. And lines.
Well, let me tell you, going in October is really nice. It's like minimally 10 to 15 degrees cooler during the day. Sun's not that bad. Lines are shorter for things.
Do you know what?
It's the summer. Like it was like 100 degrees today. It was in the 90s all week. Like we've been dealing with a lot of shit.
Do you know what my hell? You know, hell.
Hell is on fire.
Hell, no, my hell has been triggered this week. New version of hell for me. Okay,
Yeah.
What do I hate?
Sitting in lines.
2 things more than anything: heights and lines. So my hell would be us being at this amusement park, but I am in the sky in a line, so I can't leave, because if I leave, I will probably fall off the glass bridge I'm on. But it's also super hot and my feet are...
And you're melting.
And there's no railings. Oh, well, that's
That
why.
is
There
hot.
are railings, but they're so hot that, like, my skin will...
And there's a line, and the person in front of you keeps letting people come
Yes.
up behind you to butt
And
in
how
front
they-
of you.
and how they-
And then they have crying kids.
And how they get
And then
in
they
front of me in the
and then they
sky...
sit down at the table that you were supposed to reserve.
Yeah. Guys...
And then they're allowed on the ride when you're stuck standing in line melting.
I'm old.
And then they cancel the show.
I'm old and fat, and I just can't do it anymore.
I've literally not given anyone a chance to talk on any of these other episodes, so I hope
I'm
you're
special,
happy.
All right. Well, guys, I wrote a story.
I'm seeing the title here called Kin, so is this about family?
It's called Kin. Yeah, you could say that.
Is it Vin Diesel? Ride or die. We're not riding that tomorrow.
Do this movie.
We're at Universal Studios. We're at Epic Universe, by the way. It was a lot. It was good, but it was for my birthday, so he's being a trooper. But
I gave him a 2 good days.
Yeah.
2 good days. Tomorrow.
We had like one good full day that was like 12 hours, which is the most I've probably ever done in a theme park ever.
And don't forget
from
about
open to close with extra hour, like with extra morning, and we finished with dinner. Anyway,
that's right.
We're talking about Kin.
All right.
Tell me inspiration for the title or for what we're about to read.
All right. So the first thing I'm going to tell you is I wrote this all on my phone. I did not use a computer once.
So there's not a ton of formatting.
No, I mean, I maybe like at the very end, like before we came down here, I had 1 hour to like spruce it up on the computer, but I wrote this all on like my breaks at work. I wrote it all, like pretty much the whole thing was while I was at work.
Mm-hmm. And how do you feel about it?
I feel it's the first thing I've like written ever, so like it's not super awesome, but like I thought it was pretty cool.
You were enthusiastic about the prospect of me asking the people on the show to write us something so that we can read it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of people have reacted really well, and almost everything I've read so far has been like really good. So like expectations relatively high. So let's see what you can do.
All right.
We got Frowns McBoohoo here.
What?
I mixed up who with here. I talked too fast. I got like
Frowns McBoohoo
Boo here. No,
Boo
I said
here?
I meant to say I've got Frowns McBoohoo here, and it came out too fast, so I said Frowns McBoo here.
Frowns McBoo queer.
That's not
So
what I
you
said.
called me?
That's not what I said.
You fuck.
I have Frowns McBoohoo here, and he's going to read a story that he wrote called Kin.
All right, so no jokes,
No,
It's gonna be straight reading.
I'm ready.
If you're here for Frowns to be funny, you've come to the wrong episode.
Welcome. Right. It took us 300 episodes to get here.
And this, yeah, I did.
In this economy?
In this economy, humor ain't cheap.
Yeah, fair. $9.99.
Support my OnlyFans.
We're on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
All right.
Kin. Day 0, afternoon. Ruth. Come on, Ruth, let me help. Let me help. I tried to ignore the shouting of my little sister as I continued to gather items to display on our Sabbath altar. It was Mabon, the celebration of the second harvest and the balance of light and dark. Our grandmother was usually the one who made sure we had everything that we needed for the altar, but she has taken ill and is unable to walk. It comes down to me to make sure that our altar is ready and we are protected from, well, I admit, I'm not quite sure, but all I know is that from what my grandmother told me was that when I was 15, our parents did something wrong and I heard a ripping sound and I looked down to see my younger sister pulling on my dress.
Rip.
Causing a rip on the bottom of my dress. May, what are you doing? You know I'm trying to make sure we have everything we need. Why must you pester me now? My little 6-year-old sister looked up at me.
It's okay. Just start the sentence over from the top.
My little 6-year-old sister looked up at me with her clueless blue eyes and blonde pigtails and insisted, because I want to help. She closed her hand into a fist and punched my leg. I'm a big girl. Let me help you and Granny. I sighed. Sunset would be here before I knew it, and I still had many things we still needed. Okay, May. I will let you help me, but you have to be quick, and you must be careful. May was beaming, and she said with a smile, you can count on me. I pulled out the list that our grandmother gave me. All right. I will worry about the amber, candles, gourds, and straw. I need you to head out towards the river. Do you remember the pomegranate shrub by the river? I need you to bring back 4. 1 for you, 1 for me, 1 for grandmother, and she cut me off. And 1 for Pomona, right? Wow, she really does listen to me when I talk, I thought to myself. Yes, and 1 for Pomona. That's very important. She looked at me teary-eyed. Or else, are we going to disappear like Mommy and Daddy? I put my hands on her shoulders and gave her a kiss on the nose. Look at me. Look at me with those beautiful blue eyes. I will not let that happen. She seemed reassured and wiped the tears from her eyes. I know where the shrub is, and I will get the fruit, 4 of them, she said. I gave her a nod and continued. Yes, the fruit. And then make sure to pull a few handfuls of the soil from the ground around the shrub. She grabbed the empty basket from me and then took off running as fast as her little feet could carry her. I followed after her, but when I exited the hovel, I turned a different direction. May was headed under the trees and over to the river, while I started down a dirt path towards an older-looking barn. The barn was quiet and lonely. All the animals we had died in the winter. It wasn't the elements that took them, but a wild animal. I could only guess a wolf or something large. All that was left behind were the dismembered carcasses and the large amounts of blood splattered everywhere. The only surviving animal was an older sheep. He was inside with us at the time, helping to keep us warm. We used its wool to make our clothing and other odds and ends. Hello, Cloud, I greeted. His real name was Peter, but May had started calling him Cloud one day when she was riding him, and it just stuck. Cloud was sound asleep in the corner of the barn. I slowly walked over towards him to collect some of the hay that he was resting on. Ouch! I reeled back and saw the blood coming from my hand. Cloud, why would you do that? I shouted. He had bitten me. His eyes, they looked so scared. I didn't understand why he was afraid. I moved to pet him.
Bad.
He yelled and then ran out of the barn. I wanted to follow, but there was no time. I had to finish collecting the items for the altar. With that, I picked up the few clumps of hay without getting my blood on them, and I left the barn. When I closed the barn door and turned around, I saw what he was so afraid of. Not but 20 or so feet away from me sat a wolf. Its eyes were locked on me as it held a red-colored fruit in its mouth. Was the fruit red, or was it covered in the blood of another animal? I didn't know, and I wasn't planning on finding out. Just as I was ready to sprint off towards our home, it dropped the fruit on the ground, and in the time it took me to blink my eyes open, the wolf was gone. I walked over towards the piece of fruit and noticed the puncture marks in its flesh. It looked as if it was bleeding. I picked it up and noticed that it had 2 sets of bite marks. One definitely was a wolf, and the other human. Oh no, May. Before I knew it, I was sprinting toward the river. I was frightened and worried and so scared that the marks on the fruit were May's. May, I yelled. May, where are you? I eventually got to the river, which was about a half an hour walking pace or so from our hovel, and I noticed something right below the pomegranate shrub. May, I yelled. I found May lying on the ground, not moving. Her dress was stained red and her basket was ripped. I ran to her side and began shaking her, tears streaming down my face. I happened to take my eyes off her and look up towards the shrub that she was under, and I screamed when I saw it. Cloud was wedged in between the branches, disemboweled and bleeding onto the tree and the fruit it bared. I was so confused and overcome with a sense of dread, and when I looked back down, May was no longer on the grass, but standing in the river. I ran to her and grabbed her, turned her around, and I started to shout, May, what happened? What happened to you? What happened to Cloud? Did you see anything? I don't know. I saw him in the tree and She wasn't nearly as upset as I was, and she loved that sheep arguably more than I did. May, what happened to your clothes? Why is there blood on your clothes? Instead of giving me an answer, she asked me in a very detached sort of voice, Now, Ruth, why would you go and get blood on the hay? She grabbed my wrist hard and continued, You know that offering will only upset Pomona. Do you want us to all die forever? Poor Granny, I can't imagine she would enjoy feeling the flesh being peeled from her face again and again. I looked down at my little sister, and for a second I swore her once blue eyes go black. I slapped her and watched her entire demeanor change. She began to pout and making sniffling noises. Sister, what happened? What happened? May looking at me with her sad blue eyes. Why would you hit me? She started to sob. The guilt started to settle in now. I didn't mean to do that, May. I'm sorry. I moved to comfort her, and she smacked my hand away. Then she ran over to her basket that had several pieces of fruit inside, picked it up, and took off without another word. I trembled, wondering what had just happened. The sun was starting to hang low in the sky, and I needed to hurry. I made it back home with the hay, and I had managed to grab a few of the other pieces I needed while I was out. Apples, honeycomb, gourds, brown rocks, and the rest are here. I told myself, Gran, I've returned. I stepped inside to find my Gran humming a tune to herself. When I entered the room with her in it, she stopped. Bring me the things, girl, she snarled. I stepped closer to her and placed the basket in her lap. She then began picking up everything and either smelling it or shaking it. She had gone blind and had made things increasingly more challenging. We were out of the way of most things, especially doctors and general supplies. When we did make a trek into town, it would be hours on foot. We were pretty isolated here. Girl, come closer, she said. I knelt down by her side, and she grabbed my hair and pulled me closer. "You wretched thing, where are the pomegranates?" she yelled. With my hair still in her grasp, I looked around the room for May. "Gran, I don't know. May went to help me look for them, and she ran back." She cut me off and threw me to the floor. She stood up out of her rocker and berated me. You let the beast out of your sight. On the most sacred night, when we have so much to do, and now she is gone." She grabbed her cane and tried to swing it at me. I blocked my face, but she brought it down hard on my legs. I cried out in pain, "Gran, please stop." She raised it even higher this time, but before she could bring it down, the door slammed closed and May could be heard shouting, "I'm back, Granny. I have the pommies." My Gran then dropped the cane and started to run her fingers across her face in a quickened motion, up and down, over and over, while mumbling something to herself. Was it a prayer? I don't know, and I didn't ask. "Ruth, I made it back. Did I do good?" I looked in the basket to find all 4 pomegranates, but she forgot the soil. I started to sweat. I didn't want Gran to come at me again, so I pulled her aside and whispered, "May, you forgot to grab the soil from under the shrub." She let out a gasp, and I quickly shushed her. "May, try not to make too much noise. Granny isn't feeling well. Can you quickly run back out and grab the soil so I can get started on the altar?" May looked up at me and nodded. "I'm sorry, sister, I'll get it. I'll run back and be fast." I handed her a jar and told her to run as if the wolves were on her heels. I paused. After what I saw today, maybe not the best thing to say. I looked up and she was gone. I took a deep breath and tried to steady myself. I grabbed my things. I grabbed the book of rituals passed down from our grandparents to her and from our parents to us. And I stepped into the prayer room and I began to set up for the ritual. This would be the first time I would be leading it. I had seen Gran do it so many times before, and so I had to be confident. I was the only one who could do it now. If we were able to get through this night safely, we would all wake up tomorrow and truly celebrate Mabon. If not, no. No need to think of such things now, I said to myself. And with that, I lit the first candle. Night 0, the end. I stared out the window and saw no sign of May. It had to have been at least 2 hours by this time. I had the altar all set up. I had the hay placed in the form of a pentagram. I had the gourds placed at a point, same with the brown rocks, the apples, the honeycomb. All that was missing was the pomegranates and the soil. Gran was still violently praying in the other room. I had heard strange noises but dared not to disturb her, as I did not want to bring about another beating. I then heard what was a blood-curdling shriek come from the other room that Gran was in, and it sounded like it came from May. I ran out to find her crying on the floor, and then I saw what brought her to tears. Gran was lying on her side on the floor. It looked as though much of the flesh from her face was shredded and ripped away. Her fingers were pierced through what remained of her face. I ran out of the front door and vomited onto the ground. Was this really happening? She was alive just moments ago, wasn't she? She had to be. I heard her praying, I thought to myself. I felt a tug at my hand. "Sister, are you okay?" May asked. I shakenly responded that I was okay, while tears were streaming down my face. I ran back inside to see if Gran was still alive, even though I knew full well she was not going to be. Not with that much blood loss. When I went back into the den where she was, I felt for a pulse, and I didn't find a heartbeat. The adrenaline was kicking in and my heart was pounding. I lost it, and I found myself in the nearest corner and began to rock and cry. I felt a strong breeze blow in from the open door, and I didn't fail to notice a dark shadow hanging over my grandmother's corpse, and it seemed to be getting larger. It was somehow pulling the essence from her, and as she was thinning into a husk, the shadow took the figure of a person. I told myself, I must be losing my mind. It must be the stress. The darkness seeped into the floor and started to move towards me. I was paralyzed and couldn't move. All the energy that I had a moment ago was suddenly gone. I heard her, Gran mumbling that prayer over and over again in my ears. I saw the shadow get closer and still I couldn't move. I shut my eyes, begging for the mercy of whoever would listen. I felt a wet something touch my face. I opened one eye to see the mangled face of a wolf, oozing blood and fluid. Its nose was pressed to mine. I closed my eyes and screamed. All of a sudden, I heard the voice of my sister shouting, "Ruth, get up, you have to get up. The moon is almost here." I found that second wind again and dashed in with my sister. I dashed with my sister's hand in mine, and we made our way to the altar. I closed the door behind us and lined the soil across the floor. The pomegranates were placed. We started with 4, but it seems like now we only needed 3. My sister and I held hands together and began reciting the prayer. O Pomona, we dedicate our Mabon Sabbath celebration to you. Please accept our offering. Yes, please, chimed in May. Pomona, goddess of fruit, we give praise and worship. Please accept our offering. We repeated this 3 times. We closed with, Pomona, guide us through the second harvest, hear our plight, and watch us through the darkest night. With that, we blew out the candles. I looked down at the altar and noticed that one of the pomegranates had what looked like fang puncture marks in it. Was this the piece of fruit the wolf had in its mouth? I didn't put it on the altar. May, did you put this one here? I asked sternly. I did not. It was her, she said. Who? I asked. My sister pointed behind me. I turned around and saw an open window. I started to sweat. I know that I had closed all the windows. May, I said. I tasted metal and noticed that my nose was bleeding. Ruth, it's okay. She only wants to help, May said. Her eyes were black again. I fell onto my knees as a sharp pain flooded behind my eyes, and I lost consciousness. Night 1, Mother. I awoke to complete darkness, no sound, no light, nothingness. I thought that maybe I died. I ruined the Sabbath, and this was my punishment. I tried to walk, but it was as if the literal darkness was a wall. I was trapped and couldn't move. I could breathe, but that was about it. I heard a little girl giggling. Was that May? May, are you there? May, I cried out. There was the taste of metal again. Why was my nose bleeding, and why couldn't I move? I soon felt a pair of cold hands wrap around my neck from the back. They were soft, and they were followed by a whisper in my ear. My sweet Ruth. I gasped. It was my mother's voice. Mom, I whimpered. Help me, please. She took a deep breath in, and then I felt her grip around my neck tighten. It became increasingly harder to breathe, and I still couldn't move. Mom, what are you? Is all I could get out. My eyes grew heavier, and the last words I heard from my mother were that the beast was waiting for me. I lost consciousness. Night 2, Father. I awoke in the altar room. My head was spinning. I fell to my knees and started to retch. I vomited sweet blood and seeds? No, not seeds, I said to myself. They were kernels of the pomegranate fruit. This wasn't normal. I was expelling fruit. This continued for a few minutes before I was able to stand again. My God, I was so thirsty and there was nothing here to quench it. I heard a knock on the door. The knock became faster and faster. Faster than I could imagine anyone being able to knock. And then it got louder. And it was as if someone was banging their head against the door. All of a sudden, I heard a very loud thud. I think who or whatever was banging had fallen over. I was so scared I didn't want to open it. The door began to rattle on the hinges, and I backed away into the corner. And then it all went quiet. As I started to stand, the door was blown off and I was met with someone lunging at me. Dressed as my father, no, it was my father. His face was mangled and he had holes all over his skin that I could see. His eyes met mine, and they widened. I tried to shake him off, but he overpowered me, and I couldn't get free. He opened his mouth to speak, but his tongue was missing. He then put his hands in my mouth and pried it open. I could do nothing but cry from the pain. With that, he dug his fingers into the insides of my mouth and ripped through my cheeks. I tried to scream, but my throat was filling with blood. I couldn't look away from his eyes. They were mad and full of a red rage I had never known about him. When he let me go, he then approached the altar, took one long stretch backward, and then lunged his face into the rock slab, and he cracked his head open. He fell to the ground and stopped moving. I tried crawling away, but I was losing too much blood. Everything was hazy and getting darker. I was close to the door when I saw the limbs of an animal standing in front of me. I heard a growl, followed with a light pant, and then everything faded to black. Night 13, Sister. I awoke not to a room, but to a pyre, and I was covered in putrid oils and grease. My mouth had been sewed shut, and I could not speak. It was night, and the moon was in its blood form. A red light was cast at my feet and all around. My sister was standing before me, eyes black, and there was something there that I couldn't quite. Was she scared? I started to become dizzy from the fumes of the oils. I tried, but I couldn't call out to her. She held out her hand, and she opened it, and dropped a familiar piece of fruit to the ground. It rolled towards me, and as it did, it gained momentum and lit itself on fire. Once it met the hay and wood doused in the oils, it was over. The pain at first was minor, but it picked up quickly. I was then met with the smell of myself burning. It's hard to describe. But what was even worse was then the pain of my flesh and insides literally melting. It was so hot, and I was in unimaginable pain. Why? Why would my sister do this? I closed my eyes, and when the smoke caused me to open them again, my sister was floating in front of me. She took her hands and held what remained of mine. She smiled devilishly and repeated the words, "Repetition and repentance are due." And with that, May hugged me, and we both burst into flames. Night 56, Cloud. I awoke in the barn. All of the animals were alive, even Cloud. I couldn't believe it. I got down on my knees and started petting them all. They all seemed perfectly normal and happy to me. I then joined Cloud in the corner and rested my head upon his wool coat and napped for some time. I awoke when a drop of something wet hit my cheek and startled me. I looked up to see what it was, and then I saw a massive red stain in the wood above. Above me from the rafters dripping down. I left Cloud to go investigate. I grabbed a nearby lantern and started to climb the ladder next to me. I got to the rafters and noticed a burlap sack that was soiled with dark red spots and holes all over. I set the lantern down and made my way over to the sack cautiously. I bent down and undid the knotted string at the top. Inside was a dead wolf with black fur and a mangled face. Its eyes were blue, just like my sister's, and the overall expression was that of terror. I backed away and almost fell to the bottom of the barn. I let out a cough and a squeal at the sight. I don't understand what is happening. What are the animals doing here, and why the wolf? I suddenly heard a gut-wrenching cry, and I made my way hastily down the ladder. The next thing I knew, something took a swipe at my face and cut me. I dropped the lantern, and a small fire started behind me. I was bleeding, and then I tripped over a pitchfork that had been on the ground and fell backwards. I looked up to see May, fangs bared and blood pouring from her mouth. "Shh, sister, shh," she said to me with a finger over her mouth. "If you make even the smallest noise, I'll have to kill every animal in this room." She then picked up a pitchfork, and with a loud exclamational shout, she pierced me right in the gut. I couldn't help but scream at this point, and she looked at me and said, "Heh, I warned you, filthy thing." The fire was starting to get out of control at this point. More than a third of the barn was engulfed in flames. The animals were scared. I couldn't tell what they were more afraid of. May then proceeded to get on all fours and began mauling every last animal in the barn. My God, was she the one who did this before? No, that's not possible. How could she do this? She was a little girl. She was my sister, and now she was ripping the animals open one by one. Flesh, blood, and bones were flying everywhere, as if she was trying to paint the barn. I was bleeding out from the stab wound, but all I could do was watch in terror as she looked at Cloud, and then back at me, and then smiled sickeningly. Cloud couldn't get away as she sprinted towards him. She took Cloud and ripped the flesh from his body with the wool attached. She picked up a piece of the wool off his coat and shoved it in my mouth and said with blood dripping, "You will need this later." I was forced to swallow it. And then she removed the pitchfork from my abdomen, and with that, I fell to the ground. And I'm not sure what took me first, blood loss or the flames, but either way, I stopped breathing. Night 145. Family. My eyes blinked open, and I was tied naked to a stone slab. A jolt of pain at my bosom. I was able to look down and see that my body was covered in roots, thorns, and blood. Upon the roots lied heavy stones that were both crushing me and pressing the thorns deeper into my skin. I winced in pain, eyes darting around looking for anyone to help me. My eyes then grew tired, so very tired. I could make out what seemed to be my grandmother's corpse in her rocking chair, fingers still embedded in her face, but she seemed to be smiling now. The attention shifted to a swell of pain in my abdomen as I looked up and saw my sister was sitting on one of the rocks. My mouth was parched and I could not speak. She leaned down and placed a kiss on my forehead. She said to me, "Don't pity her. This is how she wanted to die, so she could be reborn and writhe in pain instead of serving." I opened my mouth to speak, but I only managed to cough up a strange piece of white wool. How did it get there, I thought to myself. My sister quickly shoved it back into my throat. "If you lose that wool, the ritual cannot be completed," she said. The next thing I knew, my father and mother and grandmother all appeared around me. All of them looked like themselves, but not quite either. My mother was smiling so strong that her teeth broke and flew from her mouth. My father gouged his own eyes out and squeezed them until they popped. he let out an exhausted cry, and my grandmother was levitating off the floor and began her chant like she was doing before all of this. I was able to make out 2 words, Pomona and lupine. Suddenly, my whole body felt like it was stretching and contorting. I could feel my mouth being ripped apart, and all I could taste was blood. My eyes started having double vision, and my skin started growing white fur. All of my family started to twitch and shake violently, as screams were heard all throughout the room. The window glass shattered, and the house seemed like it was alive with a wild anger. Again, I started to cough up the wool, and my sister immediately pressed her paw down on my mouth. "No, hold it in," she said. My grandmother, now turned into a monstrous amalgamation of mouths and eyes, latched onto my sister's shoulder. "What have you done to her? What works have you done?" My parents began to rub my limbs with oils and the wax. My parents began to rub my limbs with oils, wax, and fruit. My sister was thrown against the wall, and my grandmother pried my mouth open and placed a untouched virgin pomegranate in my mouth and forced my mouth closed. The fruit began to darken and ooze with a pus, and it seemed to bleed onto the altar that I was tied to. The taste was nauseating and my mouth burned. My eyes darkened, and then with no warning, a red spark seemed to light up the room. All of the candles were lit in a burgundy flame. The roots upon my body started to burn with fire. The pain? There was no pain. With no roots to tie me down, I rolled over onto my side, and all of the stones and vines fell from me. I spat the fruit out from my mouth and started to cough up a black, viscous liquid onto the floor, including the piece of wool. My grandmother, who had shifted back to her elderly self, saw the wool and screamed, "No, you wretched girl, you have destroyed us all." She ran to attack me, but was immediately frozen and petrified. From what? I'm unsure, but she was afraid to approach me. The goddess, she shrieked. Her eyes rolled back and she began to cry red from her eyes, and her neck seemed to snap. Her body hit the floor and produced a wet thud noise. I picked myself up to stand, and my parents fell to their knees sobbing, begging for forgiveness. From what? I don't know. I watched as their arms caught amber flame, and then every inch of them was engulfed in fire. The screams were deafening. My sister, now in a full black wolf form, walked over to me and nuzzled into my leg. The red light that was shining in our room left out the front door, and I was drawn to follow. We ended up at the pomegranate shrub by the river. The red glow took the shape of a ruby-silhouetted woman. No, not quite a woman. Womanly, yes, but there was something animalistic about her as well. My sister, as a wolf, walked to the shrub and started digging underneath. She started bringing up bones, and I shuddered to think if they belonged to our family. Yes, they do, I heard ringing through my mind. Then a piercing pain behind my eyes. I started to bleed from my nose, ears, and eyes. I fell to my knees as I watched my sister change back into her human form and walk into the river. "Wake up," she shouted. "Ruth, wake up." Morning, 249. I blinked suddenly, and I was standing in my bedroom. It had just been night, and now I'm in my bedroom, and it's daytime. Was it nighttime? I'm unsure. Did we do it? Was it over? I felt a tug at my side, and it was my sister. Blonde hair, blue-eyed May. Ruth, come on, we're not finished yet, she said in a melancholic way. A way that seemed that she was all too familiar with this. I blinked again, and we were suddenly outside our front door. She walked ahead of me. Come on, we are nearly there. I turned around to close the door, and suddenly we were back at the shrub. A shrub that now had a sleeping sheep in front of it. Placed in front of it were 2 pieces of fruit, both pomegranates. One looked fresh and untouched, the other was rotten. We have been here before, I said, unsure. We have been here many times before, my sister said. Then a voice of a woman, no, a man, no, something else approached from the river. Children, you have been here countless times, and you will continue to come back here again and again and again until you, Ruth, make a choice. What came out to us was the figure of a woman, fully figured and draped in wine-colored silk. She had brown hair and all but looked like a woman, but was covered in black hair and produced fangs in a snarl. One black large eye and the other green and small. Pomona, I spoke. She bowed her head. What will you choose? Serve me like your sister, or suffer? I looked down now to see that the lamb was gone, and in its place was the silent and rotting corpses of my family, all holding hands, with eyes and mouths stitched shut. A soft growl and a whimper caught my attention as I noticed a black wolf with blue eyes approaching the deity. Pomona placed a hand upon the wolf's head, and the wolf nuzzled into her side. The wolf then approached me with a soft whine, licked my hand. I knew it was May. What is it going to be, Ruth? The deity pressed. Serve me, or shall we go through it all again? All the pain, all the never-ending exhaustion. She moved to me and kissed my forehead, and all seemed right with the world. Suddenly, my memory, my parents, I remembered seeing their dismembered bodies in the barn. I remembered a black wolf with blood-stained fur. I remember I have no sister. The wolf who was at my side bared its fangs and bit my hand. It made me bleed and then moved towards Pomona, and then its illusion broke, and from it poured out a mix of blood and fruit. I never had a sister. Why do I have memories? And I stopped. I felt pain. I hadn't noticed, but the blood was pouring from my hand and increased to an almost bloodletting situation. Oh, Ruth, I built you a story. I planted memories because I need you to serve, and I will do whatever it takes and whatever I need and anything to get you to come to me, Pomona said. I turned around and I tried to stumble away. My hair was grabbed and Pomona dragged me into the river. The once crystal clear water turned crimson. She pressed my chest down into the water, and all I could do was flail back and forth like a fish out of water. Worship me, or we can do this all over again, she said, visibly angry. The water around us started to boil, and I felt my skin start to blister. I felt burning all over my body. My tears left and evaporated as soon as they left my eyes. She let me go, and I flung myself onto the grass. I was writhing in pain. I couldn't focus on anything but pain, and I must have laid there for hours and passed out. When I woke up, I frantically was looking all around, waiting for the wolf to come and get me, attack me again, and I wept for myself, for my family, and for May. I know now she was just a lie, but I missed her nonetheless. I saw a light glowing in the distance. I managed to collect myself, get to my feet, and I started a slow stumble towards its direction. As the light grew in intensity, I noticed its ruby glow pulsating from my family hovel. The door appeared to be thrown from the entrance and was laying on the ground. I entered and found the bodies of my family floating in the air, all of them with eyes of pure red light glistening. I couldn't help but be brought to my knees in awe and in anguish. I had had enough. I wanted this to end. I knew if I said yes, well, I knew not what would happen if I said yes. I knew not what would happen if I said yes, but at this point, I knew what happened if I said no, and I didn't want to end up like my family. My gaze was taken to what seemed like another light coming from the room with the altar. I made my way to that room to see Paloma floating above the altar in a trance-like state. I made my way to that room to see Pomona floating above the altar in a trance-like state. In both of her hands held pomegranates. One was rotting and bitten into. It was the one that her familiar brought to me, the one disguised as my quote-unquote sister. The other was a fresh pomegranate, ripe and juicy, untouched, virgin-esque. If I was to serve, I must take the forbidden and old fruit. Why? Why, what is all of this for? I asked myself. I broke down into tears. My family is gone. Was it my fault? How many times have I done this? Was there a way out of this? I didn't know anymore. I felt that tug on my dress again. I couldn't help but smile, and then I looked down to see that nobody was there. No sister, no wolf, no family. There was nothing. This was it. This was all I had to look forward to. I sighed and approached Pomona. I picked up the fruit. I took a bite. Fade to black. I awoke to sunlight piercing through the window of my bedroom. I can't remember the last time I saw such a greeting from the sun. I lazily rolled out of bed and allowed the floor to catch me. With a stretch and a yawn, I was ready for today. Today, I exclaimed. I threw open the door and started to gather my things from the hall. I was in the middle of fixing my hair when I heard from behind me, "Ruth, come on, Ruth. Let me help. Let me help." Finn.
Yeah. That was good. That was fun.
Was it fun?
It was fun. No, I liked it. I liked that it was spooky. I liked that it was witchy. I liked that it had like a goddess in there, you know, of mischief and death and like, you know.
I just hope the real Pomona doesn't come to haunt me.
Yeah, probably.
She didn't have wolf attributes. That was something I threw in there, but she is the goddess of fruit.
No, I definitely got that. I wish you were more confident in your voice. I wish you were more and I mean that in, like, your writing voice. I wish you were more confident and you didn't second guess yourself so much, because the way you wrote things made perfect sense, but I found you like changing how you were reading it out loud on different sentences, and I like thought to myself, I was like, no, just read the words on the paper. Like, people, you gotta trust that people understand. Like, they're not the ones reading it with us. So say it how you wrote it, because you have to believe that how you wrote it has a structure, has a sound to it. And I think, like, you know, confirm this with me if I'm not mistaken. Is this the first time you've read it to yourself, like, out loud, all in one go?
Yes.
So that's always different too, right? Because after you're done writing something, you need to go back and actually, like, because it's an audio format, you have to go back and be like, how's this going to sound out loud? And that's when you actually need to do, like, the hard editing. You need to be like, no, like, this is going to be audio. This is never going to, like, at least not right now, not going to ever be on a page, like, literally on a page. And that's when you have to be like, no, it would sound better this way, or it would sound better this way. And, like, for the most part, I really liked it. I really liked where you were going. I love the twist. I love that the sister wasn't real. She was a familiar. She was like a servant. It was a dream. It was a trance. It was an idea. And I like the eternal servitude. I got the nonlinear storytelling, the amounts of nights and how it was shaping things around her. I knew from the get-go. I was like, okay, so grandma thinks sister is the devil. A wolf was responsible for killing the family, so it's like, and the livestock. Okay, so the sister is just this person that they protect because she looks innocent during the day, but she's probably a demon at night. Like, I just started jumping to conclusions, but as the story kept going, you kept giving, like, little pieces each chapter, and that's cool. It's repetitive, it's functional, it makes total sense. And I liked the ending. I liked the ending that when you give someone a choice, and I love this choice when it comes up in movies like Inception or Vanilla Sky, like you get choices of how would a person rather live? Would they rather live like loving something and being open even if it means the pain that comes with it? Or would you rather start over, do something fresh, do something new, and maybe be able to avoid that pain, that anguish, but it also might mean you lose that person. You lose those aspects of maybe yourself or the people that you love. And it's so interesting to see how people are like, specifically you, like I know you, and I'm just like, yeah, no, he would deal with he would eat the rotten fruit, he would deal with the pain, he would deal with the anguish, he would go back and do it all over again as long as it meant that he got to keep the things he loved and keeps the things that he cared about, like, around him. Where did this come from? What was your inspiration? What was your motivation? And was I off base with any of those assumptions?
No, so at the end she actually picks the new fruit, the virgin fruit, because if she would have went with the old, like, clearly like necrotic evil fruit,
dead.
And like the point I was trying to make is like she keeps choosing not to serve.
But it meant that she stayed in the dream, though. It meant that she stayed in the torture. It meant that she stayed in the unreality.
And it just keeps cycling.
Of starting the cycle all over again.
Yeah.
No, it's the Tartarus aspect of pushing that rock all the way up the hill all over again.
So I don't know. I really, and I always say this, I love. So the guy who did Skinamarink did a short Hell on YouTube. Love it. I love it more than Skinamarink.
Yeah, it's tighter at 30 some minutes.
And I love how it just like, I was just like, imagine having someone kind of in this, but like, you don't know how many nights this person has done it, and they're on this cycle, and it just is continuing. And then I thought,
wouldn't that be hell?
Wouldn't that be cool? And wouldn't that be hell? And then also like, you know, if you don't know, I love Jacob Black and werewolves. So, like, you know, I was like, why don't let me put a werewolf in this?
Oh, you don't say. I didn't pick up on that at all.
And then I was like, okay, when would be, like, a spooky time for it to happen? Fall. Okay, let's relate it to a deity. Let's relate it to, like, a Sabbath holiday.
It felt very witch of
Yeah.
It felt very pilgrimish. It felt very...
Yes.
It felt very woodsy. It felt very dated. It felt very historical, very pastoral. And that's cool. It's a vibe.
And I kind of, you know, I left it up into interpretation, right? So I had said they live far from society. It takes them multiple hours of walking just to get somewhere, to get like medicine or, you know, whatever. They live in the woods. I use the word hovel. So like it could be present day and they're just choosing to live like the Amish, or it could be like,
yeah, no, it's unimportant to the point of the story. But leaving it open like that leaves it open to the interpretation of the viewer. So it's like, what do they think? And I just think it's super likely that people are gonna just be like, oh, this is like some Aesop's Fables level shit. You know?
If I had to pick a time that I was thinking when I was writing it, I was thinking kind of like the witch times.
Yeah.
Not Salem Witch Trials, like The Witch, the movie.
No, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was fun. Like I said, I for some reason I only was writing it on my phone and like usually on breaks or like in my Ubers to from work. So like,
no, you're a busy guy. I still appreciate that you took the time to do it, and I still appreciated hearing it and reading it with you. I thought it was tight. I thought it was cool. It's just critically, the only thing I have to say is that I just think, like, going back and going over it with like a fine-tooth comb and just like reading it out loud and formatting it out loud would have helped you get your voice down onto the page in a more confident way. And like, I'm only saying that because I'm sitting here reading it with you. If you had been online broadcasting from Boston and I wasn't like with you and it wasn't about like the energy or the room or the place that we're in, I probably wouldn't be saying it as much. But it's just like, I know you and I know you're second guessing yourself like while you're reading it, and you're like you're like going back and you're altering things because you think they would sound better a different way or something, and I'm just like, no, like, stop thinking about it that way, like, stop, like, dedicate, you know.
I think a lot.
Just hone in on the voice that you had, and I think it would be stronger because I just like you have the bones and you have like a lot of the meat of something really good there. It's just it needs just like a little bit more to take it to greatness. And I think a lot of it just comes down to formatting and dialogue and finding better ways to say what you actually mean to say. Mm-hmm. And like, that's the difference of like, if you're not sitting down and you're not physically like at a computer, like writing something for like 2 or 3 hours, and you're disconnected, you're at work, you're busy, there's something else going on, you're not going to be focused enough to go back. Like, this is actually the most frustrating thing about my writing process is, especially with the longer stories, like the one I just read with Deputy Dewey in this case, like, I always need to go back and find my voice of that character that I'm writing from. Because I had different styles. Like, my first story was slice of life. My second story was coming of age. My third story was, like, I'm at work. Like, I needed to find my voice each time. And my fourth story was actually third person. It was an omniscient narrator that spoke for multiple people and what their minds were thinking and where they were. And it's just, like, each time, like, especially with the fourth story, I would need to go back 2 or 3 pages and read those pages to get myself back into the mindset of where I was going to write to next and what my next part was going to be. It's the only critical thing I have to say about your process is that I feel like your voice would have been more confident if you sat back and had the time to dedicate to it. I wrote mine at work too, but I also came home and said, alright, if I want this to be the best fucking possible thing that I could do right now, like, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to waste 3 more hours reading it again, reading it out loud, and telling myself, that sucks, I need to replace that, that needs to be redone, I said that word too many times, I'm too repetitive, I need to change that. Like, I found, like, I had a thesaurus pulled up on my phone, I was pulling up synonyms for things, I was making sure definitions for things were right. Like, I'm informing your writing process because I think you did a really good job. And I just think, like,
I was so close
a tighter dial would have brought you to destiny. But I felt the same thing about Deputy Dewey. Like, it's just like, he wrote like what had to have been like 40 pages of like a really solid story, and I was just like, the dialogue was good, the setting was fun, it was interesting, the twist at the end was good, but I just feel like you turn the dial just a little bit more, you sit back, you give it time to breathe, you maybe put it down for a couple days, come back, reread the entire thing and say, alright, what was missing, what needs to be redone. And like, so much of that felt like stream of conscious, just like, it's just happening, it's just happening, it's just happening, like next day, next night, next day, next night, next morning. And like the repetitiveness of the process helps in that kind of structure because it's meant to be maddening and unassuming. And that's like, it's the most interesting part about it, is the non-linear aspect of it. And just how psychotic, you know, being stuck in repetitive timeline, the loop of it all. It was solid. It was a solid story. I'm saying that you did good and I liked it.
I appreciate you, but I will find my voice next time, I promise. Okay, you can stop talking about it now. All right, guys. Well,
all right, guys. It's been fun.
It's been fun. My feet hurt and I'm tired and I want to go home.
Anyway, I'm here with Terry the Tickler.
Hey, it's me, your boy, Don Flan.
Don Flan? Is that what you're going with? Is that your name for the episode?
Little Debbie Snack Cakes.
I feel like we've been there.
We have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Little W's Mini Bite Muffins.
Yeah, and Peach Tea Dream Team.
Oh, fuck.
That's one of my playlists on Spotify. Peach Tea Dream Team.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You know, I asked him to be a part of this.
Peach Tea Dream Team?
Yeah.
I don't know who that is to you then.
I mean, Bunch of Baby Ducks.
Oh, okay.
I was asking for him to bring the Peach Tea Dream Team back together.
Yeah.
Get the bus going again.
Yeah.
At first, he was on board, and I was excited because I was like, "Oh man, he might do something." And then, as time went on, he was like, "I really can't do anything," and I was like,
"They exist in a life of pure busy."
Well, I had said,
and now they're coaches.
I had said,
pretty cool, I guess.
Listen,
pal,
we could make it as little and as stupid as you want it to be. That would almost make it funnier. Is that it could be like a paragraph, and then he could just disappear into the ether. I actually wanted it to be like a bit joke where he comes in and he's like, "This is long. Okay, this is a long story," and then he sits down and his segment is literally 5 minutes. But it was also that I could include.
Well, good thing you didn't read my story yet.
Is your story only one sentence long?
Thanks for tuning in, guys.
All right, welcome to the show, everyone. I got Taylor Tickler here. About your story,
Don Flan.
About your story, Don Flan.
Yo,
is it serious? Is it a serious
I'm the
story?
McRibbler, like the Rizzler.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We won't get sued over that at all.
I'm Don Flan.
I wanted to ask. I perused your story. Is it serious in tone?
I thought you did peruse it.
No. Like just now. I looked at it just now.
I don't know.
Is it? No, this is your one moment to talk about it.
It could be.
Is it serious?
I didn't read it.
You did not read your own story. Is this what you? This is what you want to establish to the people listening? Is that you didn't read your own story?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm Don Flan. Thank
Jesus
you
Christ.
for tuning in.
I'm trying to.
I think it's serious.
Okay. Well, what's the intention? Is the intention for it to be a joke or not?
It's gonna come off as a joke, maybe.
It's a yes or no question.
So, to be 100% honest with you,
yeah,
I'm a little Debbie Snack Bites.
God damn it!
Yeah, Terry the Tickler ain't here anymore.
All right. Lil Debbie Snack Bites.
And
is this story serious? Or is it?
It was a collaborative piece.
Okay.
Between me and ChatGPT.
Okay. No, you're not the first. You're not the first. That's okay. I think there's an element of.
It's going to be action packed.
It's going to be action-packed.
Action-packed story.
Okay. So I'm starting to think that this is going to close out the episode.
It is action-fucking-packed, dude.
Great.
This is 20 pages long of pure action.
For your sake, I hope it is.
It's 20 pages.
Is it 20 pages?
It is 20 pages.
Oh, okay.
It was going to write like 100 pages, but it didn't.
Okay. And how much oversight was it given? Did you edit any of this? Or
I paid attention to it.
Okay. Okay.
I clicked enter.
Okay. Because someone on the show didn't. And it was very funny. The level for which they didn't. And then someone else did. So I got to see the spectrum in the same episode. So I feel like I'm going to land somewhere in the middle this time.
Hey, as Don Flon always says.
What does Don Flon always say?
What?
Tell me.
Tell you what?
What Don Flon always says.
I don't know. What does he always say?
Oh, okay.
I'm Little Debbie Snack Bites.
Okay. Anything you wanted to say about this story?
No, it's a surprise.
Okay.
I want you to be surprised.
I already am.
I gave it a fun synopsis. With some fun characters.
Okay.
Let's just say a few legends are in this story.
I'm looking forward to it. Did you take my prompt?
What's your prompt?
I feel like my prompt was telling you to do an Avengers of creepypasta characters. Is that it?
You read the story.
I didn't. I feel like I told you that, though. I made the joke on the last episode.
We'll see.
I feel like I nailed it.
Don't worry about it.
All right. Well,
thanks for tuning in, guys. It's been real.
All right.
People are going to get confused. They're going to keep thinking there is an ending in the middle of it out of nowhere.
Okay. I like that. So it ends like 12 times?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. It's the story that never ends?
Yeah.
Oh, that's even better.
Well, no, it's the podcast episode that doesn't end.
Oh, this is a podcast episode that never ends.
Yeah.
Well, they know that at this point. I don't even know how long this is going to be. Are you reading this?
Cool. Yeah, sure.
Are we trading off?
We'll trade off. It's split into like 5 parts.
Is there any pre-conversation you want to have before getting into it?
Pre-cum?
Yeah, that's what I said. I said pre-cum. Is there any pre-cum you want to have before we get into it?
Nah, we already hit that.
Is the title Nightmare Syndicate?
I guess. It's called the Syndicate of Shadows.
Should I change the title to be that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
ChatGPT title. That bitch.
I mean, I liked Nightmare Syndicate. I thought that was cool.
You could call it that if you want to, then.
But then the top of this says Syndicate of Shadows.
Then erase it.
Nah.
Okay. Part 1, The Gathering.
Take it away. Oh, shit.
The Syndicate of Shadows, Part 1, The Gathering. The highway stretched out like a wound across the countryside. Thank you, ChatGPT, for that line. Broken asphalt, faded yellow lines, and the gutted skeletons of gas stations were the only signs that people had once moved freely through this place. Now no one drove this far, not anymore. At the edge of nowhere stood the Willow's Rest Motel. Its neon sign hummed fitfully, throwing pale light across the weeds that had swallowed its parking lot. The letters were mostly dead, only 2 still worked, E and L. The rest had rotted away with time. It was here that the first one came. Jeff the Killer.
Oh, shit. He's my favorite.
Jeff arrived on foot. He always preferred walking.
Do you remember when we read his story?
Yeah, we read it more than once.
Do you remember when we tried reading it again?
Yeah, we gave up.
Yeah, I did.
He always preferred walking after a spree. It gave him time to settle, to think, to let the adrenaline ebb back into the background hum of his mind. His hoodie was stiff with dried blood, his knives tucked back into the waistband of his jeans, cleaned only with a swipe across the motel's overgrown grass. He paused at a sign, tilting his head up to admire the broken glow. E-L. That was all that remained. L, Jeff muttered, the corner of his scarred mouth twitching into a grin. Like laugh, like life, or maybe just leave. What the fuck?
That's really good.
Yeah, right? He struck a match against his jeans just to see the flames sputter. He held it until it burned close to his fingers, then dropped it into the weeds and watched a small line of fire crawl along the ground before dying. He never smoked, he just liked the burn. He leaned against the sign waiting. He didn't like waiting. Waiting made him itch. Then he heard it, a soft crunch of shoes on gravel. Eyeless Jack.
Whoa, that guy.
The figure that emerged from the tree line was taller than Jeff expected, draped in a black hoodie, face hidden beneath a crude mask. Thanks for tuning in, guys.
Alright, that's the end of the story.
Two hollow sockets gaped where eyes should have been.
Gaped.
Frowns McBoohoo used to have a thing under his table in his bedroom called Gape Soda. Glistening was something wet in the moonlight. Jeff laughed. Yeah. You look like a Halloween costume, man. Eyeless Jack tilted his head. His voice was low, scratchy, as though it had traveled up from deep inside his chest. You've been busy. I can bell it.
God damn it.
I can bell it on you.
I don't know if they're gonna understand that.
Jeff grinned wider. Busy's one word, productive's another. Jack lifted the satchel slung over his shoulder, the leather stained with something that no soap could ever wash out. Always kidneys. He murmured, tapped aside a bed like a man stroking a pet. They're the merest part, the builder of the body.
Jesus Christ.
Jeff cocked his head, chuckling. Cute hobby. You keep yours, I'll keep mine.
Nice.
But before Jack could answer, the air itself shifted. Slender Man.
He's my favorite.
The motel lights flickered, buzzing as if a storm had passed overhead, though the sky was clear. The shadows deepened, stretching unnaturally across the cracked pavement. Static in the air made Jeff's teeth ache, made the hair on his neck stand, and then he was there. Slender Man didn't walk out of the trees. He unfolded from the dark itself as though he had always been there, just waiting to be noticed. His limbs were impossibly long, his pristine black suit, his faceless head. His pristine black suit? What the fuck? His faceless head tilting just slightly as if in judgment. Jeff's scream faltered. Only for a second, Jack lowered his head. The buzzing grew louder. The neon sign blinked, spasmed, and went dead. The world seemed to hold its breath, and then, with a small twitch of Slender's hand, the motel light sputtered back on. No one spoke. No one dared.
Well, he didn't say that.
The rake!
I love him. He's my favorite.
The silence shattered with a scream. It wasn't human. It wasn't animal. It was something caught in between. A cry of pain so raw it tore at the ears. From the forest behind the motel, something burst forward. First a man, staggering, gone. His body shaken violently as though struck by invisible lightning. Bones cracked. Flesh tore. His spine arched unnaturally. His limbs lengthened with each...
His Tims.
Lengthy.
Sweet Tims, bro.
His limbs lengthened with each spasm until claws split his fingertips. His mouth stretched wide, teeth jutting like knives. He fell to the ground in convulsions. Skin peeling, body snapping in a new shape until he stood hunched on all fours, eyes burning like coals in a skeletal face. The rake snarled at him, saliva dripping on the dirt. Give us a snarl? Jeff clapped slowly, mockingly. Bravo! I give it a 10 out of 10 for the transformation sequence. The rake lunged forward, stopping just inches from Jeff's throat, growling. Jeff didn't flinch. He only smiled wider. Slender extended one arm. The rake froze, trembling under invisible weight of the tall man's presence, then backed down with another low snarl. Jeff chuckled. Guess he's house-trained after all.
So funny, Jeff.
Laughing Jack!
Oh man, he's my favorite.
The motel door banged open. Music drifted out. A carousel tune, off-key, playing from nowhere. A figure danced into the lodge, striped like a nightmare, bells jingling with each step. His face was painted white, lips stretched into an eternal grin filled with jagged yellow teeth. His eyes sparkled with cruel delight. Great. I'm glad that's how it began this. You read that one for me quick.
Why so serious, boys?
Laughing Jack cackled, twirling a string of balloons. Red, green, blue. But inside each translucent orb sloshed something darker than air, something wet.
It's blood.
He let one float up, and it bursted with a pin. Black liquid drained down, sizzling where it touched the pavement. Jack laughed louder, spinning in circles. Don't tell me I'm late. Oh, sorry. You can read that one then.
Don't tell me I'm late to the party. You wouldn't start without me, would you?
Jeff rolled his eyes, though the corners of his mouth tugged upwards. Takes all kinds. Eyeless Jack muttered, "Blown!" Laughing Jack pirouetted, grinning at him.
Surgeon.
The television. I'm not even going to read the title of it because
Fuck, you need to say it.
"Bed drowned!"
Hell yeah, dude.
The television inside the motel lobby flickered on.
He's my favorite. I don't know if I told you that.
No power ran to the building. The cables had long since been chewed through by rats, and yet the screen glowed green, filling the night with the eerie hum of static. Words began to scroll across the glass. "Hello, I am Ben. I've been watching."
Oh, come on. Do it slower.
Oh, hey, it's me, Ben. I've been watching.
I want to put like a cool filter over it in post, so it would be funny if you read it like,
"Hello.
Hello.
It is me, Ben.
I am Ben.
I've been watching."
I have been watching.
There you go. You could. The image shift.
You'll let me read Ben?
Yeah,
I
sure.
could read Ben?
You could be Ben.
Okay, so you have Jeff and Eyeless Jack, and I have Laughing Jack and Ben.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because I don't think the Rake
and Slender don't say anything.
The image shifted, briefly showing the drowned face of a boy, eyes pale, water streaming down his cheeks, before snapping back into code. Jeff stepped closer, squinting at the screen. Cute parlor trick. The television hissed. Text appearing, sharper, faster.
Not a trick. Anomaly detected. Something coming. Greater than you. Greater than me. I'm coming.
For the first time, even Jeff didn't smile. Slenderman's face tilted towards the screen. His body hummed like a storm before rain. Eyeless Jack shifted uneasily, tightening his grip on the satchel. The Rake crouched lower, claws digging into the soil. Laughing Jack's laughter faltered, replaced by a small, nervous giggle. The television buzzed louder.
If you want to survive, you must join. You must become a team.
So yeah, it's creepypasta adventures. Jeff looked at the others.
There was an idea.
Then back at the screen. His grin returned sharper than ever. "Well," he said, pulling one of his knives free, driving it into the motel's table with a satisfying thunk. "Looks like we've got ourselves a little syndicate."
Whoa, he said the thing.
The wind rose, carrying with it a faint, distant whisper, like 1,000 voices speaking in unison from the darkness beyond the trees. Something else was out there, and it was waiting. Part 2, the threat.
God damn you!
The Willis Rest Hotel became their temporary den. For 3 nights, none of them strayed too far from its rotting walls. They were predators by nature, but oh no. But now each one felt the crippling weight of something greater looming beyond the woods. Even Jeff, who laughed at most things, even his own pain, did not dare wander off alone for long. The air seemed different, still thicker, as though the entire countryside held its breath. Am I just shouting the titles?
Yeah.
Are we keeping a theme by shouting them?
Yeah, keep the theme.
Missing dudes! On the third night, Eyeless Jack returned from scouting. His satchel was heavy.
Fucking hate Eyeless Jack.
Dripping. He dropped it on the table where Jeff had embedded his knife, the leather bag landing with a wet slap. Jeff raised a brow. Souvenirs? Jack's voice was low, weary, empty. Completely empty. He pulled the satchel open. Not organs, not trophies, only dirt. Oh, God.
Yep.
Here we go. I went north, a town called Miller's Hollow, he said. The population sign read 200. No one there. Not even the smell of them.
What's funny is this voice would work better for Ben Drown.
Yeah, I know.
You went with Eyeless Jack of all people.
I should have put Pale Luna in the story.
Yeah, that's Ben Drowned.
The Ray crouched in the corner, gnawing on his forearm in restless hunger. His eyes flicked up at the words, glowing faintly in the dark. His low growl deepened. Gone, Jack repeated. Houses open, cars in the street, food rotting on stoves. But no bodies, not a drop of blood, as if they had been hollowed out and erased.
There's no way anyone is going to understand a single word you just said.
Nope, they will.
Oh my God.
Laughing Jack twirled a balloon string around his gloved finger, his bells jingling nervously.
Maybe it was me,
he said with a giggle that didn't quite land.
I do that sometimes. Forget I've been somewhere.
No!
Okay.
I'm sorry. I hope it's...
He said, yeah, you cut in. You cut in on her.
Oh no, I hope she's not sleeping yet.
No, she's not.
Oh, thank God.
Plus, the bedroom's opposite side of the house.
Oh, thank God. You leave messes. You leave color. You leave screaming echoes. This sounds clean.
Yeah.
Television in the lobby flickered alive with emerald light. Ben's voice bled through the speakers, distorted and harsh.
Confirmation. Towns vanishing. Official records altered. Authorities report gas leaks fabricated. I have seen the data. Something is feeding.
Thanks for tuning in, guys.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
See you next time. Slender Man stood at the far end of the room unmoving. His tall frame filled the doorway like a black monolith. The buzzing return, rattling the walls. He knew. He had known before the rest of them. Jeff leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, grin faltering for once. Feeding on what? Flesh? Soul? Fear? The TV buzzed, green letters racing across the glass.
Yes.
Paranoia! Later that night, they sat in silence.
Was that Eyeless Jack?
No, it's the title.
Oh, okay.
Fine. Paranoia. Later that night, they sat in silence. The rake paced the length of the room like a caged beast, claws carving grooves in the floorboards. Laughing Jack lay sprawled across the couch, tossing balloons at the ceiling. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Eyeless Jack sharpened his knives, methodically scraping metal against metal. Jeff finally broke the quiet. So let's say this thing eats whole towns. Let's say it leaves no trace. Why now? Why here? The television hissed. Ben's voice emerged, digital and cold.
It is growing. It hunts more boldly. It will soon come for places too large to ignore. Then the world will know. Too late.
Laughing Jack giggled, twirling one striped arm dramatically.
Then what's the plan, fearless leader?
Jeff smirked. We find it first and we kill it. Simple. Eyeless Jack muttered. Simple isn't how this works. Jeff's grin widened. It is. I mean,
oh, yeah, Jeff.
It is for me. Slender tilted his faceless head, tendrils unfurling from his back. The shadows bent with him. The temperature in the room dropping sharply. Even Jeff's bravado faltered under the silent judgment. The rake stopped pacing and let out a hiss, as though echoing Slender's thought. They all understood this wasn't prey they were talking about. This was something closer to them. Something worse. The first trail! The next night they moved. Well, that's it, folks. Thank you.
They followed Ben. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good. Uh-huh. Silent Hill? Pyramid Head?
The next night they moved. They followed Ben's guidance. Every television they passed flickered as they walked the road. Every dead laptop sparked. Every broken radio screamed static. He was leading them northeast towards another vanished town. They arrived at dawn. Sign read Ashen Hill. Population 614. Silence. Birds did not sing. Insects did not stir. The air itself seemed muffled. They walked the streets like specters, their shadows long across the pavement. Houses stood with doors open, curtains fluttering. A breakfast table lay set with plates of food untouched. A stroller stood in the middle of the road, one wheel slowly turning in the morning breeze. Eyeless Jack's head twitched towards the window. Hey, no bodies. Not even rot.
There's Eyeless Jack. You're not gonna read, like... Okay.
Okay. No bodies, he rasped. Not even rot. The rake crawled ahead, sniffing furiously. He whimpered like a starving dog. Oh, shit. Gone, he croaked. Gone. Jeff twirled a knife between his fingers, scowling. Doesn't even leave us scraps. Rude. Laughing Jack plucked a toy from a front yard, a stuffed bear, and held it to his ear, grinning.
Can you hear it? The silence. It's louder than screams.
Cool. Slender stood in the middle of the street, still as a statue, his face and head tilted up towards the church steeple. The buzzing in the air grew. Jeff followed his gaze. The church loomed at the end of the road, its stained glass windows blackened, the crucifix bent backwards as though snapped by invisible hands. A smell lingered here, not rot, but ozone, sharp and unnatural, as though lightning had burned the very air. The rake hissed, claws scratching against the pavement. His eyes glowed brighter. He smelled it too. Jeff grinned, spinning the knife once more before pointing towards the church. Well then, he said, let's meet God.
Hell yeah, dude.
Fuck yeah. Inside the church, the doors hung open, wood splintered. They stepped into the shadows. The pews were filled not with people, but with things. Jesus. Sorry.
That's good.
That one got me there. Shapes that twitched and shuddered in the half-light. Figures that seemed carved from smoke. Mouths stretching wide to whisper in voices that didn't belong to them.
Hello there. My name is Dan.
Yeah. As Jeff entered, every shadow turned and they all smiled. His smile, wide and carved into their faces. Eyeless Jack froze as the creature's sockets opened, bleeding. The rake crouched lower as their bones cracked in rhythm with his own. Laughing Jack's grin faltered as his mouths split in identical painted smile. Slender's form rippled as they stretched tall, limbs elongating. They weren't just feeding, they were copying. Jeff's grin widened again. Well, he said, pulling his knives free, guess we finally found dinner. Damn. The pews erupted. That's gonna be a worse joke.
Oh, okay.
The Jews.
Oh!
Yeah.
That's culturally relevant. Part 3, the first battle.
Okay, cool. The church air tasted wrong. It was heavy and damp, as though every breath dragged mildew into their lungs. Candle wax had melted into long, grotesque stalactites down the altar, pooing into hardened puddles that looked too like coagulated. The shadows moved before anyone touched them. Jeff stepped forward first, twin knives gleaming faintly in the gloom. His grin widened as the nearest shape slithered down the pew, body bending in ways no human could manage. Its smile was his. Stitch wide, teeth too white, eyes hollow. Well, don't I look handsome, Jeff said, voice a purr. Cool. The thing tilted its head exactly as he did, knife-shaped claws curling from its hands. Laughing Jack let out a thin giggle.
It copies us.
Eyeless Jack muttered, "No, it becomes us." The rage shrieked and launched himself forward, claws flashing. He landed on the duplicate Jeff, rending it open at the chest. Instead of flash, black vapor hissed from the wound. Curling little like smoke, the creature screamed in Jeff's voice. Ah! Then the church erupted. Dozens of shadow figures poured from the pews. They weren't identical copies. Some were distorted, stretched, broken versions of them. It was like when I said I was going to run into the woods and be a skinwalker.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Like children's drawings come alive. Some grin too wide. Others crawled backwards on twisted limbs. But each carried an echo of one of those words. The battle began. Give me a read there.
Jeff versus Jeff.
Jeff bent his double with a laugh. Hey, thanks for tuning in. The two blurred into motion, knives flashing silver into gleam. His copy fought like a mirror. Every slash answered, every dodge matched. Steel ring against bow. Jeff cackled.
That was good.
Carving his blade across his copy's cheek. The wound opened into another smile, teeth spilling out like coins. The copy grinned back. You're prettier than me, Jeff admitted, but I bet I bleed better. He killed himself.
That's the end of the story, guys. All right.
He lunged, driving both knives into its chest. The creature staggered but didn't fall. Smoke pouring from the rooms. Then it split in two, birthing another Jeff copy from the wound. Both smiled at him. Both raised knives. Jeff licked blood from his lips and laughed harder. Yeah! Finally, a challenge!
Eyeless Jack's precision.
God damn it, if it doesn't. On the far side of the church, Eyeless Jack moved with surgical grace, his knives flashing in clean arcs, every strike driving into a duplicate side, always at the kidneys. Every time.
Take the kidneys out.
Didn't miss.
People cannot operate without them.
His copies were just as they advanced from hollow sockets, bleeding black tears, each knife finding his own weak points. Jack hissed, "Yeah!" As one blade sank into his shoulder, he retaliated, instantly gutting the thing in return. The duplicate fell apart into smoke. But another slid into its place, expressionless. Jack panted, blood soaking his hoodie. This isn't a fight, it's an infection.
Slender's Woolworths.
Slender raised his arms and the room bent. The walls warped like liquid, wood stretching and cracking as tendrils uncoiled from his back. The buzzing became a scream of static, rattling every window. Until glass rained down. His tendrils lashed into the duplicates, shredding them into vapor. But the copies had grown bolder.
Oh.
A faceless figure rose from the shadows, taller even than slender. That's how you beat him. You be taller. Limbs splitting into dozens, each one surrounding smaller, faceless men.
Whoa.
Ooh. They swarmed like spiders, static humming louder than his own. The two forces clashed, tendrils snapping. The church bowed under strain of unreality. Jack barked a laugh even as he fought. Gets tall, dark, and silent, finally found a dance partner.
The Rake Unleashed.
You read this one quick so I can sip.
The Rake was lost to reason.
Oh no.
He tore into the pews with feral violence, claws severing limbs, his screeches rattling the rafters. Smoke sprayed into the air as he ripped duplicate after duplicate apart. For every one he shredded 2 more rows, their bodies cracking into the hunched skeletal form. One lunged at him, claws slashing. The rake's throat split into a scream as the blow carved through his ribs. He retaliated instantly, jaws closing on his copy's throat, biting down until the smoke hissed away. He staggered back, chest bleeding, half transformed. Kill them all.
Yeah, keep going there.
Laughing Jack's tricks.
Yeah, I mean...
Laughing Jack skipped into the fray, balloons swirling around him like a macabre halo. He popped one on his nails, and it burst into a cloud of black ash that burned the creature's skin. They howled in mimic laughter, staggering. Another balloon released a swarm of insects that poured over a duplicate, eating it alive in seconds. But when he spun to laugh, a duplicate Laughing Jack stood waiting, eyes glowing with cruel fire. It popped its own balloon, releasing a spray of molten tar. The liquid burned across Jack's arm, eating through his striped suit into his flesh. He screamed, a sound halfway between a cackle and a sob. Not funny! Not funny at all! Ben's warning. The television, dragged along with them on static-fueled wires, flickered violently. Warning. Pattern changing. They are learning. Every move, every strike, they are evolving. On screen, the drowned boy's face flickered, lips moving in silence, eyes glowing green. Then the TV warped into static images of Jeff, Jack, Slender, the Rake, Laughing Jack, each twisted, monstrous, stronger than before. You cannot win this way. The collapse.
The battle tore the church apart. Jews shattered under claws.
Oh man, you can't say that.
Pews shattered under claws. Okay. Windows exploded under static. The crucifix split and fell, crashing into the altar as smoke creatures poured like locusts. Jeff was bleeding, laughing madly. Yeah! Planes stalled. Eyeless Jack staggered, clutching his side, his satchel gone. Laughing Jack's bells were silent now, one arm blackened from tar burn. The rake was half collapsed, twitching. Trapped between man and monster. Slender loomed, tendrils writhing, but even he bent under the pressure of the faceless swarm. The smoke creatures pulled back silently, retreating to the altar's shadows. Jeff wiped blood from his mouth. What? Given up already? The shadows surged upwards, coalescing into something vast, something not quite visible, but undeniable. A towering silhouette filled the church, formed from all their shapes at once. Jeff's smile, Jack's bleeding sockets, Slender's endless limbs, the rake's claws, Laughing Jack's grin. Wait, why just his grin? Ben's drowned eyes. It leaned forward, whispering in all their voices at once. We are you! The floor split open and the church collapsed in darkness.
Part 4. Descent.
The church was gone.
That's the end of the story. Thanks for tuning in, guys.
What's up with that?
So that's pretty good.
Yeah, right? Yeah. And then this is the part where we start watching The Descent.
Oh, that's a good movie.
It's just playing.
It's a good in the background.
Yeah. It's just like 2 hours of quiet. And that's being like, oh wow.
Oh, did you see that?
Oh shit,
that's
crazy.
spooky. That's a spooky part.
When Jeff came to, he was lying in a ditch of blackened wood and stone, dust clinging to his hoodie. His knives were still in his hands, thank God, though the blades were cracked, serrated from abuse. His grin returned slowly. Pulling at the scars, he coughed, spat blood, and laughed. Well, he croaked, guess we lost the deposit.
Nice.
Thank you, ChatGPT. You're learning.
Yeah.
Around him, the others stirred.
Too fast.
You know, that's a little scary. Eyeless Jack dragged himself upright, clutching his bleeding side. The rake twitched violently. Stuck between man and beast. Oh, His body trembling with every spasm. Laughing Jack lay on the ground, dead. One arm blackened and limp. His painted smile cracked, but still holding. Slender stood already, unmoving, his suit untouched, but the air shimmered around him like heat rising from asphalt. Asphalt. The television buzzed weakly from a half-buried pew. The green light dimmed. Ben's text crawled slowly across the screen.
They survived, but they know you now.
Jeff staggered to his feet, knives loose in his grip. We did some damage. I saw them break. Eyeless Jack shook his head. No, they weren't breaking. They were testing. No, they weren't breaking. They were testing. The words hung heavy in the air.
Silent accusations.
They moved from the ruins, back towards the motel. The road stretched empty in every direction. The world hushed as if holding its breath. No one spoke for hours. When they finally reached Willow's Rest, Jeff dropped into a chair, kicking his boots up onto the table. So, not indestructible. That's good news. The rake crouched in a corner, panting raggedly. His skin twitched with the effort of holding his shape, claws scraping the floor.
Not good,
he hissed.
Not good.
Laughing Jack sat on the floor against the wall, clutching his burnt arm. For once, his bells were silent.
They laughed like me,
he whispered.
Same pitch, same tone, same everything. I couldn't tell which one was mine.
Jeff shrugged. So what? We just keep stabbing until it stops moving. That's how this works. Eyeless Jack's hollow sockets turned on him.
And when you're the one letting across from me, smiling with your dimes, how do I know it's you and not them?
Jeff's grin faltered, just slightly. Easy. I'm prettier. No one laughed.
Fractures.
Later, Jeff woke to the sounds of scraping. He opened his eyes to see the rake hunched over Eyeless Jack, claws pressed against his throat. Jack lay still, knife poised, but unmoving.
Why are you watching me sleep?
The rake hissed.
Why do you smell like smoke?
Jack rasped back.
Because you reek of it too.
Jeff sat up, knives already in his hands. All right, children. Enough foreplay. The rake's claws twitched. Jack's knives shifted. Slender was there in an instant, tendrils sliding silently between them, separating claw from throat. The static in the air deepened, rattling the motel's rotting walls. The rake whimpered and backed into the corner, curling into himself. Jack stayed flat on his back, balls staring at nothing, sockets staring at nothing. Laughing Jack clapped softly, bells jangling.
Oh, this is rich. We're eating ourselves before the monster even gets a turn.
Jeff glared at him. Shut up, clown!
Ben's corruption.
Oh, no. The television screen sputtered, calmed.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for tuning in.
That's the end of the story.
The television screen sputtered violently, the green flow flickering into static. Then words appeared broken and distorted.
I see them. I see you. Files altered.
The drowned boy's face flickered on screen, water dripping from his lips. His voice stuttered between tones, broken and uneven.
I am not.
The screen warped, and for a heartbeat, the image wasn't Ben's face at all. It was Jeff's, grinning wide, eyes hollowed, then Eyeless Jack's mask, then the rake's twitching form.
They are inside.
The screen went black. Jeff spat. Great! Our computer's got a virus!
That's a joke because Ben Ground is a virus, you know. You get that.
Hey, thank you for...
Thanks for tuning in, guys. That's the end of the episode. Lots
but he
of
didn't laugh this time.
Distrust! The days that followed blurred. The Syndicate no longer moved as one. Jeff patrolled alone, knives always ready. Eyeless Jack slipped into the woods, gone for hours, returning with empty hands and blood on his hoodie. The rake curled in the motel's shadows, twitching and muttering, half man, half beast. Laughing Jack wandered the halls humming carousel tunes, leaving stains on the walls where his fingers trailed. Slender watched them all in silence, faceless gaze tuning from one to the next as though measuring, waiting. Every sound outside made them flinch. Every creak of the building raised knives, claws, and tendrils. They weren't sure anymore who they feared most, the thing in the dark or each other. On the fourth night, Jeff found a balloon tied to the door of his room, red. Inside it sloshed something wet. He cut the string, popped it with his knife. Black water splashed onto the floor. From down the hall, Laughing Jack's voice sang, light and playful, "Not mine." Jeff didn't sleep that night. Slender silence. By the end of the week... Do you want me to read?
Go ahead. By the end of the week... By the end of the week,
the motel was rotting faster. Mold crept along the walls. The neon sign finally went dead, and the air inside was thick with static. Slender stood in the lobby, motionless. Jeff approached him, knives loose in his grip.
Something about it. You been awful quiet, big guy. You holding out on us?
No answer. Jeff chuckled, though it sounded more nervous than usual.
Thought so.
Slender's faceless head tilted slowly. For a moment, Jeff felt the weight of something inhuman pressing down on him, something vast and cold. He forced his grin wider, even as sweat slid down his temple.
Yeah,
he muttered, backing off.
Thought so.
The motel was no longer a refuge. It was a trap, and they all knew it. The entity hadn't just beaten them, it was inside them, watching, waiting, and learning.
Ooh, part 5! The end game! The motel didn't burn or collapse or explode, it simply folded.
Like the cheese.
This is sponsored by Velveeta.
This is, and Schitt's Creek.
One moment, Jeff was pacing the halls with knives in his hand, listening for a creak of footsteps behind him. The next, the floor rippled beneath his boots like water. The walls peeled inward, stretching, twisting, swallowing themselves. He staggered, blinked, and realized the hallway was gone. So was the motel.
Oh.
What? Now they stood in a vast, shifting corridor of black stone and dripping flesh, lit by torches that burned without flame. The air reeked of rotten static. The shadows bent wrong, never aligning with the bodies. The labyrinth. Ben's scream buzzed to life, his face glitching in and out.
You are inside it now. No way out but through.
Jeff licked his teeth, grinning wide.
ASMR. Peanut butter.
Bath time. About time. I was getting bored. The labyrinth. They moved through twisting halls that stretch and shrank at will, every corner splitting into 3, every stair descending into possible angles. Doors led to other doors, and doors to door. Door. Sometimes back door.
You still call me Super Barrel.
Sometimes back to where they began, sometimes not.
Holding my hand, I keep you by my side with my voices for you.
Echo down my door.
Kryptonite. Yeah.
Yeah, the walls whispered. Each whisper was in their own voices. Jeff's laugh echoed down one hall, mocking and hungry. Eyeless Jack heard his own rasp muttering in the dark, asking for kidneys. The rake whimpered at the sound of claws scratching closer. Scratch. Claws that matched his own. Laughing Jack heard a carousel spinning somewhere deep within, his own high-pitched giggle riding the calliope tune. Even Slender was not immune. The static deepened around him, louder than ever, as though the labyrinth were trying to tune him like a broken signal. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. The labyrinth was speaking for them. Jeff's trial. The first chamber belonged to Jeff. He stepped through an archway and found himself staring at a mirror. His reflection grinned back. But the reflection didn't move with him. It raised its knives first. Dozens of Jeffs filled the room, grinning wide, eyes hollow, each one dripping blood from wounds. Jeff himself remembered giving. The laughter rose, a choir of madness. Jeff cackled back, knives flashing. You think I don't love myself enough to kill myself? Please.
That'd be a great ending to the story. They all just kill themselves.
Yeah. The chamber filled with blood and screams. When Jeff staggered out, drenched in gore and laughing until he coughed. The others saw something different in his grin. Something sharper. Eyeless Jack's trial. The next chamber was surgical white. Tables lined with bodies, each one open at the chest. Organs displayed neatly like trophies. Jack froze. It was cold. He recognized the cuts, the precision. They were his. The body sat up. Their sockets bled. Their hands clutched scalpels. One by one, they rasped in unison.
We always hit
the guineas.
We always
Jack,
hit the guineas.
We love guineas. Jack thought, blade slashing, his motions perfect as always, but every corpse he cut rose again, organs still glistening, still bleeding. He fell to his knees, knives dripping. For the first time, his voice cracked. Alright, yeah! Slender's tendrils dragged him out, his knives clattering to the stone.
Oh, Slender had to save him.
The Rake's trial. Third chamber, stank.
That's the end of the story.
Makes sense. Of wet earth, the rake collapsed instantly, claws sinking into the soil. A figure stood before him, his human self, thin, pale, broken, trembling.
Why?
The man whispered.
Why did you let me become this?
The rake screeched, clutching his skull. His human self lunged at him, bones snapping as he twisted his same hunched skeletal beast. They tore into each other, flesh and claws, teeth, and screams. When it ended, only one body dragged itself out. No one asked which it was.
No, which one is it? Is that one? Laughing Jack's trial.
The fourth chamber was a carnival. The carousel spun, lights strobing in sickly colors, music wheezing through broken pipes. Children's laughter echoed. Laughing Jack stood frozen, his painted grin faltering. On the carousel, faceless children rode wood horses. Each one giggled in his voice. Balloons bobbed above their heads, dripping tar.
Come play with us,
they sang. Jack's bells jingled as he stumbled forward, reaching out. His burnt arm trembled. The carousel spun faster, faces peeling back to reveal grins too wide. Their laughter grew shrill, mocking, endless. Jack screamed, clutching his head, and the balloons burst into clouds of ash. But as smoke cleared, he crawled out alone, laughter silent. Slender's trial. The final chamber stretched into infinity and beyond, and there was no ceiling, no floor, just an endless void. Slender stood, tendrils writhing. Across from him, another figure rose, taller, more limbs.
Oh shit.
100 faceless men splitting from its body, each one buzzing louder than static. The two forces collided. The labyrinth shook. Walls cracked, reality bent, screeching like metal tearing. The Syndicate staggered as the chamber collapsed inward, the void collapsing to a single point of light. From it, the entity emerged.
The true form.
It was all of them at once. Jeff's grin stretched across the faceless head. Eyeless Jack's sockets bled down its chest. The rake's claws curved from its arms. Laughing Jack's bells rang in its ribs. Slender's tendrils writhed from its back, and Ben's drowned eyes glowing green in its skull. It spoke in their voices, layered and broken. We are you. You are us. Join or be unmade. The labyrinth walls pulse.
boy.
The labyrinth walls pulse like veins. The air filled with their own screams. Jeff raised his knives, laughter cracking his throat. Yes, we finally found God. Jeff raised his knives, laughter cracking his throat. Yes, we finally found God. Drake shrieked. Eyeless Jack forced himself upright, knives trembling. Laughing Jack's bells jingled faintly, broken but ready. I don't know. Slender towered behind him, static roaring.
Cool.
Ben's voice crackled Cracker Barrel from television, faint but clear.
Final chance. Fight or fall.
The end.
The end.
Well, thanks for tuning, guys.
Thanks for listening.
The Syndicate charged as one, knives flashing, claws tearing, tendrils lashing. Knives flashing, claws tearing, tendrils lashing.
Laughter ringing.
Laughter ringing. Dogs are singing. Children dying.
The entity surging.
The entity surged forward. Its stolen face is grinning. Its stolen claws slashing. Labyrinth screamed. Stone cracked, flesh split, static devoured the air. Okay, I'm done with the song format. Jeff's laughter emerged with his doubles. Hell yeah! Jack's blades cut into himself. The rake's claws tangled with his own. Laughing Jack's giggles overlapped into shrieks. Slender's tendrils writhed against endless limbs. Ben's screen flickered until it was nothing but white noise. I love that Ben drowned. It's just like a TV in the corner.
A sentient TV
that's trying to like.
Well, I think of him as the Nick Fury.
We'll give
the assembler.
Calm down.
Okay, all right.
We'll come together and say who they all are at the end.
Okay.
There was no way to tell who struck who or if anyone struck at all. Only the sound of monsters devouring themselves in the dark. And then, silence. The labyrinth was empty. Only whispers remained. We are you. That's it.
That was the Syndicate of Shadows?
Yeah, I guess so. It was kind of a weak ending there, but whatever.
I mean, the ending is supporting that the evil just kind of takes out the evil.
Yeah.
And the negative that's left behind is just an amalgamation of all of them.
So I have the original version saved on my phone.
What's the original version?
It's only 4 pages long.
Oh, is that the version that you were implying that you were going to read after?
No. The short story I was going to read after was called Gypsy Rose's Day Off.
So what's the difference between the 4-page version and the one we just read?
It ends.
Oh.
With them defeating the evil.
Okay, do you just want to read the ending?
Yeah, well, it's very different, actually.
Oh, okay, then never mind.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
I mean, which version do you like more?
Well, that one's better. The 20-page version. The 4-page just blows through it really fast.
I didn't think it was bad.
No, it was actually fine. I do wish I had a stronger ending. I thought I should have paid attention to the ending more.
What's the ending of the 4-page one?
They defeat the entity.
Okay.
The Shadow King.
But that's it? That's all that happens?
And Jeff makes a witty one-liner at the end.
So what you're saying is Jeff is the Tony Stark?
Jeff's
he asks them to go get shawarma?
No, he's not.
He goes and gets shawarma with them?
Jeff, the crazy part is I gave it the synopsis of what I needed to write. And then,
So Jeff is not Tony Stark?
Jeff is not the father. Here, give me a sec. Let me... Has any attachment. Let me see if I can find the email.
Because let me get... The Rake is obviously the Hulk.
Yes.
Who does that make Slender Man?
Sadly, Slender Man wasn't really turned into anything.
So he'd probably be
But
close
Slender
to
Man...
like Vision, maybe?
Interesting choice. No. So I deleted it.
So Ben Drowned is not Nick Fury?
Nah, he's just their AI companion. But sure, I get the idea.
So he's the Oracle. He's the eye in the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They made a more useless computer than I thought he would be. So yeah, the plot was a creepypasta story about character icons getting together like the Avengers and having to fight a greater evil. Jeff the Killer as the leader. He was the Wolverine / Captain America type.
Oh, okay.
Eyeless Jack was Hawkeye.
Okay.
Always hits kidney.
Always hits kidney. Okay.
Slender Man was supposed to be Spider-Man.
Oh, tendrils. I get it. I get it.
The Rake was the Hulk.
Oh,
Ben
okay.
Drown was their AI computer. Laughing Jack was supposed to be a Black Widow type / spy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I do see it. I do get it. I feel like I was 50% of the way there. I think the quips is where Jeff becomes more Tony. I mean, obviously not in functionality.
Oh, there you go.
The functionality of Ben
Team
Drown
symbols.
is more.
Yeah, this one, the original was the Void King, and their mission was to collect 3 artifacts and then use it against them to kill them.
So MacGuffins.
Oh, that's right, though. So in the epilogue, here you go. In the aftermath, the world is saved, but the icons of fear are forever changed. Jeff gazes out at the night, smirking as he whispers, "Go to sleep! Go to sleep! We'll be watching!"
Yeah, that's good.
And that's how it ends.
That
Which,
is
like,
good.
is 10 times better.
I don't know. I like the ambiguous. I like the fact that even though they're gathered, they kind of quote-unquote fail.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the greatest horrors in all of creepypasta still don't work together.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they fail. Like, the Samuel L. Jackson, there was an idea that if we bring the world's greatest heroes together... Like, no, if you bring the world's greatest monsters together, they're not going to work together. They're going to lose.
Yeah.
They suck. So I like that ending. But I do like the go-to-sleep ending. The go-to-sleep ending is fun.
Yeah.
Does anyone lose in that one? Because they kind of imply
think
that
they
people
do.
lose in this one. Oh, okay. So that
I
one is
think
more
they-
Marvel formula.
Yeah, I think they all win. And then I asked it to not let them win. And it still kind of just let them win. I think the Rake dies in the second script.
Okay.
I think they killed the Rake off for some reason.
Okay. I mean, he did kind of take the biggest hit
Yeah.
in the version we read. I didn't hate it. I actually kind of liked it. I think there's... Obviously,
I was hoping Liu would pop up at some point.
Liu!
Just to, like, come in for the hell of it.
He could have been the Maria Hill character to Jeff's fucking Captain America situation.
Jean Grey.
Oh my god, he could have been like the Falcon. He could have had wings for no reason, and then just show up and then sit down and be like, I'm Black Captain America now. Yeah, it's Green Duck guy.
Yeah. Oh, man.
How'd you feel about that?
So long, farewell to me. Wait.
I was say you were doing out of the box there for a second.
What was that out of the box?
Uh-huh.
What was the song?
So long, farewell to you, my friend.
Oh, there we go.
Goodbye for now. Until we meet again, I say so long.
What was Bear in the Big Blue Houses?
I actually don't remember that one. Gullah Gullah Island.
Oh, I always liked the PB&J Otters.
Yeah, I had a flashlight of the yellow frog where you would press the button, his mouth would open, and the flashlight would come out.
Pretty cool.
It was really cool. It was like one of those trigger handle
Yeah, that's
ones.
pretty cool.
It was like a gun.
All right. I love this disconnect you have of us lower peons.
Very cool. So here's the thing.
What did I say the second story was called?
Nightmare Syndicate?
No. My second story.
You said Gypsy Rose's Day Out or something like that.
Oh, but you load up ChatGPT. Let's ask. You know what? Let's keep talking here. Give me a sec.
Oh no, I really don't want to read that though.
Keep going.
Can I end this? Can I end this now?
No, not yet.
Come on,
I'm gonna ask
man.
ChatGPT to write like a paragraph story.
Fine.
Write me. Wait, 1 sec. Write me a paragraph length story called
Well, everyone, thanks for tuning in. You know,
Gypsy
what's really
Rose's
cool is
Day
seeing
Out
the work being done
making it
while
a
we're sitting here, while we're on the episode.
story.
While we're on the episode, while the episode is still happening. You're seeing behind the curtain right now what kind of magic takes place on this side.
Yeah, dude.
On this side of the
All right,
studio.
here it comes.
You know,
Gypsy
everyone
Rose's
usually
Day
asks me,
Out.
they ask me, like,
Gypsy Rose
what's it
has
like?
always found solace
What's it
in
like
the
to be
forest.
there? What's it like to be there? What's it like to be on the couch
It's serious.
with your, you know, with you and your friends? What's,
But
you know, now you're seeing,
now
the other side.
A sense of foreboding clung
And you're
to the
definitely,
air.
you're feeling, you know, a part of it now. You're feeling a part of the
She
structure.
wandered deeper than usual, drawn to an ancient oak tree where the wind seemed to whisper in a language she couldn't understand. Their snarled roots and cluster of black roses bloomed, their petals slick with an unnatural dew. Curious, she bent down to touch one, but the moment her finger brushed against the dark flower, the ground trembled. From the soil, skeletal hands shot up, grasping her legs with an icy grip. Panic surged as she tried to pull away, but a voice, soft and distant, murmured, "Once you come, you never leave." Her scream was swallowed by the woods, and by the time the forest fell silent again, only the roses remained, black as night, waiting for the next curious soul.
And then she was sitting on her couch with her cuck husband and said, the phone was ringing. And then he picked it up and he said, "It's your dad." And she goes, "My dad is dead." And he goes, "Then who was phone?" All right, guys. Thanks for listening.
Wait, hold up.
God damn it.
Wait, hold up. I asked it to write a short story, horror story about a tiny snail named Terrence and make it 3 sentences long. Terrence the tiny snail had always been content to slide through the damp forest floor, but one evening he found a trail of glowing red slime leading deeper in the woods. As he followed it, the earth beneath him began to tremble again, and a massive eyeless creature emerged from the shadows, its mouth opening wide to devour him whole. In the last moment of his life, Terrence realized the glowing slime wasn't a trail. It was a warning, and he was already its next meal.
You know,
Gypsy Rose's Day Out.
God damn it. So, this was Lots Pasta. This is the end of the third episode, writing special third episode, here with Terry Tickler, a.k.a. John Flan.
Don Flan.
Fuck your name.
Little Debbie Snack Cakes, a.k.a. Peach Tea Dream Team, a.k.a. Gypsy Rose's Day Out.
I hope everyone really enjoyed the stories. There's so many stories that have been happening here right now, but I'm done. I'm now done. I don't want to do this anymore. So I'm gonna end the episode now.
Before you do that,
yeah.
Sorry, I'm replying to somebody real quick. Gypsy Rose's Day Out. Yes, I will take $50 million for this.
We were just canceled. I was actually just notified by my lawyer.
Gypsy Rose?
Nope.
I'll
We're being
write
shut
the-
down. We're being censored. The government thinks that we're volatile, and
We're gonna do the prequel
promoting-
version though. Gypsy Rose's Day In.
we're promoting, violent, rhetoric, and they don't think that there's any place for that in our country. They don't think.
Thank you for tuning in.
Why did you get that close just to yell? I don't understand.
And as always, hey, thanks for tuning in.
Bayo Luna smiles. Wide.
I do regret not putting Wide Mouth in the story though.
Funny Mouth?
Funny Mouth, yeah. He should have been in it. He should have been in it.
Or
But
do you mean Mr. Wide Mouth, like the little gremlin?
yeah,
guy?
Mr. Wide Mouth then.
Okay, see, Funny Mouth was the computer that you did, the little text chat.
Oh,
AI guy. Where
it'd be Wide Mouth.
Funny Mouth.
Yeah, Mr. Wide Mouth. He would have been the Snarf.
He would have been the Snarf.
Yeah, he would have came in and be like,
oh, hello.
Snarf.
Oh, Wide Mouth.
Yeah, that's all he does. He just says
He's
Wide
like a
Mouth.
Pokemon, he just says his name.
Yeah, and then he gets shot with a gun.